what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny.
Okay, we might as well start the stream right now. I don't know where the music went. That was weird. That was a lot of technical difficulties. That's a great reason to actually install the new RAM instead of I was hoping I could get some help on that, right? You know, it's the kind of thing that oh my god, glasses. It's the kind of thing that I'd rather have somebody like walk me through rather than try to do it on my own. And well, we're back somehow. That's frustrating. Hopefully that's the last. No, don't you F me. Don't you. Like, okay, that better be like an actual F and not like fake news. That's fake news. That is not the time to post F. That is not the time to post F. Unless it's a real F somehow for Twitch. I don't even know. Wait, okay, seriously, follow that up with something to confirm like whether you're actually having trouble watching the stream or not, because when I see Fs, we're good. Okay, because F does not mean good. F is like kind of the opposite of good. Normally. But yeah, it's a whole ass thing, isn't it? It's a whole ass thing. It's a whole ass thing. You're good. I'm on a trampoline. We'll see how long my feet last, right? We did this on Monday. I think you just click them into place. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's easy. I'm sure it's really easy. I just like I would rather have somebody like there to be like, you know, is this normal? You know what I'm talking about? Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Wait, am I wearing two butterflies? Or is it just like... I'm so confused. I'm utterly confused. Well, one thing I'm not confused about is what we're going to be talking about today, because we're going to be talking about Waltz. It's the balls to the walls day. The balls to the Waltz day. You actually... Is his name Walz or is his name Waltz? It looks like there's a butterfly on top of the butterfly. Is it not normal for butterflies to have 4 wings? You know what's really not normal, though, is for YouTube alerts not to work. I wonder why they're not making that noise. Wow. You think I would like the movie Suzumi? There's a lot of butterfly imagery there. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just a little bit out of it because of, it's a weird start. That's a weird start, but Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership to FG. FG. Huh? You've just been weaseled. Ah. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's generally a good thing. Walls. It's just pronounced Walls. Okay, it's not Waltz. Anyway. Yeah, it's been a weird day. But I actually feel pretty good. I've been eating good. Like, right? I'm on the beginning of having gotten groceries. Do you know how that is, chat? Where you're eating good? You're not skipping the vegetables. You're not skipping the fruits. I've got a nectarine. It's a good day. It's a good day. Whenever I get to eat fruits and vegetables, it's a good day. So, I like the bread and butterflies from Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on in that golden afternoon, but it turns ugly really quick, doesn't it? We like our streamers well fed. Well, I'm getting better fed. I mean, this summer was really rough for me, but um, things are starting to go better, tentatively going better. I'm cautiously optimistic. She uses nectarines. I mean, they make my face glow, right? Isn't that a thing that if you put a nectarine next to your face, what's that whole thing? It's supposed to like glow or something? Don't use jelly? Why not? Morbius says am I a YouTube god now? Wait, have you engaged god mode, Morbius Dragon? Yeah, plenty of coffee and yeah, I mean, oh my God, let's not talk about food chat, because I'm actually full for once. That's like a good thing. That's a really good thing. That's a really good thing. I just got paid by YouTube today, so that's pretty good. And yes, my wage is going up on YouTube slowly but surely. It's the lyrics to the song Vaseline, the one about flies in the Vaseline. I know that one. Is that Stone Temple Pilots that sings that one? The guy with the red hair? Stone Temple Pilot guy? I think he is the pilot of the Stone Temple, actually. His name is Pilot Guy, chat. His name is Pilot Guy. And if you need anybody to pilot a Stone Temple pilot, he's kind of a Stone Temple. He's kind of your guy. I mean, rip? What's rip? What's rip? See, these words are scary right now. I have to look at my I refuse to believe mandarins, tangerines, and tangelos have any difference. Yeah, they do seem very close together. Tangelos, wait. I mean, mandarins are different though, right? They're like, how would I describe mandarins? She don't use jelly, she don't use cheese, she don't use butter or any of these. She uses Vaseline. Good afternoon, Morino. Yeah, sorry about sorry. Oh, you're ripping for Stone Temple Pilots guy. Did he die? Did Stone Temple Pilots guy die? I tend to feel tangelos are a little bit tartar, while mandarins, yeah, they're sweet and they're super juicy. Do you know what I mean? Like, I almost feel like mandarins are a little bit waterier. No, are they? I mean, it's not like they're watery. It's not like they're bad. The singer died? What? Oh, I didn't know that. That's sad. It's Flaming Lips. Oh, it's not Stone Temple Pilots. I'm completely off. I'm completely wrong. I ripped my crotch wide open at work. Had to finish the day being conscious about the flap in my boxers. I'm sure I flash. Wait, but if it's just your boxers, aren't you okay though? Because like nobody can see inside your pants, right? Mandarins are like mini oranges that you give children to peel at school. Yeah, they're perfect. You put them in the brown paper bag. I get what you're saying. Scratch mandarins, insert clementines. Yeah, wait. Okay. So there are some oranges that I truly do get mixed up. But one orange I don't get mixed up is Cara Cara. That orange is unique. And I appreciate it. I appreciate that orange. Right? When it's Cara Cara season, you're eating good. I was thinking of Chris Cornell, who was actually in Soundgarden, not STP. That was Scott Weiland, but Rip both oh, and Chester Bennington, the crawling in my skin guy. That guy? Yeah. Stone Temple Pilots guy died like 10 years ago. Blood oranges. Yes, blood oranges are so good. But yeah, of course you're not going to get those mixed up because those stay in your fingers, right? You know when somebody's been eating blood oranges. They got the red on their face, they got the red on their fingers, and it's a whole thing, isn't it? Just like the DNC is a whole thing. It's a whole 4-day affair that I have to cover from start to end. Shakespeare says, back in Mexico, my parents have a cara cara orange tree. That is a yummy orange tree. I kind of like a lot, like I always say like X is my favorite fruit, but then I realized that there's like a lot of other fruits that I can't choose one. I really like berries though. Like berries are like, maybe I like berries because berry season is short, right? If you actually pick berries in the woods like me, then it's a very short window, right? The berries get ripe and then the birds come and eat the berries. And you got to get the berries before the birds get the berries. And sometimes you get a berry and you're like, it looks like a bird had a bite, but I'm going to have the rest of this. I share a berry with a bird from time to time. YouTube has been freezing for me lately. That wasn't just my technical difficulties in the beginning, was it? Because we did have some more technical beginnings. Well, what I'm trying to say, chat, is I don't have this installed yet because it is technical looking and I have to open my computer and I gotta get on my mechanic outfit to do it. I gotta get my wrench and grease up my fingers and everything. It's like a car, basically. I gotta change the oil in my computer. I should probably change the oil while I'm at it, right? Do for an oil change, make the computer like run smoother. Yeah, coveralls in a toolbox. Actually, I just do use like a cami, right? You gotta wear very little clothes because supposedly the static electricity is bad for your computer. You gotta watch out for spaghetti flying out of pocket buttons. Oh, the spaghetti flying out of the pockets button on the computer. Yeah, you have to smudge a little grease on your cheek, right? But yeah, realistically speaking, I like to be like talking to somebody when I'm doing it, somebody that knows how to do this and can be like, like, no, you didn't break your computer. Like that's basically what I need. You know what I need to do? A recording of somebody saying, no, you didn't break your computer. It's okay. No, you didn't break your computer. Like I just need that. If I had that, then I would be okay. If I just had somebody saying over and over again, no, you didn't break your computer. No, it's okay. No, that's normal. That's okay. That's all right. Then I think I'd be groovy. I think I'd be fine. Yo, I want to think it's the Donald Trump and Elon Musk that like broke my computer. But yeah, chat, I made a prediction and it actually turned out okay. It actually turned out quite all right. I'm just trying to bring it up here. The other thing that could have broken the stream is the fact that I had this thing on that's called YouTube. what is it called? YouTube auto tab discard. And I think it was fucking my shit up. I think it feels like it was making everything run really slowly. And I mean, it's a good idea because it like makes your. Why does it say that I'm streaming twice? That can't be right, chat. Are there like actually 2 streams going still? That is not right. I don't understand. No, they both say 27 watching. There's no way. That's like the same stream. Oh my god, I am so confused. I am so utterly and totally confused. I need a tech expert. A techspert, even. So yeah, here's what I was talking about, right? That's Jon Favreau. He's the host of Pod Save America. And last night, if you were watching me watch Obama speak at the DNC, you might have noticed that I mentioned his name. I mentioned his name because something that that Obama said sounded like a Jon Favreau line. Sounded like something that he would craft, right? What I really meant is it sounded crafted. It sounded like some political expert, some political brain genius had come up with this, right? And I was like, that's got to be Pod Save America, right? And it turns out I was right. It turns out he actually claimed it. We open this thing? What? Why do not work? Okay, so there's that, and then there's that. Isn't this supposed to open a bigger, like... It's supposed to open it as a bigger thing. Why does it not work? I don't know, chat. Nothing works right now. But as you can see, he says, once a staffer, always a staffer. So I volunteered to help out. He literally helped Obama write the speech. He literally wrote part of the speech. Not only that, chat, but you remember the dick joke? Like Michelle said, we don't want to be small people. Well, she didn't do this, right? But she said something about like, we don't want to be small. We don't want to be petty. And I was kind of like, is that a dick joke? Is that about Trump? Is that what's going on? What is that about? Right. And I was like, no, Michelle Obama's not making a dick joke. And then Obama comes out and he says small, and he goes like, he does the Trump thing. He goes like this, right? It was definitely a dick joke. But yeah, it was Dan. Dan from Pod Save America was the one who wrote the dick joke. Jon Favreau. I can't remember. Oh my God, it was such a good line too. It was such a good line. And that's why I said, this is not like, I mean, not that Obama doesn't come up with, doesn't write. We don't want it to be tiny and flaccid. Yeah. So yeah, I was right. I predicted it correctly. And, since I tagged, Pod Save America, maybe. Why is it not doing the thing? Maybe they got their tag turned off. Maybe they're untaggable. Save America. Okay, whatever. I don't care. I don't care if they recognize me at all. I don't care. But Favreau, that should say something, right? That should say something. And you know why it is? It's because this show is my, like, I woke up too early. I gotta put something on and listen to it to get back to sleep. And this is the show that I do it to, right? Because Pod Save America is reliably uploaded to YouTube, is reliably fresh in my feed every morning before Majority Report. If I start listening to Majority Report, I'll probably stay up. I'll probably won't go back to sleep. But if I put on something soothing like Jon Favreau's voice, so what it is this guy like talks to me in my sleep. That's what's going on. This guy's gotten into my head, right? And I can tell how he thinks. I can tell how he writes. I got the Favreau. You're gonna try that? It works really well, yeah. It's probably because of his soothing voice. No other reason, chat. No other reason. But regardless, John, I got your voice down. No, I can do this. I can do this. What's up, MIDI doctors? I can't get you out of my head. I mean, I can't get Favreau out of my head. And apparently Trump can't get the Village people out of his head. I was watching the latest Trump speech, and it ends with YMCA. Or is it Macho Man? I can't remember. I can't remember. But yeah, according to MIDI doctors, there's a new YouTube streaming algorithm. MIDI doctors, where do you learn these things, right? Because I don't even know. I've got the Favreau in me. I mean, I think that his wife might have a problem with that. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to a BE tore into Alec Gunter. I heard they got in a fight. Wait, golf? As a sport? I mean, it's not really a sport, is it? Absolutely fuck all? Wait, I thought you were the stream doctor. You make it up? Okay, so seriously. I thought you were for real. You're an internet doctor. That makes sense. Are you a tech doctor? Are you a tech whisperer? Who is BE? Oh my god. Oh my god. We don't talk about BE anymore. Not that I'm saying you're not allowed to. I'm just saying I don't. I avoid the BE. The last time I talked to BE, I think he blocked me on Twitter, right? And then he got his account got banned, you know, for something else that he did. And so I'm sure I'm not blocked by BE anymore by his new account. But yeah, I was blocked by the old one. I was just defending Zara. He called Zara like an idiot. And I was just like, hey, you know? And the funny thing is Zara was trying to warn BE about Keffels. This was a long time ago, chat. This was when BE supported Keffels. BE thought that everybody talking shit about Keffels was just being a woke scold. And it turns out that Zara was right, as she often is. But yeah, that's the last I've talked to BE. This is but probably shouldn't say his name, because much like Beetlejuice, much like Beetlejuice, if we say his name, he'll show up, and we don't need that. He showed up here before. And there's no Shark 300 for him to argue with this time. So no, I'm not gonna say his name. I'm not gonna conjure him up. Where is Zara? I don't know. I think she's at work, probably. Sack tap the like button. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Oh, it's a bad joke. It's a bad joke, chat. It's a truly, truly bad joke. Well, look, we're gonna have some bad jokes today. We're gonna have some dad jokes today. We have got Tim Walz, the country's dad, the country's coach. We've got Bill Clinton, the country's creep, and we've got Nancy Pelosi, the country's shade. Right? We got Nancy. We got the immaculate shade. We got the immaculate shade from Nancy Pelosi. But yeah, I don't know what it is, Chad. I get to see streamers at their worst, right? And I hate to be the person that takes your favorite streamer and says, actually, they're kind of a piece of shit. But I always end up being that person. I always end up being, no, I know them and they're not good. They're not good. They're a liar. They're like a craven liar. Like somebody that just lies straight to my face and like, bro, why are you lying? And he's like, because I can get away with it. Because I got clout. And I'm like, okay, says we'll see how long that lasts. We'll see how long that lasts, right? When people don't have Vosh to defend them. When clout sharks run out of clout. But anyway, Chad, I'm not trying to ruin your fave. I'm not here to tell you your fave is problematic. You probably already know that. You probably already know that deep in your heart. But I am here to tell you that the Democratic National Convention has already started. And it's got stuff like this. And this doesn't look very fun. So yeah, chat, apparently we do have some lore about what went on. Let's see if I actually bookmarked the right stuff today on Twitter. Okay, so here we go. I want to show you what Kamala and Tim were doing last night. This is during the DNC, right? Now, they're not in Wisconsin. They're in Milwaukee. Do you recognize that arena, chat? Do you recognize that arena? Wait, that is the DNC. What the fuck? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, did she talk to them from... No! Look, chat, I got so demonetized yesterday. I got so demonetized. Let's mute the fuck out of that. She's in Milwaukee, right? This is the venue that Trump did the RNC, right? This is where the RNC was. She's in the RNC building, the stadium, at the same time as the DNC is going on. Now, the DNC is packed, right? It's night 2. It's the Obamas. And the DNC is packed, right? But also, the RNC is packed, right? That's the RNC. That's where it was. That's more people than came to the RNC. That's not a national convention. That is a rally. And it is more packed than Donald Trump's event was. So she is absolutely fogging Donald Trump in every way possible. From every angle. And I don't know what they had her appear. Yeah, they had her, I guess, appear. She's live in Milwaukee and they simulcast her into, we didn't see that part, right? So yeah, she has this way of doing these things that I don't expect, right? I don't expect her to be there the first night. She was there the first night. I didn't expect her to be there the second night. Apparently she was there the second night. And so she's going to find a way to be there the third night, but they're doing rallies while the DNC is going on, while other people are speaking, and they're kind of filling it up. What is this?
They have a mandate. We don't have enough electricity for ourselves. And now they're talking about putting all the cars on it. Well, doesn't work because the cars don't go far. If you'd like to go from here to, let's say, Washington to look after we fix the Capitol up and make it safe again, which will take approximately quickly.
Oh my God.
They have a mandate. We don't have
approximately quickly. We're going to fix the Capitol up. What is it? He makes it sound like Joe wiped his ass on the Capitol. No, I'm sorry, Donald. The only people that wipe their ass on the Capitol are J6ers. You're going to fix up the Capitol? This is the guy that literally left the Capitol all fucked up. Enjoying an energetic start at the DNC convention. We got JD Vance hosting an empty event in Philadelphia. Retweet. Okay, that's Kamala's wins. What do we have here? Hopefully I will not be haunted by copyright music.
Republican governor and Republican Secretary of State in the state of Georgia.
What's your name? You said Parker?
My name's Parker. We have a Republican governor and Republican Secretary of State in Georgia that approved our elections, and Donald Trump said that wasn't constitutional.
Right,
Donald Trump tried to undermine our Constitution.
You're at 10. I just walked in. I'm here to just learn.
Hey, you're an anti-patriotic, anti-constitutional person crashing our party because you tried to stop our democracy.
I got one question.
Donald Trump called the Secretary of State of Georgia and told him to find him some votes.
What is a woman?
What do you think that... Oh my God, I tried to pause it. I was going to pause it, and I was going to ask you, what do you think his one question is, right? But you probably knew. That's I'll get him. This is how you get a lib. What is a woman? Oh yeah. What is a woman?
Fucking weird, y'all. Maybe you should meet one.
I'm married to one.
Same.
Because we have a...
Anyway, so yeah, that's Charlie Kirk. He's been getting just destroyed by the next generation, I guess is how... He's the Turning Point USA guy, chat. They hired him when he was college age, paid him not to go to college, but to hang around on college campuses and try to say, let's be cool Republicans together. That's really cool. You want to be a cool guy like me? Become a Republican, become a college Republican. And it never worked. It never caught on. He never got he never appealed to his own age group. Now he is, middle-aged, fully on middle-aged, and he's getting dunked on by children. Or this is not, he's not a child, but I will show you Charlie Kirk getting dunked on by an actual child. Here we go. You ready?
I have a question.
Okay, what's your question?
Why did you say that the civil rights bill should be overturned?
I didn't say that. I said it was a mistake.
Why? That's crazy.
Now you gotta figure it out.
I wouldn't be here. That's trouble.
Who's that?
I have a question.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah, he just got destroyed by a kid. And we have also got Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh has been sneaking around the convention, right? Let's take a look. Do we have a video here? There he is. It's Matt Walsh trying to look. It's his best Alec Gunter. No, I feel like you got to shave your head to do Alec Gunter. This isn't a good Gunter. Yeah, he really needs to work on his new male soy bugman look. He's not quite got it, but this is Matt Walsh trying to blend in, I guess. There he is again, Matt Walsh. He's literally doing a character too. Okay, so here's what he's trying to photobomb people.
And she was effective in getting things done.
There he is. See him back there?
Which we succeeded in.
He's got some kind of a wig on with like a fake ponytail.
Insulin for senior citizens. Now we're going to get it for everybody.
I don't know what's going on with his beard, too. His beard looks different, right? I recognize Matt Walsh's beard. It's one of his most distinctive features, right? And it feels like that's not it. It feels like he shaved. I don't know, chat. Is that his beard? I don't think that's his beard. But it is definitely Matt Walsh. There he is again. He just has a different expression on his face, and that is how he is. And a red hat that's not a MAGA hat, and a fake wig. I don't know. I think he's supposed to be the character from Lady Ballers. Is that what he's doing? But yeah, he's like photobombing people. Yeah, it is. It is. That's the Lady Ballers character, right? So that's the wig from Lady Ballers. It doesn't look like he must have done something with his beard. Either that or maybe his beard is starting to go gray. It just looks different. It looks fake. Great disguise, Matt. Great disguise. No one's going to recognize you. But yeah, they're creeping around there. Nobody recognizes them, I'm sure. No, everybody recognizes them. This is Matt Walsh trying to hide at the DNC. He's just blending right in. Just blending right in. Blending right into the environment. They don't know. That's an old meme. They don't know I'm really Matt Walsh. And they're all like, why is Matt Walsh wearing the Harris Waltz merch? He's so weird. Holy shit, Matt Walsh is weird. So yeah, that's what's going on there. I also wanted to show you Natalie Marie's post on... See, like, somebody told me about this, and I didn't believe them at first. I was like, I know J.D. Vance is weird, but is he really going to hand out sperm samples? Turns out, yes, he is going to hand out some kind of sticky white goo in a sample container, like a special mayo sauce, special couch sauce. There it is, full family kit. If you want a full family, you can impregnate someone with Vance's goo. And it's now get this. This is the funniest part, right? Who are they making fun of? Because it kind of feels like they're making fun of JD Vance. It kind of feels like they're making fun of JD Vance here, but they're actually trying to make fun of Tim Walz because Tim Walz used in vitro fertilization. Tim Walz and his wife struggled to get to have a child, and it finally they were able to use in vitro fertilization. That's part of the reason that he named his child Hope. And it's actually kind of a cute story, but here are the Republicans being weird champs and making fun of it. And it's just like you kind of making fun of yourself, bro. You're kind of making fun of yourself more than anyone. So, but yeah, there's the samples, and it just gets weirder. It just gets weirder. It gets weirder and weirder and weirder, and they're not beating these allegations. He looks like a wanted poster from 1978. Maybe he's trying to blend in with the Amish. Could be. Well, did the Amish have ponytails though? Do they allow that? If he was seriously about infiltrating that DNC, he would have shaved that beard off. Yeah. Well, that's what I thought at first. I thought maybe he shaved it off and then he put a fake one on. Can Mississippi please just... Mississippi's one of those states, right? If you look at southern states, there's a few southern states that either they have straight up a piece of the Confederate flag in them, or they have a modified version. Like Florida is different colors, but it's still the cross and the stars and the bars. They're just, color corrected. You have no words, says Omega Star. I think he dyed it. Oh, he's dyed his beard. He must have used the wrong beard oil. Or the wrong shade of Just for Men. Is he okay? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if any of these fuckers are okay. They do not seem okay. His beard typically looks like he probably takes testosterone supplements. What does that do? What does that do to beard hair? Does it make it more bristly? Or... Because, like, testosterone supplements can make people go, like, they can make people lose their hair faster. Joel Webon, is that the guy? Yes, that's the guy who looks exactly like Matt Walsh. He's how worse, though. I think that Webon's, like, somehow even worse than Walsh. He's got to be, though, if he's going to get attention. If you're going to get attention looking like Matt Walsh, you got to say worse stuff than Matt Walsh does. You don't actually have to be worse than Matt Walsh, because I'm not sure if that's possible, but you got to be willing to say more of the quiet part out loud. AOC should be, Matt Walsh says, AOC should be tied to driver's license age. Oh, age of consent. I am sorry. I was thinking of a different AOC entirely. Whenever I see AOC, I think of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I never think of age of consent. But then again, I'm not Sneeko, so that's probably related. Also unrelated, we should lower the driver's license age. No, he would, though. He would. It's kind of hilarious that people like Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh are being found out immediately, while people like Walter Matherson, they should have like, look, they should have like a poster. You know how like if there's somebody that shoplifts a lot, they'll take a picture of them and they'll put it up in the store and be like, be on the lookout for this dude shoplifts, right? They should have that at Republican events. Any Republican event, be like, watch out, this guy, don't answer any of his questions. This is Walter. Is it Matterson? I thought it was Masterson. I might have it mixed up. I never went over the Joel Webb on drama. That's true. It's discount Matt Walsh, kind of. He has a flair for theatrics, but he's not creative enough to do something other than Lady Ballers. God. That name. Maybe he mascaraed maybe he borrowed some makeup from JD Vance, right? I thought he would change the flag to like a magnolia. Vance for only $19.99, the new Vance jizz. So we got a membership. Now, MIDI Doctors was saying something to me earlier, like that the YouTube the YouTube streaming algorithm had changed, and I thought I noticed something last night. I thought things were a little different, at least in shorts. But maybe not. Mitty says Mitty's maybe teasing about that. But I think when I asked Mitty in the MR chat, Mitty said something like, "This is it helps to get the memberships or something. It helps to get memberships up." And so then I was thinking Mitty was saying that memberships like make YouTube boost a stream more in the algorithm, which it could be true, but I haven't heard anything like that. Distribution of a biohazard is against the law, as it should be, like, right, you're spreading potentially STIs too. Whatever civilization these people are from has prolapsed, says Shakespeare. Guku Kachu, wait, is that I'm the Walrus? Is this supposed to be some dig? Yes, exactly, Yolkio, you got it. It was a IVF dig at Walz. Which it's a mean thing to do too. Like, right? It's one thing to make fun of. No, it's not. Right? When you've got a daughter that was conceived by IVF, it just seems like even if you are some kind of swamp creature like JD Vance, you should maybe not make that joke. Okay, it's sold with the prepper buckets. I mean, it goes good on the mashed potatoes, I've heard. I'm gonna make some slime really quick. I couldn't figure out why they had the jizz cups. I mean, it's a hot day. They want to keep hydrated. I don't know. It's real, Lesbot. It's real. I wish it wasn't, but it is. I keep saying Vance. Well, Waltz is the one that they're trying to make fun of. Vance is the one that's making fun. Or I don't even know. I don't know if it's connected to Vance, but they do have Vance's picture on it. And so for that reason, it feels like that's why I'm confused, right? Is that this stuff is supposed to be a dig at Waltz, but it's got Vance's face on it, right? If you really want to make it funny, then you would put Waltz's face on it and you'd be like, "Oh, we got some Waltz goo right here." I mean, it would be inappropriate, but they're not really afraid of, inappropriate left the barn a long time ago. It's a little late to make it appropriate. It goes down well with dry and ketchup drenched meatloaf. Oh. I don't think he can output enough to fill all those cups due to the natural effects of jacking it too. Well, I mean, is it jacking it when you use a couch, though? Is it couching it? What is the word for that? That kind of extraction, right? They are absolutely not okay. That's true. Like, Mississippi has the national flag of the Confederacy, the stars and bars with St. Andrew. That's okay. That thing is St. Andrew's X. It's X, chat. Elon, that's what Elon is referencing. As their St. Andrew's Cross X was their war ensign, so it seems more innocuous. Waltz and his wife couldn't conceive easily. Is Shady Vance saying that Waltz isn't a real man? I guess that's what it is. It's like not manly enough. So but this is a guy that wears eyeliner. If you're gonna hew to gender essentialism, shouldn't you maybe hew to it yourself? Republicans are weird. It's so bizarre the way they own Waltz. It takes a real mental gymnastics to think they're on the right side of that joke, or the right side of history for that matter. Mascara makes beard darker. I don't know. His beard just looks unnatural to me. It does. He and Clarence Thomas and Donald Trump are the same ethnicity. Maybe he just dipped his chin right into the dye. Chat says it's a mascaraed beard, perhaps. Tape the Polaroid up. Wait, to extract the Vance goo? Is it a Polaroid of a dolphin? It's because they genuinely feel they're normal, but they aren't. They can't blend in if they don't realize I feel like the next move is they're gonna hold their breath and be like, I'm invisible, you can't see me, I'm holding my breath, I'm invisible. It is giving discount Matt Walsh for sure. AOC libertarians will read this acronym differently than the average person. True. It does look unnatural. I'm illiterate. I can't remember his last name. They have fiber spray to make hair appear thicker. Shady Vance said, hold my beard, right? Oh, Mississippi changed their flag to the Magnolia. Mascara. It's mascara. But then what's the man line? Is it man liner? Is that what you call the eyeliner stuff? All right, chat, we got to get going, don't we? We need to get on the move. We need to make our move. All right, it's just about time. It's just about time that I make my move. I hope you're ready for this. So, yeah, the DNC is still going on. Should we start off with like a Trump? I feel like there's been a Trump thing that I'm supposed to get, I wish there was like a Trump tracker, right? Because he gives speeches. He's been giving speeches in different places. Is it York, Pennsylvania? I feel like that's one. That's the one that we haven't seen yet. There's this one. And then there's also a one where he talks about crime, which is funny because more and more stuff has been coming out about the actual levels of crime in the U.S. and the fact that they're falling, right? This was something that we dealt with when we talked about Actual Justice Warrior. If you don't remember Actual Justice Warrior, he's the weirdo that attacked Emma and the Majority Report. And if you look at his YouTube channel, everything is just, everything is just like anti-black racism. I don't know how else to explain it. It's all about Chicago. It's all about like black mayors and blaming them for, like every problem, calling them super corrupt. It's just this weird racist shit. Like that's what Actual Justice Warrior does. And most recently we saw Actual Justice Warrior in a debate with none other than Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III. That was the second half, actually the worst half of the Hippy Dippy, believe it or not. Sunday's part of that debate was the more interesting part of that debate. The Destiny part was just frustrating. And partially because Actual Justice Warrior and the rest of the right-wing debaters that were involved in Dylan's panel were just super bad faith. Just super, super bad faith in so many different ways. And so, I wanted to go over Donald Trump's latest speech, bringing up crime statistics again, trying to gaslight everybody into thinking that crime got worse under Biden, even though in actuality, crime got worse under Trump, and it got better under Biden. Now, you could make an argument that, the crime spike was a result of was a result of COVID, was a result of, all the stuff that happened around that time. that it was somewhat out of Trump's hands, and that maybe there was going to be a crime spike no matter what, you could probably make that argument. But when you're making the argument that Joe Biden caused crime, that somehow Biden has passed a stealth cash bail ban across the country, which literally hasn't happened, but you're going to hear Trump will claim anything. Trump will claim anything. Trump will claim everything, right? If you're going to make that argument, then no, you cannot. You cannot. You are going to, you need to be exposed as the one under whom crime actually went up, right? And it did stay up a little bit through 2021, but it came down again in 2022 under Biden. So yeah, again, just like the jobs numbers, right? Trump wants to talk about, this terrible economy and that he had a great economy. But actually, if you look at the statistics, right, he's got a net negative in terms of jobs created. Whereas Biden, and somebody had this chart. I'll see if I can find this on Twitter, right? There's a chart that shows Democrats and Republicans all the way back to like Reagan, and maybe even Carter. And it shows the net job gain or loss. And yeah, Trump's is like the only one that's a straight up loss, right? Republicans, you're going to see like less jobs created during their administration. Now, again, it's not something that I would normally harp on because it's kind of like a lagging indicator. And so I don't want to fall into that fallacy of like, somebody presides over a bad economy and then therefore they're a terrible president. I don't think that's true. And I think that people need to kind of pull themselves out of that delusion. But again, if you're going to make the accusation, then you've got to be willing to have it applied to your own administration. And when you do apply that to Donald Trump's administration, he doesn't look good. And especially with the crime thing. So I wanted to look at that now that more and more. So what happens is that like, there's the initial numbers of the crime rates that come out. And then as time goes on, more police districts report in with their, it's not, you don't get all the statistics at once is what I'm trying to say. And so people like Actual Justice Warrior would try to say, well, that's, yeah, of course the crime rate's down because you've got everybody except for the urban Democratic cities reporting their crime statistics. And they're holding back on purpose to try to make Biden look good. These are the FBI's numbers, right? These are cops. They are not going to tend to want to make Biden look good. But more and more of the numbers are coming out, and as more data is filled in, you're seeing it just kind of firm up a picture of an overall reduction in crime, which follows a trend that's been going on since like the 80s, right? Since the 80s. There's been less and less crime year after year. So Republicans trying to make crime an issue, trying to blame this issue on, essentially Democrats pretending to care about the injustice of the disproportionate way that policing affects communities of color, right? Which they did during the protest and then summarily, forgot all about it, didn't really seem to do much about it. But based on that, Republicans are trying to portray the Democrats and their phantom policies that never actually came to fruition in most cases as being responsible for a crime wave that is literally non-existent. So yeah, we've got some Trump tint to start out with today. I need to get... You gotta watch out because this guy walks out to like village people. That's his like theme song. So we're gonna start off with him Oh yeah, the other thing that I need to do is talk to you about the dono goal. So we have not hit the dono goal in a few days, and it's kind of sad because I do have some good stuff for you that I was hoping that I could get to. Right? We're mainly going to be talking about politics. We're mainly going to be talking about the DNC. That is going to continue. That is going to continue for the rest of the week, right? Or the rest of the week until tomorrow, essentially, right? And I'm not going to be able to talk about much more in the regular half. So the only way to talk about anything else is actually in the special half. That's what I'm calling it. That's what we call it here. The special half of the show is what opens up if we actually hit the dono goal. Which hasn't happened. It's mainly my fault. I've been preoccupied. I don't think I talk about it nearly enough because I feel like I'm watching the DNC. I'm trying to keep us. I've got too many things going on at once, so I'm going to try to do a little bit better today, and hopefully we'll get to that extra content again, chat. If you choose violence, you will actually help me get some content covered that I won't have to deal with this weekend, because there's a lot of content building up. Let me just say that. Like the streamer space has not gone silent, even as politics, takes up the majority of my attention. So what do I need to do? I need to give you the poll. Start that poll. Bonus material. Now choose what you want, though. Like, I mean, I'm saying that I wouldn't mind you choosing violence today because there's a particular piece of content that I need to get covered. But sometimes I think when I've done content on Sunday and then chat chooses violence, that happened one time, and I was kind of like, do we really want to? Like, I felt like he was already kind of messed up. You know what I mean? I did enough damage already. I didn't want to keep going. It felt mean. And I never want to be, like, mean. I never want to, like, right, be, like, no mercy. Like, I'm not the kind of person to punch somebody in the balls while he's already down, while Dylan Burns, while he's been embarrassed on the biggest platform that he'll probably have for the rest of his career. Let's be real, chat. Sunday's not getting invited to anything as big as the Hippy Dippy ever again. So this was his chance to break out. This was his chance to get some attention. And instead, he just got punched in the balls by Dylan Burns. And rightfully so, because, making fun of homelessness is a kind of fucked up thing. And it's pretty bad representation for a leftist. And if you're in that space with a bunch of conservatives and a bunch of liberals, and you're the only leftist, and, to the degree that Sunday is a leftist, right? You're sort of representing us all in a really bad way. You're fulfilling a stereotype as leftists, as people that talk about material conditions, talk about revolution, talk about class consciousness, but in actuality are willing to punch down on somebody based on their situation of being unhoused. And I couldn't write a worse script. I'm gonna put your
The double super chatted $5. Wanted to give more but super duper broke. Just had to pay.
Aww.
Nonetheless,
Breaks are expensive.
Appreciate your hard work and genuine voice, FRFR.
No, double Dostoevsky. I appreciate you, and make sure to only donate if you have money to do so. I want to make sure that you can pay for those breaks. I want to make sure that you can pay for food, because I know what it's like when you can't, and I know what it's like when you got to make rice and beans stretch out for like 5 days because you just don't have money to pay for anything else. So take care of yourself first. But I appreciate that, assuming that is money that you can afford to give. Much appreciation, and thank you for the super chat. I will put that on the board. Remember, chat, when you do any kind of donation, whether it be super chat, whether it be gifting memberships, which Medi says will boost my channel. I don't know. I think that might be that might be that. I'm not sure. I can't verify the veracity of that or not. Right. Donating memberships, getting yourself a membership, signing up for Patreon, donating to the Throne, or over on Twitch where we have an hourly ad break that lasts for an hour. No, it doesn't. It feels like it, though. We're having it right now. Oh, my God. I'm so bad about this. I'm so bad. I just missed it, chat. I'm going to talk about that in a second. But Twitch subs and bits count as well as donating through any of the links down in the description. If it's easier for you to use Cash App or PayPal, that's available too. I try to have as many options as possible, whatever's easiest for you. But yeah, I do appreciate the donations to Throne. Again, this is, hopefully the stream will not go down after I get these babies punched in. And right now we're crowdfunding a chair to save NCC's butt, literally save my butt from having to stand throughout the whole stream. So it's 29% of the way there. And yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff on there that kind of makes the stream better. Or in this case, a lot of the stuff that I've got up right now is stuff to help me get videos out faster, which is like, considering that I'm not getting any out at all, it couldn't be any slower. But thank you to everybody who donates on Throne. Thank you to everybody that is on my Patreon. Wait, I'm trying to type this in because I got to thank you personally. We have a number of different tiers depending on what kind of monthly contribution you can make, and at anything that's at the second tier or higher, that is the $5 a month tier or higher, you get a shout out along with your Patreon membership. You get a shout out every single time I stream. And I've been pretty good about remembering them. So sometimes it comes in the beginning, sometimes it doesn't come in the beginning. I try to get them out to you in the beginning, but thank you, Omega Star. Thank you, Jules K. Thank you, Just Julie. Thank you, Moe Noape. Thank you, Shaxby. Thank you, Funky Monkey. Thank you, Temporal Insanity. And thank you very much, Zara Xerex. All my fancy weasels over there on Patreon. But again, chat, anything that's a dono, whether it be a Patreon sign up, a donation to Throne, or on Twitch or YouTube, that allows you, just like Double Dostoevsky, to have the ability to put your money where your mouth is. So that that $5 super chat gets us to 8% of the dono goal, and it also enables Double Dostoevsky to kind of choose our own adventure, whether it is chat chooses violence, whether it is Swifties for Trump, whether it is Elon's that's right, Swifties for Trump, I said, just so in case, so nobody misses that, right? Whether it's Elon's AI copyright infringement or Tim Waltz's Caucasian tacos that may or may not come with mayonnaise, or if you want to donate it to, we need to do the Fallout. We need to do a night of Fallout New Vegas or Vox Populi, in which you're just tossing it back to the chat and you're saying, you know what, these donos, they count for too much, and I want to put my money to making the donos count for less and making the vote count for more. You can say Vox Populi. Anyway, I think I've explained every single thing that I need to explain here. I think we're good. So, what do? I press my buttons. I press this button. And chat, I gotta let you know, I've got the worst song stuck in my head. It's like a Sweatin' to the Oldies song. I mean, like, I don't know what sweat. It's not a literal Sweatin' to the Oldie. It's a oldie. It's that song. It's that, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like ding 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 ding. It's like a bass line. I've got just a bass line stuck in my head. Anyway, hopefully watching this Trump speech will help me get it out of my head. But yeah, let's see what's going on with the Trumpster today. He's making a speech. This is from a few days ago. York, Pennsylvania. In seems like a warehouse or factory. Oh yeah, there's one more, no, there's two more buttons I need to press. This button, yes. And then... there we go. Trumpster, what do you have to say to me today?
Components, a company that has helped to build and defend America for over 150 years. That's really an extraordinary achievement. I want to thank you, President Gary Butler, and the members of the wonderful Butler family, and members of Congress, Scott Perry and G.T. Thompson. You're here someplace in this very big factory, wherever you may be, there you are. great people, great warriors, I will tell you.
I don't think that Trump knows what building he's in either.
My trade representative, Ambassador Robert Lighthizer, who's fantastic at a thing called trade. We did very well at trade, and you were fantastic, and I want to thank you, Bob, very much. And Chair of the York County Commissioners, Julie Wheeler. Thank you, Julie, very much. Thank you. And a very special congratulations to all of the people of York County today who are celebrating the 275th anniversary of York County's founding. That's pretty good, huh? That beats
270, that's a lot of years, right?
most of them out there.
That beats most of them out there. That's a very old city that's a colonization happened a long time ago here. Yo!
Let me thank the exceptionally skilled and talented workers with us in this room. I know you well. I know them from all over the country. They come, and they are the most talented people.
Thank you, Moe Noe.
Brilliant people in so many respects. So thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Shakespeare asks, what was there before 275 years ago?
The handiwork of precision custom components has strengthened the spine of America. Your products have gone into the Hoover Dam and atomic energy plants, nuclear submarines, and they currently are doing a lot of work. I'm here today to deliver a simple message. When I'm
Oh, wow.
back in the White House, America's future will be built right here in Pennsylvania.
So chat, I have no idea. Maybe it's, oh God. Should I just turn on the, see if it goes. Nope, it doesn't go. But thank you. Is it Come and Get Your Love? It should be. I love that song. That song is so good. Technoapak, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. So Technoapak and Double Dostoevsky, I'm looking for Tim Waltz button. I'm looking for what you want to see as bonus content. Because when you donate, you get to also increase, you get to add percentages to the bonus content of your choice. So keep voting on it, and also understand that when you donate, you can tell me where to put your money. I will put your money where your mouth is, and you will actually add points to the subject of your choice. If I can just get those subjects from you, just let me know in the chat.
Pennsylvania. And it will be built by American workers like...
Also, you too, Moe Noe. Don't think I didn't notice. Thank you.
...is a big factor. And we've had great success, as you know, politically and otherwise in Pennsylvania. And we expect to have it again. We're doing very well here. Thank you very much. With your vote, we will unleash explosive economic growth and vast new prosperity for all of our citizens. We will put more money into your pockets and create millions and millions of new jobs. We're going to do it like nobody else has ever been able to do it. Our plan will massively cut taxes, unlock American energy, slash regulations, big factor, crack down on trade.
Wait, I think there was 2 donos to thrown. Did that chair get like...
And stop outsourcing, rebuild our industrial base, and bring back those beautiful words, made in the USA. And we...
See, the thing about his made in the USA shit is the main thing of this is like tariffs, right? And like, you know, it sounds good, right? It sounds like, you know, oh yeah, we raise tariffs, so people that are trying to sell products that are from other countries, they can't sell them as easily, and then that'll make it be like that people will open up more factories in the US. And the problem is that like the United States has experienced deindustrialization, right? The infrastructure, the factories, the facilities to make stuff have moved out of the United States. And I mean, due to a lot of things beyond just tariffs, right? You can't like stimulate, I don't know, industrial growth, which is I guess what he thinks, you know, he's trying to appeal to here through just tariffs. What you end up doing is raising people's prices. And when you look at Trump's plans, when you look at Trump's economic policy, we're talking about, now I thought it was 2000. Like the last I checked, it was going to raise the average median worker's cost by $2,000, which is a lot if you don't make much money, right? At the DNC, I heard a speaker say it's something more along the order of $4,000. So, this is a massive. It's a tax. That's what it is. And on some level, it's a tax on overseas corporations, but it's also a tax that American workers will end up paying. So he's full of shit here.
We were doing that 4 years ago and starting to do really well. And then we had to stop for an unknown reason. Together we will reclaim.
We had to stop for an unknown reason. This is what he does now, right? He's been told not to say the election was stolen, the election was his election denial. He's been told that being backwards looking, being salty, it's not actually helping him, it's hurting him with swing voters. And if he wants to be back in the White House, he needs to win those swing voters. So in order to not say that, he's like, something kind of took us out of mysteriously, I was plucked from the Oval Office. It just makes him weirder and weirder, right? He has stopped saying the late great Hannibal Lecter. I have noticed that, right? He still says like asylums, and they're sending, they're sending people from mental asylums, and they're sending criminals and all this shit. But he does at least doesn't say Hannibal Lecter. But like you can see sort of the effects of some of the coaching that he's getting, some of the things that he needs to hear, and the way that he finds a way to screw it up nonetheless. Let's let him go on.
Number one manufacturing superpower in the world. We will do it. And China won't even be close. Nobody will be. We had that going at a level that nobody's seen before, and we're going to have it going again even better. And this firm and this people standing behind me and in front of me will be a big factor. Every policy in Kamala Harris's radical liberal playbook sends jobs and wealth to other countries. The jobs go to other countries, and the wealth goes to other countries. Every policy in the Trump agenda is designed to bring...
Again, like, stopping greedflation, stopping price gouging does not send jobs to other countries. I don't know what he's talking about. But also, I just want to say thank you, Anonymous, for the $25 contribution to saving my butt, literally saving my butt. Chat is saving my butt today. Thank you for the $25 contribution to that. Also, Moe Noe, thank you for the $50 contribution to that. So yeah, we are well on our way as far. Oh my gosh, chat, well on our way on that sub goal. I will keep you updated with the outcome of the poll as well as the dono goal and everything as we go. Let's get back to Trump for now.
The jobs and wealth back home to America, where it belongs and where it's going to stay. Kamala puts America last. I put America first.
Now, here's the deal. When he says that, is it a dog whistle? It is classic nationalism, right? To say country first, your country first, America first, whatever, right? It's definitely a nationalist dog whistle, right? But America First is the name of Nick Fuentes' organization. Now, this is an organization that has kind of threatened to withdraw its support of Trump, that has said that they were going to go and make things hard for him, right? Declared war on Trump because of, I don't know, he's not racist enough or something. So is this him trying to be like, I hear you, groypers? I don't know. Is this him speaking to his groypers?
Some facts that are interesting. The year before I took office, the United States lost over 10,000 manufacturing jobs. Everybody said you'd never bring it back. But under my leadership, we created more than 500,000 manufacturing jobs in less than 3 years. After decades of wage stagnation and income surged, we had a surge.
Is he heartbroken? Megastar says he's heartbroken over losing Joe right? And he was still coping. He was still hoping and coping that on Monday, Joe Biden would roll into the Democratic National Convention and say, I'm not leaving the race. Like, what is that? It's that thing that Emma always posts.
Like nobody's
What is that clip?
ever seen before, but it surged for everybody
Is this rally in real time? No, we're catching up.
during the Trump administration.
We're going to do a few rallies today, right?
Group, everybody, men, women. We had every household was at a level that they've never really experienced before. The typical American household saw their incomes grow by more.
Again, he loves to brag about the Obama economy that kind of prevailed through the first 3 years of his administration. He doesn't like to talk about 2020. He doesn't like to talk about the overall net job loss, which, again, looking at that chart, I'll see if I can find it, right? He's like the only president that listed in recent history that had a net job loss. And Biden, for all that you can say about him, and yeah, I got some problems with Biden. Thank you, Anonymous, for the throne contribution, for contributing to my throne. The Biden, for all that you want to say about him, he presided over a net job gain of 400,000. I really wish I could show you that chart. I'm going to look for it, all right? Because the thing about Biden's numbers when it comes to job gains is that they're kind of off the chart, right? It's like one of those bar graphs where you see like the bars are the bars are like here and they're like here, and then Trump comes along and the bar's actually underneath, the bar's going down slightly, right? Because he net loss of jobs. And then when you get back to Biden, it's 400,000. Now this guy, when pressed about Biden's numbers versus his numbers, will say, well, that was the bounce back from the pandemic. And, of course, those aren't really his jobs. Those aren't Joe's jobs. Okay, so here's the deal. If it was the bounce back from the pandemic, right, then it wouldn't be like it's off the scale. Like, it's not like Trump added a bunch of jobs, then they all fell off, and then they bounced back and Biden got credit for them, right? It's like he's down here and Biden's up here. I'll see if I can find that. Is this Trump's hardware store basement rally? No, he says a factory. I'm not sure he knows the difference between a factory and say a warehouse. So I'm your guess is as good as mine. It's some industrial building, but
More than $4,200 per year. Everyone was better off when you had a gentleman named President Donald J. Trump at the helm. Does anybody know him? Whoever he may be.
Sad Trump. Does anybody know him? Does anybody remember President Donald J. Trump? The greatest president ever. The biggest ego in the White House. It'll barely fit in the Oval Office. Yeah, no, we remember. We remember, and those aren't pleasant memories. Look, nobody wants to go back to 2020. Nobody wants to remember that fucking misery that this guy plunged us into through his failed leadership. Nobody, I'm sorry. We remember Donald, but we don't want to remember. We would rather forget. If there was a way to scrub the shit stain off of the list of presidents, right? If there was a way to just take a Brillo pad to that 45 and just scrub it the fuck off, I think I'd go for that. I think I would go for that.
I kept every single promise I made to the workers of Pennsylvania and to every other place within our country.
Yes. Yes, Christy Z. It did. So yeah, those of you who are donating to Throne, make sure you can also let me know, even if you posted anonymously, even if you donated anonymously, let me know where you want that, which of these topics that are on the poll that you want to apply that to. Because when you donate, you get to apply that money to the poll. So you get to basically, for every US dollar, you're increasing the topic of your choice by one. That topic could also be Fallout New Vegas, that you want to see more gaming content. And that topic could also be Vox Populi, meaning that you want to hand it over to the chatters, to the voters, and emphasize the votes and de-emphasize the donos. So, but just make sure to let me know, because there's a few of yours now that I have not gotten yet. But again, I'll try to pay attention to chat here.
On day one, I withdrew from the unfair job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership, and if I didn't do that, you wouldn't be open right now. You wouldn't have a job. That was a big thing. It was approved by another president. It would have
Shakespeare chooses violins.
in this country still further. I imposed historic tariffs on foreign aluminum and foreign steel, and numerous other things that were unfair to our country and unfair to our workers. I ended
Yeah, that's right, Shakespeare. That's what I was talking about earlier. Nick Fuentes declared war on the Trump administration, on the Trump campaign. And really what he wants is he wants Trump to, I guess, be more openly racist. I guess there's some things that Trump said, some changes that Trump made, some of his platform that Nick Fuentes, Slippery Nick, and the Groypers do not like. So, yeah, he declared war. It was a week or so ago.
total disaster known as NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made by this country, and replaced it with the brand new.
And again, replaced it with NAFTA, replaced it with Trumpfa, right? That's all he did. This guy is so slippery, right? He wants to brag. You know NAFTA, you know that job killing thing, you know that thing that everybody hates, right? Well, I took it down. I took care of it. I did away with it. Yeah. And then you replaced it with Trumpfa. You literally put your fucking name on it. It's what you did. That's a change that you made. This is the Trump NAFTA. Anyway.
USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada. The best trade deal ever made by our country. Although
it's the same deal. It's the same thing.
With China was probably even better. They had to buy $50 billion worth of our product, but after COVID, I don't even talk about.
Oh, thank you, Christy.
$50 billion they had to buy, and they were buying it too. And I stood up to China like never before, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars when no other president had gotten literally 10 cents from China. I brought in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. Never happened before. Nobody else literally got 10 cents. We passed the largest tax cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history, and built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We were at a level that nobody had ever seen before. And now we're going to do it again, but we're going to do it even bigger, better, stronger, and smarter.
What are you, Daft Punk?
When I left office, I handed Kamala and Crooked Joe.
Okay. I get what he's trying to do. At first, I thought he was just having memory problems, and he thought that Kamala had been president for the last 4 years. But what he's trying to do is kind of hitch Kamala to Biden's economy. Thanks, right? Considering that it's better than the Trump economy, you didn't hand over a good economy. You lost jobs. All right. Obama, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Reagan gained jobs, right? Gained jobs. You lost jobs, right? You did not hand over a good economy. You handed over a flaming pile of shit, my friend. You handed over a literal, like, shit-stained White House because your people came in and they wiped their shit. Sorry, not White House, the Capitol building. They wiped their shit all over the Capitol building. That's what you handed Biden. And don't try to loop, Kamala into an administration where her role was to break ties in the Senate and be sent down to Guatemala occasionally to do a negotiation, right? That's what. Anyway.
A surging economy with no inflation. You had no inflation. You had everything was good.
Everything was good. No, you had inflation. You had inflation. You had supply chain problems during the lockdown, during the height of the pandemic. Those continued. You had the one good thing that Trump's ever done, which you never actually hear him talk about. But I do hear people, even Trump voters, I hear occasionally like a MAGA voter say that the issue that got them sold was the checks that he signed, the stimulus, right? The one good policy that he did, the stimulus. He never wants to talk about it, but again, that, positive, good policy that needed to happen that he didn't want to do, it probably broke him up to do, right? But he had to do, otherwise the economy would have, gone downhill even more, right? But it also had the effect of putting more money into the economy. You got more money, chasing less goods. That is a recipe for inflation. Trump, your policies did the inflation. And if you were charitable to your opponent, I would be open to being charitable to you and saying, you know what? A lot of bad shit happened. A lot of bad shit happened. And even though Trump didn't handle it well, and even though shit probably is worse than it needed to be, you can't blame it all on the person who was in the White House. But here you are blaming the flaming turd that you handed to those who took over in your place, right? The car wreck that you left in the ditch that Biden and Kamala got out of the ditch, here you are blaming them for all the problems that you caused. I'm sorry, my charitability has its limits.
Wages, no inflation. Now you have inflation at levels that I don't believe anyone's ever seen before.
That's nowhere close to true. There have been a ton of, you can find so many historical examples of inflation being way worse. In fact, right now, inflation has cooled. Inflation has cooled to the point where where they're considering a rate cut. The Fed is considering a rate cut, right? The rise in rates has done its job.
Your mortgage rate was 2.6%, but it was actually closer to 1.9 if you look at it.
Yeah. Shakespeare is bringing up the stagflation crisis of the 70s. You can think of so many. That's the thing, is it's not even hard to find many historical examples of worse inflations than what happened after the Trump administration, which again, like I said, I'm not the kind of person to just lash out and blame that on Trump, considering that there are reasons. There was a global inflation crisis, right? I will say that when you have a bad leader that people don't have confidence in, when you have somebody saying that the pandemic's going to be gone, it's just going to disappear. It's going to disappear all of a sudden. It'll be gone, right? And he's like, it'll be gone by April, right? And it's still with us. It's still with us. It's still really bad. We didn't do enough in order to kind of, lower the infection rate in order to make it not be endemic, which it is now, right? It probably didn't have to be as bad as it was. Probably just the fact that you've got an incompetent reality show host for a president at that time made things slightly worse, right? But yeah, when you're going to go after Biden and Kamala over this and try to blame them for what happened under your administration, the fallout, the consequences, then yeah, I will fucking blame you, because at least some of that is your fault. It did not have to be as bad as it was, and it was worse partially because of Trump's his administration, his tenure in office.
The way that most people look at it, and gasoline had reached and was basically at levels of $1.87 a gallon, but we had months and moments where it was even less than that. Wouldn't that be nice? $1.87, Gary. That would be very nice.
Sir William says, thank you, Joe, for leaving. I mean, yeah, he's no business running another time. But I gotta point out, right? What was the problem with Joe Biden? His age, his ability to string thoughts together, his ability to string words together. There's another guy that's a lot like Joe, and with Joe out of the way, it's a lot easier to see. It's a lot easier to see that maybe this guy should not be running for president. It's a lot easier to see that for the good of the country and the good of his party, honestly, right? If you want to have a competitive race instead of what's shaping up to be possibly a landslide for Kamala Harris, right? If you want to have a competitive race, this geezer should step aside as well.
Gary's been around too long. The family likes it more. Our economic future had never looked brighter when Kamala and Biden came in. They quickly blew it all up, destroyed. 350,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls last month. Did you know that? I keep hearing about their economy. Their economy is terrible. And the inflation is eating everybody alive, and it's been doing that for 3 years.
He has a tendency to do this, right? This is a pattern that we're seeing with Donald Trump. In fact, I would say that it's probably a lifelong pattern of causing problems, fucking up, driving every business that he touched into the ground, and then blaming other people for it, right? And here we go again. Here we go again.
No inflation or almost no inflation. It kept going during the early part of this administration, this current administration, but it ended.
Yeah. Okay, so the early part of this current administration, Trump, right? Oh, geez. Who was there before, though, right? Because if it's the early part, then we can think that maybe it has something to do with what happened under the previous administration. Who was that? Who was the previous administration? Who was the previous was it Obama? Were the Obamas in there? Was it George W. Bush? Was it Bill Clinton and Al Gore? Were they in there? No, wait, it was some other guy. Starts with a T. Can anyone remember? Donald J. Trump. Yes, the Trump administration. Like, it's right there. And it's so obvious. And it boggles my mind because it feels like he knows that he's lying. And he just thinks that we're that, he thinks that we're that clueless. That we're just be like, oh yeah, definitely. Some inflation that was going on at the very beginning of the Biden administration, while Biden is confirming his cabinet members, is confirming his officials, is getting into the White House, is getting started. Yes, that was definitely Biden's fault, right? That's what happened. Joe Biden got in there and he's like, we're going to have some inflation, Jack. I like high prices. Jack those prices the way the fuck up, Jack. I want those eggs to cost $5 a carton. Come on, Jack. Let's get that bacon more expensive. No, that's not what happened. That's not what fucking happened. You handed Biden Trumpflation. Can we call it Trumpflation? Can we just call it Trumpflation? Can we please call it Trumpflation? Because that's what it is, all right? And I'm sick of this, right? Again, I take a nuanced approach. If you really want to ask me who's responsible for what inflation, if you really want to ask me who's responsible for what job numbers, I'll say it's complicated, all right? But when you got this guy time and time again blaming other people for things that went on during his administration, it just makes me want to be like less good faith to him. It just makes me want to be like, nope, that was you. That was Trumpflation. That's the Trump economy. You left the fucking country a flaming pile of turds, right? And the fact that the country is not a flaming pile of turds right now, the fact that that inflation has all but disappeared, even though we still have an affordability crisis that's got a lot more to do with corporate greed, that's got a lot more to do with price gouging than it does with actual inflation, right? The economy's good, inflation has cooled, and they probably should have done a rate cut already.
Did very quickly, and then
He does think that we're rubes, yeah.
to levels, and so quickly, it went so fast.
Nonsense, exactly, Quick Dalton. This guy's nothing but nonsense.
And it was a shame, and it was all blown up and destroyed, and jobs were lost, a lot of jobs.
There's something about the way that he talks. Chat, tell me, does he hypnotize his audience? Is that what goes on? You ever heard him do the snake? One in chat, if you've heard of the snake. Does Chad know about the snake? He likes to read this poem, which is actually also like a 70s song, I think, right? About a snake, about a woman and a snake. woman sees a snake on the beach, and the snake is not doing well. The snake is about to die. And she's like, oh, you poor snake. Here, I'll take you in. I'll feed you. I'll put a nice little snake blanket on you. It'll be great. Right. And so she takes the snake in, and then she's like, oh, I'm so glad you're getting healthier again. You're such a beautiful snake. Here, let me pet you. And the snake bites her. And she's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And he's like, I'm a fucking snake. What do you expect? Right. And in his mind, I think the snake is supposed to be like immigrants. I think that's the message. He never really is clear about that. Just like he's never super clear about the late, great Hannibal Lecter. But I think it's supposed to be immigrants. But if you actually listen to the poem, right? Who did America take in after a string of bankruptcies, after a failed business life, after losing money in the casino industry, which is not easy to do, right? They say that house always wins. That's for a reason, right? Casino, like every other industry, you are selling a product. And if people, you know what I mean? If you can make that work, if you can get the profits, it's good. But, sometimes maybe it doesn't work out. Sometimes the people aren't buying enough of the product, or the prices go down, or this or that. There's all kinds of things to worry. With a casino, you're not selling anything. You are raking. You are basically taking a big old rake and just raking money out of people, just pulling in money. He lost money as a casino owner, not just as one casino owner, three casinos, right? So America takes this guy in, gives him a chance, says, you know what? We've had a lot of politicians. You're not a politician. You don't seem to know what you're talking about. You don't have any prior experience. But we've had a lot of politicians, and they didn't work out so well. We like you from TV. You're the guy that says you're fired. You're fired. Yeah, I love that. I love that when he said you're fired, right? You're the guy. You're Mr. Moneybags, right? Well, we want to be rich too. Let's let him in. Let's let Trump in. Let him in the White House. What's the worst that could happen? I literally had Trump fans that were friends of mine. Okay, so just so you don't think that I live in some kind of hermetically sealed bubble around only like left-wing people, I have had a lot of friends that were Trump voters, right? It's painful to talk to them. It's painful to, it's frustrating, but I've had friends, and they're always telling me something like, hey, look, what's the worst that could happen? All right. What is the worst that could happen? This country has not been the same since this guy put his hands on it. Shit has gone bad. All right. And, yeah, we did have a, hopefully once in a lifetime public health crisis that contributed to that. But we also had a Trump crisis that contributed to that. Right. And we've gone from a country where things like the peaceful transfer of power is just, it's assumed it's going to happen. Right. Of course. When the incumbent loses the election, January, the incumbent moves out. Of course, he acknowledges, we ran a tough race. We tried our best, but, congratulations to my opponent. Everybody else does that. No problem. Not Trump. And now you've got a real situation on your hand. You've got a Supreme Court that most people consider illegitimate. You've got precedent being rolled back that is so unpopular that it is actually the driving force behind the Republicans underperforming in 2022. In every special election, in the off-year elections, right? You got an extremely unpopular policy that was passed through an illegitimate Supreme Court that's got 3 justices that this guy selected sitting on it. He brags about the court case in Florida being dropped, right? I don't know about that, Trump. That was your judge, Eileen Cannon. You appointed her. That looks, smells, and feels like corruption to me. And the whole judicial branch is fucking sus. And the whole Republican Party bows down to this guy like he's a fucking crime boss. And Chad, I'm not sure that he's not a crime boss. I'm not sure that he's not a crime boss. He's committed a lot of crimes. That's kind of what he does.
Lost. Our country is doing really badly under the.
As much as I've made fun of some of the libs for saying that they want to get back to brunch, they want to forget this guy like a bad dream. As much as I make fun of that, all right? And I do, because I believe that it is partially the Democrats that came before Trump that allowed something like this to happen. That the faith that was lost in politicians who campaigned on hope and change, but in the end just slow walked everything that we wanted them to do. I think there's a relationship, right? I think that weakens a democracy to have people play the voters that way. Say one thing to the voters and say another thing to the donors. I think there's a relationship there, right? I think that, moderate liberals, centrist liberals, DLC liberals have some explaining to do when it comes to this guy. I think that Hillary Clinton was a phenomenally weak candidate, right? I think that Donald Trump is kind of like a toenail fungus that takes over the body, and that's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen, right? Toenail fungus is not supposed to take down a human, all right? It's a pathogen. It can infest things, but a healthy host, a healthy human, just gets yellow toenails, okay? Normally. But so much about the way that the country's been run, so much about the neoliberal consensus with both Republicans and Democrats that's run the country since the 80s, I think sets up a weakened immune system and allows a charlatan, a con man like Donald Trump to go around. But with all the criticisms that I have for the hashtag resistance people that are like, can we just get back to brunch? I mean, look, brunch got you there, right? Voting, not your class, but your aspirational class, right? Giving up on policies that benefit the working class, giving up on policies that benefit poor people, right? That's what got you there. That's what opened up that hole that Donald Trump and Steve Bannon and his whole crew just ran right through. I don't think it had to happen this way. And I think that the American people deserve better. Even if we can't have, a party that full on stands for working people, even if our system is so corrupt, even if you got a capitalist democracy and it's like having a fox in the chicken coop. The fox is, the capitalist and the chicken is us, basically, right? Or democracy, right? You can have a fox and you can have a chicken. You can raise them both on the same farm, but you got to understand that fox is going to get in the hen house and it's going to eat it's going to erode those hens. It's going to erode the democracy, right? And when the democracy erodes enough, and when the people's faith in the government and fake, especially in the party that's supposed to be of the working class, goes downhill that far, you get shit like this. And I don't think that this should ever happen. I don't think that this needs to ever happen again. I really hope that the Democratic Party will learn something from this and will not take the working class for granted the way that they have. I'm hearing some acknowledgement of that in the speeches at the DNC, but I'm not hearing enough, all right? And I'm not hearing a government that's responsive enough to the fact that, most of the Democratic Party wants the U.S. to stop arming Israel, wants to at least make military aid to Israel conditional on establishing a ceasefire, on stopping the carnage that's going on in Gaza, right? That's at least a plurality of the Democrats want that, and yet they're not responsive, and they need to be. They need to be, right? We need to have a government. We need to have political parties that are responsible to the actual voters and not, patting our heads with one hand and giving the, capitalists everything they want with the other. Anyway.
Nobody wants to talk about it. The media doesn't like talking about it because the Democrats, they really protect themselves. It's pretty amazing. Someday the media is going to become real media instead of fake media, and you're going to see a big difference in the country.
So again, real media instead of fake media. In the 70s, Richard Nixon had a problem, and it was the media, right? He would put out his message, and the media would look into the message and say, this isn't true, this isn't true, this isn't true. And he'd be so frustrated. It's like, why can't we just put out our message, right? Why can't we just have our message and their message, and whichever one appeals to the people the most, should win, right? He didn't like the fact that he wasn't able to lie to the American people. He didn't like the fact that he had a skeptical media to deal with, right? This gatekeeper, between himself and the voters, right? And he had people working for him. One of those people was Roger Ailes. If you recognize that name, it's because Roger Ailes worked at Fox News, ran Fox News for a really long time. Roger Ailes proposed to Donald Trump something that he called GOP TV, right? And what Roger Ailes said is, what we need a network that doesn't treat our message skeptically, that just takes our message and reports it, right? We need media that's in the tank for us. We need GOP TV. And Nixon looked at him and said, Roger, you're crazy. You're crazy. That'll never work. That's Pravda. People, the American people will never buy it, all right? And they didn't do it. They didn't do GOP TV. Richard Nixon retired in disgrace after the Watergate scandal became too much for him. And yeah, the kind of the media class that he was so afraid of swept over him and exposed him, right? As he should have been exposed. Years later, Roger Ailes was able to make GOP TV a reality, and it was called Fox News. And America's never been the same since, right? And yet you hear about the crooked media, the lying media, the fake news media. They're in the tank for the Democrats. Look, the editorial part of MSNBC is in the tank for the Democrats, but that's because they modeled their programming off of Fox News, right? Fox News does have like news that goes on during part of the day that is like maybe like less biased than what you're familiar with from like Sean Hannity and Jesse Waters and the like. But they also, a big part of their programming is just editorial. And they led the way in that. And MSNBC said there's a space now for us to do that, but on the left. And so you've got a fucked up media atmosphere. You don't have the media as that gatekeeper to try to take the message from both parties and scratch the paint a little bit. See what's under the surface, kick the tires, test it out, stress test that shit. See what's actually true. You don't have that, right? You have Fox News, you have OAN, you have Newsmax that are, just complete propaganda, and then you have you have other networks that are basically worried about being considered liberal. And so what they'll do is they'll be like, okay, so we got a bad story about Donald Trump. We got to do a bad story about Joe Biden, right? Trump is corrupt as fuck. What do we got here? Oh, Hunter Biden. Yeah, let's talk about Hunter Biden, right? They've always got to find a bookend for everything that they do. They've always got to find another story on the other side. They can't cover a Donald Trump story that makes him look bad. And there's a lot of those stories out there. There's a lot to pick from. They can't cover that without covering a story that makes the Democrats look bad. And that gives this false sense of neutrality. This, one for you, one for me kind of thing, instead of objectivity, instead of just saying, this guy is lying, and he's like lying all the time. And like 90% of what comes out of his mouth is lies, right? You can't cover the lies without risking sounding like you are anti-Trump, like you've got Trump derangement disorder, Trump derangement syndrome. But in the truth of the matter is that's just what they say about people who are acknowledging the truth about this guy. He is very corrupt. He's very dishonest. And he is in it for one person and one person only, and that person is Donald Trump.
Real incomes are down $2,000 a year since she took office. Kamala cast the tie-breaking votes that gave us the worst inflation in American history, costing a typical family $28,000. And under Kamala, we have fallen into manufacturing recession with 13,000 manufacturing jobs lost in the United States since just the start of this year. I don't know if you all know that, but that's what's happened. And it'll happen here, and it'll happen in this plant. It'll happen everywhere if she gets in. If Kamala gets in, the United States will rapidly become a deindustrialized third world nation, like so many others have become. She's running on socialist price controls, banning gas-powered cars and trucks, and private health insurance policies are gone. She wants to defund the police, abolish cash bail. And she wants to abolish it immediately, cash bail. She wants to abolish ICE, get rid of the...
So yeah, now this speech is supposed to be about the economy. It's supposed to be about industry. He is sort of branching out now into his crime message, which we're going to hear more of in a second. We've got another Trump speech. I've missed a few of these, chat. Like I try to cover all the Trump speeches that are of note, and there's been a couple of these that I haven't been able to talk to you about. So we're trying to play catch up today while we're waiting for the Democrats to get their shit together and bring, I guess, Tim Walz, Bill Clinton, and Nancy Pelosi. Oh, and Pete Buttigieg. If you haven't gotten enough Buttigieg yet, chat, tonight is your night. You're going to get that Buttigieg. Do you remember the High Hopes? Anybody remember Pete Buttigieg's presidential campaign? And was it 2020 where he does the weird dance, the High Hopes? I don't remember. It was bad. It was cringe, but.
Incredible, brave patriots of ICE who take MS-13 gang members, probably the worst gang.
Okay, so since he's talking about his job record, right, and he's talking about the economy, let's take a look at what his actual job record was.
I will be the
Why are you
jobs president that God ever created.
Pennsylvania, we're going to bring back our...
fact check. God did not create Trump. It was far darker forces than God.
Jobs to the United States.
Why? Okay, sorry. I thought we could watch this. This is fucking music is my kryptonite, chat. Music is my kryptonite. I got all kinds of copyright claims on yesterday's VOD, and I'm not gonna fuck with it again. And it was shit like this. It was music that was backing a video that just is unnecessary. Let's see. Okay, so the main thing is just the text. So yeah, do you have drop in unemployment? Yes, you do. Some industries grew more than others. COVID caused a lot of job loss, but that's 11 million, right? Biden's record is a gain of, I think, 400 and something thousand jobs per year, right? So the entire, effect of the pandemic that they're citing here is 11 million in jobs losses. Trump's claim is that Biden's gains were actually a snap back into his economy, right? We're like from jobs that went away during COVID, right? And yet the Biden job gain in just like one average year of his term dwarfs this 11 million job loss. Okay, so his jobs record fell short of his promises. To oversee a net jobs loss in his 4-year term. This is what, 3 years ago, and in fact that did happen. He's got a net negative when it comes to jobs. But I think what this is supposed to be about is that his jobs record actually fell short of his promises even before COVID. Yeah, even before. So again, yeah, he gets handed an Obama economy, right, which is going pretty well, and Obama's got a fairly strong record in terms of jobs. And during the first 3 years, he's still adding jobs. He's still gaining. It's still like growth, but it's not. It's growth that's slowing down from the Obama administration. Pre-pandemic gains were right in line with what had occurred in the 6 years leading up to when Mr. Trump became president. So in other words, what you see with Trump and his jobs record is a continuation of a trend that was established in 8 years of Obama's administration. So again, tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations, if you don't know, this is called supply side economics. This is called trickle down economics. This is a theory that was espoused by Ronald Reagan, and it never worked. It never worked, right? The idea is you put money in the hands of the wealthy because the wealthy are job creators, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess, capitalists are the ones that, hire people, right? But there's no imperative when they get their taxes cut for them to hire more people. And in fact, if it doesn't make sense for them to hire more people, then they won't. They'll use it for a yacht. They'll invest it. They'll do something else with it. And indeed, that's just what most of the time what happens when you cut the taxes of the wealthy get richer. That's all. They get richer. They get more in control. They take up more of the pie. Think of the economy as a pie that we're all eating from, and you're just making their slice bigger, and you're just giving them more control over things. So yeah, he talks about farmers. He hurt farmers by engaging in and failing in a trade war with China, right? This was a net negative for the country. Anyway, this is not. I do not recommend Bloomberg Quick Take. This is kind of a low value video that they produced here. I was looking for something talking. It does speak to the broken promises, right, of his jobs record, but just like I could have done with an infographic. If you're gonna, you might as well just give me an infographic.
We're in the world. Horrible situation. They take them out, and they take them out bravely. They're strong, they're fierce, and they love our country. She wants to give free health care for millions of illegal aliens and give them all citizenship into the United States immediately. And she then wants to sign them up for Medicare and Social Security. And she wants them to vote illegally if possible. Anyway, they can vote. They don't care if it's...
This is a gish gallop, isn't it? Right? You say a whole bunch of things, and you rely on the fact that if you make a laundry list, if you say one thing that's untrue, right, it's easy to debunk. Okay, well, that's not true. Let's take a look at that. Or just ask the person, wait, so what's your proof of that, right? You're saying that she wants this. What do you base that on? What did Kamala say that led you to believe that, right? And with most of these things, there is no quote, there is no anything, there is no policy. He is just literally projecting negativity onto his opponent. But when he says a bunch of things, right, then what you have is the media sort of chooses like one of those things, they debunk that, and they leave the rest of it. So people kind of think, okay, well, he lied about that one thing, but what about all this other stuff?
It's legal or not. And they're signing people up as we speak. They're signing them up as we speak. They don't care. They don't care about the laws. Very simply, Kamala Harris is an economy wrecker and a country destroyer. Our country will be destroyed if she gets in. Her radical...
I'm sorry, I gotta say it. Our country was destroyed, and it was destroyed by this guy. It was destroyed by 4 years of this guy, and he wants another 4 years.
Liberal agenda ruined San Francisco. It ruined California when she was the Attorney General.
When she was the Attorney General? What does the Attorney General have to do with the economy? Right? You know what an Attorney General is? It's about law enforcement, right?
It crushed our middle class, demolished our border, set the world on fire, and now she wants to be promoted to the job killer in chief.
Again,
but much more than job
nothing to do with the Attorney General of California.
Killer. Everything else is going to go bad. She set the standard in California. Think of this. If you steal $950 or less, they're going to leave you alone. They can't be bothered. So
California is famous for locking people up with life sentences if they get convicted of, I think, 3 felonies.
You see criminals going into stores with a little computer, adding it up, everything they've stolen.
Well, they go in with a calculator, right? They go in with a calculator, a spreadsheet, you know what I mean? They're adding it all up at their leisure because they're like, oh, I'm too dumb. Yeah, that's right.
They want to stay under the 950, but they don't get prosecuted for above that. The only one that gets prosecuted is somebody who would talk about.
The only thing that I can think of that's close to what he's saying is that sometimes stores will, they won't go after a shoplifter until they've stolen a certain amount, because it's like after a certain amount it becomes a felony. I think that might be what he's talking about. And so they'll document the stealing with their security cameras, which stores have. And then when an individual is a repeat offender and adds up a certain total, and they can, actually put a stiffer charge up against them, that's when they go after them.
The unfair election, they get prosecuted. But when you steal and rob and kill...
Wait, what did he say about the unfair election? He can't...
The unfair election...
Sorry, wait.
But they don't get prosecuted for above that. The only one that gets prosecuted is somebody who would talk about the unfair election.
What? What? Okay, you know what this is, right? He can't get the 2020 thing out of his head. His advisors, his campaign managers have told him, this is a losing issue. You're appealing, your base believes that your election was stolen, all right? You convinced them of that. You got them to go up in the halls of Congress and wipe their shit all over the wall, right? Sit at Nancy Pelosi's desk and everything, right? So yeah, your base believes that, right? But we need more than your base to win the election. There's these swing voters. They might vote for Kamala. They might vote for you. And we need them to vote for us. And when you say 2020 election was stolen from me, when you're living in the past, when you're making these accusations, you're doing this election denial, you just look like a sore loser, and they're less likely to want to vote for you. So Donald, could you please not say that? So what happens is that they strike those lines from his speech, right? Where he would normally talk about like this as like, as part of his fucking stump speech, right? They strike that out and they're like, all right, we're not going to say this. We're not going to say this. There you go. And he finds a way to work it back in. Yeah, stealing. Who else did some stealing? I believe that crooked Joe Biden stole an election. That was some stealing. Was that worth $950? Could he be prosecuted by Kamala Harris? I don't know, folks. It's just like he's looking for a way to work it in.
But when you steal and rob and kill, and so many other things. When you sell drugs and destroy people's lives, nothing happens to you under Kamala. But we will not let this happen. We're not going to let it happen to our country. 78 days from now, Pennsylvania is going to tell her that we've had enough, that we can't take it anymore. And comrade Kamala Harris,
What do you think, chat? Comrade Kamala, is that going to work? Is that going to stick? Is that going to do anything for him?
you're fired. Get out. You're not doing the job. Get out.
You know, I'm honestly kind of surprised he hasn't done the "you're fired" more. I feel like that's been in his tool bag. That's been in his toolkit forever. Like, geez, I feel like he said something about this involving Obama, wanting to tell Obama that he's fired, but it's kind of like Obama's term limited, so no, you're not firing Obama. He couldn't say it to Hillary because she wasn't in the office yet. He couldn't say it to Biden because he was the one that ultimately got fired. So now, since Kamala is vice president, I guess he can sort of work that in.
You're fired. While Biden and Harris have been impoverishing our country, they have been getting rich, very rich at your expense. Now, it just came out, just was reported today by...
Okay, what is bro talking about? They've been getting very rich? I mean, look, your kids got rich. There's some definite conflict of interest, some definite emoluments cases to be maybe looked into involving your kids, right? That got rich off of your presidency. But what's he going to say about Kamala and Biden getting rich?
A great young reporter, Brooke Singman at Fox, according to a 292-page report from the House Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means Committees in Congress, just got out a little while ago, just before I got here. I said, no, I want to talk about it just briefly. It's so sad because he's going to be making a speech tonight, and they don't call him Crooked Joe for no reason. They said President Biden engaged in impeachable conduct and said he abused his office and
Wait a minute. So wait, there were some kind of like effort to impeach Biden that went on, but I feel like I thought that just ended. I thought I remembered there being like a salty tape of Marjorie Taylor Greene at the very end of the they basically had that open and they thought about an impeachment, but I think they ultimately decided against it.
America to enrich his family. Republicans revealed that since 2014, the Biden family and its associates received more than $27 million from foreign individuals and entities. They also found that while Biden was serving as vice president, the Biden family got more than $8 million in loans from Democrat benefactors. And they said that those loans have never been repaid. Those are the...
I feel like there's somebody that got some money from undisclosed locations, right? That should have been in hawk, that may be in hawk to a number of foreign creditors, right? There was questions about where Trump's money comes from, considering like how badly he's managed his businesses, right? And this is where some of the Russian tie-in stuff comes from, right? Deutsche Bank, I believe, was confirmed, right, of making some loans to Trump that did not seem like, he was creditworthy for those, right? But people kind of wonder where the rest of his money came from, and some of the speculation is that it's Russian oligarchs, but I don't think that ended up getting looked into.
This kind of loans, aren't they? This report says in part that Vice President Biden...
Can you imagine being one of those, I'm guessing those are like, what, CEOs, business people, factory owners, I don't know, standing there behind him? Can you imagine being like, okay, so here's the deal. You're going to stand behind the president for the entirety of his 50-minute speech. And when he says something cool, I don't know, smile, look happy, look in, try to try to look interested, try not to look bored.
Actively participated in this conspiracy by, among other things, attending dinners with his family, foreign business partners, and speaking to them by phone, often being placed on speakerphone by Hunter Biden.
Oh my God! No, this is literally the same shit. This is literally the same shit. This is like, can you put the big man, the big guy, right? This is the big guy. They've looked into this. There was nothing there. They tried to go for this. They tried to dig. They didn't find anything. They didn't find any buried treasure, Donald. X did not mark the spot for Burisma. Sorry. Try again. He's looking. He's desperately looking for somebody who's even like close to as corrupt as he was, right? And the best that he can do is point out the fucking train wreck that is Biden's son. But the effort to tie it to Joe Biden himself has just been a complete loss.
2014 dinner that Hunter Biden and his family attended with a Russian oligarch, and they said that after that dinner...
Do you really want to be talking about Russian oligarchs, Trump? Do you really want to bring that up?
That oligarch wired $3.5 million to Hunter Biden's firm very quickly. It was a very quick wiring. I'm sure he worked very hard for the money. Several witnesses testified that Hunter Biden invoked his father in business dealings with Romanian.
Yeah, so what we have is a fail son, right? That's the technical term for Hunter Biden. Donald Trump has a couple of fail sons of his own in terms of Donald Jr. and Eric Trump, and even a fail son-in-law when it comes to Jared Kushner, right? This guy is no stranger to nepotism. This guy is no stranger to giving, his kids like opportunities that they are in no way qualified for, or, kind of using them to receive, to receive things on his behalf. This is where the whole emoluments thing comes into play, right? But yeah, in terms of Kushner, you've even got this guy given a diplomatic post to go negotiate on behalf of the United States between Israel and other countries in the Middle East, and completely cuts out the Palestinian people from any negotiation, directly, feeding into the what happened on October 7th, right? This is Trump's negotiation, Trump's naming his son-in-law to go negotiate as if he was a diplomat, as if he had any business, doing anything like that, right, is directly responsible for the crisis that we're dealing with now between not just, in Israel and Gaza, which is bad enough, right? But bad enough, I'm understating it vastly, but like the conflict between Israel and Iran that threatens to plunge us into World War III, right? All because he nepotistically sent his fail son-in-law down there to do that negotiation. But yeah, with Hunter Biden, you did have him try to be like, try to get people's confidence by saying things like, yeah, my dad's Joe Biden. Did you know that? I can get him on the phone. I can get him on the phone right now. I could get him on the phone right now and calling him up and be like, hey, Dad, you want like, and he put the speakerphone on and be like, that's my dad. But that doesn't really apply to Joe Biden in any way. That is Hunter Biden having a very sad and
Chinese,
unproductive life.
Kazakhstani and Ukrainian companies, in addition to other...
Is Trump a bit of a Nepo baby? Yeah, I believe so. I believe he might have gotten some money from his dad.
Companies and people, resulting in millions and millions of dollars flowing into the...
Thembo says he wishes his sons were half the Chads of Hunter.
As everybody knows, $3.5
That's right, the big guy.
$1 million was sent from the mayor of Moscow, the mayor of Moscow's wife. Remember, I brought that up in the debate I had. I said, why did this happen? And the anchor wouldn't let me ask that question. They thought it was inappropriate, but then it blew up. $3.5 million was sent by the mayor of Moscow's wife to the family. They're also calling out Biden for his handling of classified documents. They said during his tenure as vice president, Joe Biden removed highly sensitive classified documents from the White House despite having no authority to do so. And remember, Comrade
Kamala?
she knew everything, and the senators knew what was going on.
She knew everything. It was her fault. No. This is such a layup. I didn't even think about this. Like, chat, he hypnotized me. Yeah, he does definitely have a hypnotic voice. That's what he's doing. That's the effect, right? If you're a Trump lover, you get hypnotized and you get lulled into this sense. But like, he is talking about, this is such a layup, right? The real, like, if there's anything bad here, it's like on Hunter, right? He's trying to do a bank shot off of Hunter into Joe Biden, but now it's not even about Joe Biden. It's Kamala. So he's got to be like, yeah, and it was to benefit Biden. Okay, citation motherfucking needed, but whatever, right? It's to benefit Biden. And you know who else knew about it? Kamala. Really? How? Well, I'm just gonna say it. I mean, you could imagine Kamala knowing about it, right? She's in the White House. The vice president, maybe she knew. Did she know something? Can you prove that she didn't know something?
Documents case, and I was totally exonerated. Totally. It was a case brought by...
Oh, yeah, so there's this corrupt judge. It's literally a judge that he named making some pretty questionable decisions, especially dismissing the case. And that case, chat, is now being appealed. And what's likely to happen is that it will be handed to a judge that doesn't have a massive conflict of interest the way that Judge Eileen Cannon does.
Joe Biden and Kamala, she was involved. They did that in order to interfere with the election. And it still goes on, different cases, but that was, according to most, the big one. And we were totally exonerated. The case was won a month ago. Very little coverage of the case being won, I must say. I think that a lot of the media didn't even talk about it. There's no way someone could have stolen that much money with...
Yeah, they're waiting to see what happens with the appeal, right? They did talk about it. They talked about it being dismissed, and they talked about the appeal. That's where we're at now. We're waiting for the results of the appeal.
Without Democrat senators knowing what was going on, he wined and dined them at Joe's houses. They saw his boats. They saw the way he lived.
Joe's houses? How come we haven't seen Joe's houses? How come we don't see that? Like, we know about Mar-a-Lago. We know about Trump's houses. We know about Trump's golf courses, right? How come all this, like, this supposed wealth that Joe is just like extracted from being president, we're not seeing it. It doesn't show up. It's not covered. You don't see Joe Biden, sitting in some fucking mansion in West Palm Beach, right? How come you don't see that?
They saw his beautiful mansions. I would have made billions of dollars in this job if I wanted to play that game.
This is like a low energy Trump, though. This is a really low energy Trump.
The way they played it, but instead I took the job very seriously and very importantly. And
you can tell that he wanted to grift more. You can tell that he wanted to do more corruption. And somebody was like, don't do that. Don't do that.
You can see from the recently announced financial reports.
You can tell he at least looked into, trying to get some money out of the office, right?
I don't need the money. And I'm proud to announce that
But no, instead he played it safe and his kids got the money, right? It's
being president, I lost billions of dollars. And I knew that would happen. Maybe not quite as much as that, but I'm satisfied with that because we want to make America great again. That's much more important.
Again, this guy's never even proven that he's a billionaire. He claims to be a billionaire. When it comes time to put up or shut up, right? Like when he's got that judgment against him and he can't pay, it doesn't really seem like he's a billionaire.
To make America great again. No, I could have played it the other way. I could have made so much. I see some of my friends over here. I could have made so much. No, I didn't want to do that. This is too important. This is too big a thing. We got to save our country because our country is really in big trouble. We're a nation in decline.
Chat, we're dealing with Sleepy Donald here. I don't know if this is great content.
We're going down The drain is the swamp
I feel like I'm going down the drain watching this speech.
that you've heard so much about. They get rich, and
The swamp that you were supposed to drain. That one? That one?
in Washington, some of these politicians, what they're doing to our country is disgraceful. But he's one of the leaders of the pack. You have others. The number one step we will take to launch a great American manufacturing renaissance will be to end Kamala Harris's war on American energy. It's a war. And you do know that inflation was caused by her.
I feel like some of these business leaders, they're going to fall asleep on their feet here. Like, I don't know how. This is such a bad idea. Like, who was like, yeah, stand behind the president, right? For like people this age too. Like, can they stand for that long? Are they able to? Omega Star says, it's great content because we're slogging through it together. Well, thank you, Omega Star, for the 100 bits. And yes, we are slogging through it.
Her cutback on energy. And then what they did is they, in a panic move, shortly thereafter, when the numbers for gasoline, oil, and electricity and everything else that comes from energy and out of energy, when they started going through the roof, they immediately went back to the Trump plan. But what they didn't go back to is my plan would have been doubled, tripled, and even quadrupled.
So no, here's his deal. Here's his deal, right? He wants to attack them on energy. Biden has now gotten it to the point where the United States is like the biggest energy producer on the planet, right? Net exporter. And so he can't criticize that anymore. So he's like, well, they did my plan. That was my plan that they did. They were doing my plan and they didn't do it as well because I would have made us the like 4 times biggest producer. I don't know, chat. It's
from the numbers
I'm getting bored of him.
they had 4 years ago. They didn't do that. They brought it back to a.
I feel like America is getting bored with him.
Destroyed,
Stevie Wonder.
was going up. And you can bet that if we don't win, she takes over, your energy numbers will be triple and quadruple, and you won't be producing a drop of oil. They ended the largest oil reserve anywhere in the world, probably as large as.
Bet Savang says President Trump's intelligence is amazingly beautiful. Intelligence is amazing. Vibes are immaculate, right? Right, Fat Savang?
Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has this massive amount of oil. It's called Anwar in Alaska.
He is really tired, chat. He's making me tired, right? I had to eat some carbs just to like keep myself awake. I had to drink some Void coffee. Oh, I do. I have more Void coffee. Oh, thank God. Chat, get your energy drink if you've got some Ghost Energy or whatever you like to use to keep yourself awake. We are in this for a little bit of a long slog here. We're going to slog it out. Are you ready? Are you ready to slog with me? May think he's talking about real life scenarios and laws, but in reality, you're wrong. He's just having a stronk. He is having a bit of a, okay. So, the Elon thing, right? His Twitter space with Elon. We listened to that. I heard a lot of different theories about why Trump was lisping. There's like just a lot of lisping, right? Some people thought it was an issue with dentures. But some people thought it was a stroke, right? There are people, there were people in my chat that night that have worked with the elderly, that work in care for the elderly that say that sounds a lot like a stroke. And that may be what he's experiencing. I feel like, look at that. The two people to his left and to his right, they're falling asleep.
They ended it on close to day one. They ended it. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it. No other president got it. I got it.
Steve Banks says I'm going to chew on some coffee beans. That's a good idea, Steve.
And it's bigger than Russia, bigger than Saudi Arabia, most likely. They seem to think biggest in the world. They've been after getting that approved for many, many decades. Ronald Reagan worked so hard to get it. He couldn't get it. I got it. And then they ended it. They were just set to start drilling. Everything was done. and he came into office.
Again, I don't know what your argument is, considering that the United States is like the greatest like net energy producer in the world right now. I don't know what you expect, what you need, right? This is just like we want to drill more. You didn't fuck up the earth enough, right? There was like a wildlife refuge that you didn't totally fuck up to get at some more oil. Like, what is he talking about?
He ended it. On day one, I will tell the frackers and energy workers of Pennsylvania to drill, baby, drill.
Drill, baby, drill. He's going to fall asleep. I'm going to fall asleep. He's softening his ego. It's a great strategy. Did you cover how he left his bullet glass protector at the rally to help the bullet glass protector? No, we didn't cover his high-powered ear piercing, his high-powered cartilage piercing that he got. And honestly, I'd forgotten about it until you mentioned it. It kind of feels like a million years ago.
And she's totally a non-fracker, you know that, until a few months.
She's one of those non-frackers. What is this, pro-shippers versus anti-shippers? Chat, I don't know how long I can hang with this debate. All right, let's take a look and see. Oh, look, the Democrats are... Wow, that's a party. That's a vibe. Look at that. Is this Stevie Wonder? Well, I wish we could listen to it, chat, but again, I've gotten effed over recently quite a bit for this, copyrighted music that they play during the convention. So I'm not gonna have it happen again. I don't know what the deal is with the live music. Is the live music, like, are you allowed to show that? I'm not taking any chances, okay? I am not taking any chances. It's too dangerous. Not gonna risk it for the biscuit. The great Stevie Wonder, the great not late Stevie Wonder. This is Sleepy Donald hours. Sleepy Donald.
Just like on tips, we're not going to tax tips. All of a sudden, she comes out and she says the same thing.
So no, here's where I would say that you're kind of sus, Donald, right? Because you say we're not going to tax tips, right? But did you know that it's really easy for people to reclassify some of their payment as a tip, right? So potentially like somebody like a hedge fund manager, which is not who Americans are thinking of when you say no taxes on tips. That's not who you're thinking of getting a tax break, right? But that kind of person could say, yeah, no, this payment was actually a tip, it was a mandatory tip, right? So, she's got like a limit, right? So it's no tax on tips, but there's a limit so that it's targeted for, employees that are actually, not making very much, right? So that it doesn't get abused by rich people just trying to cheat on their taxes, right? Which is what your plan would have done. It's a giant loophole for more rich people to pay less taxes. And, you're talking about a country where billionaires tend to pay like an overall 8% tax rate, right? They've already got enough loopholes as it is, but he wants to give them more.
Exactly the same words that I used months later, and other things. She's like trying to copy my policy, but it takes much more than copying a policy.
See, you gotta stick on one. You gotta stick on one. It's either Comrade Kamala or it's Copycat Kamala. You kind of just can't have them both, right? This is what Hillary Clinton did with him, right? There were so many things. It was a target-rich environment for Trump, right? What do you attack him on? Grab him by the pussy? There's so many things. There's so many different things that you could attack him on, right? And Hillary was like, well, I'll just attack him on everything. And nothing stuck. It's like a bed of nails. You lay down on a bed of nails and you don't hurt yourself. You don't even scratch yourself, right? You lay down on one nail and that nail will go right through your butt. You sit down on one nail or a tack or something like that. That tack, sticks in your butt, right? So it instead with Donald Trump, it's like a bed of nails, but he's kind of making the same mistake as Hillary in terms of, if he's going to do the nickname thing, he's got to have one nickname. What was it? Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe. These are good ones. Little Rhonda. Wait, what was the other one for Ron DeSantis? Lion Ted Cruz, right? You come up with one nickname and it sticks and it works and it has the effect that you want it to have, right? You come up with too many nicknames and you got nothing. And that's where he's ending up now.
Anyway, our country's going to be in serious trouble. But she was a non-fracker, no fracking under any circumstance. She's like 100 times saying, I will not frack. Look at her debates. There will be no fracking, will be no. Then a few months ago, she said, we'd love to frack. With a politician, they go back to their original thought. There will be no fracking if she's elected in Pennsylvania or anywhere else. You'll have energy that will go up 3, 4, 5 times. You'll be paying $10 a gallon for gasoline and a lot higher than that. Unleashing American energy will reduce prices, launch record set.
Donald Trump's like, you know what? When you turn on your sink water and hold up a lighter to it, you want that shit to go up in flames, don't you? You want to be able to light your sink water on fire, don't you? If you're if it's a night and your electricity goes out, you need a light. You just light up your sink. You just pour a little water in there, light it up, right? We need more fracking.
Economic growth, create millions and millions of jobs, and produce higher wages for the American worker. You can't be a manufacturing powerhouse unless you have low-cost energy. We will have low-cost energy. Electricity rates for a Chinese factory are more than 50% lower than the price of electricity for an American factory. And we were 4 years ago at really getting it along, and then we were hit with the COVID came in. We focused on that. We did a great job. If we didn't do a great job on that, we would have been in a depression.
I think I might have found something a lot more exciting. Chat, I'm falling asleep here. I don't know about you. I can't stick with this. I can't stick with this. This is too boring. All right, we gotta do something, chat. We gotta make this fun. All right, Trump blames Mexico? You're never going to believe what he's blaming Mexico. For his shooting. For his shooting attempt. Let's see what's up with this. This has got to be more interesting than this Trump speech. Anyway, there's one more Trump speech I want to go over. I've also got some stuff to do with the protests, right? To go do with the uncommitted vote, to do with the pressure that's being applied to Kamala and Walz and the rest of the team to differentiate themselves from Biden's foreign policy on Gaza. So we're going to look into that in a second. We'll see if we get to that second Trump speech or not. But for now, I want to see what this is all about.
Pennsylvania. Donald Trump did that at a speech, I guess that's what they're calling it these days, that he gave in Howell, Michigan. While that was taking place, the Democrats were holding the Democratic National Convention where they were talking about joy and it was fun and they had great speakers who are talking about discrete policies to move America forward. Going back to Donald Trump's speech in Howell, Michigan, the topic Trump was supposed to speak about was crime. Donald Trump basically did not talk about that at all. Instead, Donald Trump talked about himself. He attacked Vice President Kamala Harris's appearance and her laughing, and he went on with all of that. And then he talked about, he said, the reason that he thinks he could have gotten shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, he said, is because
can't argue with his economic policy. Time Flyer, what's wrong? Are you not smart enough to argue with his economic policy? It's discredited Reaganomics. Everybody knows it doesn't work. The fact of the matter is, it's not that you can't argue with his economic policy. It's that you don't have to argue with his economic policy because it's already been disproven by like 40 years of time, right? This is trickle-down economics. This is like give money to the rich. The rich are going to create jobs and it's going to make everything better for everybody, right? It doesn't happen. Trickle-down economics is just inviting the rich to piss all over you. It's just giving free money to wealthy people. It's giving them extra tax breaks. And like I told you, the rich don't fucking pay their taxes in this country. They exploit you at your job. They overcharge you for products and services. They squeeze money out of you in every fucking way possible. And then on top of that, they don't fucking pay their taxes. They've got accountants to figure out how they can avoid taxes, how they can offshore that money.
Of his positions about Mexican factories. He said perhaps because he's calling Mexican factories dangerous, that is why the shooting took place in Butler, Pennsylvania.
He's blaming Mexico for his shooting.
I know
he's blaming Mexico for his shooting.
Really kind of went unnoticed in his speech, but we noticed it here in the Midas Touch Network. Here, play this clip.
But they're building some of the biggest plants. And I have a friend who builds plants. He said some of the biggest in the world, I think he's doing them, are being built in Mexico. And they're going to sell cars, produce them and sell them in this country with no tax. It's not going to happen. And I told him, I said, you better hope I don't win. Always dangerous to say these things. Maybe that's why I get shot at and other people don't. Right, John?
Well, thank you.
That's probably...
Thank you, Shakespeare. So this is the other speech that I wanted to look at. This is his crime speech. We might save this for tomorrow, chat. We might save this for tomorrow.
Probably why I get shot at. Other people, they'll protect other people because they can't believe they got so lucky. But I have to do it.
Wait, what is he saying?
What I have to do.
Now again, how pathetic can you be that you are spreading unhinged conspiracies?
And who is they? The police? The local police? The Secret Service? Who exactly is they? Who is he blaming?
And blaming what?
Because he better not be trying to blame his Secret Service. He's literally those people saved his life, right? And he put him in more danger, right? When he jumps up and he's like, "Give me my shoes, give me my shoes." They're supposed to get him the fuck out of there, right? It's what they're supposed to do. But motherfucker wants to farm clips like he's a FaZe Clan member. He wants to pump his fists and say fight, fight, fight instead of getting the fuck out of there, getting to safety and avoiding what could have been another shooter. If there had been another shooter, chat, if that had been an actual plan by multiple people instead of just one person, Trump would have been blown away and probably, his Secret Service detail with him.
Mexico for the shooting that took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. We know who the shooter was, an adult male Republican who belonged to the gun range, and it was a Second Amendment, fetishization kind of MAGA.
Belonged to the gun range. Yeah, it's like the country club.
Person. We know who the shooter was, the family.
I feel like it wasn't the story on him that they wouldn't let him near the gun range because he was such a bad shot. He was so dangerous to be around, right? He tried to be on his riflery team for the school, which I didn't even know was a thing. My school did not have a riflery team, for the record. And they kicked him off because he was too dangerous.
Had the MAGA signs in their house. This was a Republican family that, in fact, the Trump.
I mean, this is true. He's a Republican. He was a debate lord. And he was kind of like a right winger who didn't like. He didn't like any of the candidates. He didn't like Bernie. He didn't like Trump. Didn't like his school. His schoolmates would say stuff like, he thought he was smarter than everyone. He would debate you, you would be like, he'd be like, "Who do you like?" And you'd be like, "Bernie." And he'd be like, "Oh, Bernie fucking sucks." It's just, right. Who do you like? Trump. Oh, Trump fucking sucks. Right. I don't know who he was for. But apparently Trump was not conservative enough for him. So, I mean, I don't know what that tells you.
Campaign targeted in 2016 with,
CashApp here. I don't know if I could support any conspiracy theories here, but there, I have noticed though that the hashtag staged on Twitter has not let up, right? That was getting posted. People were sharing those kind of conspiracy theories when it happened, and they're still talking about that, right? It's apparently a lot of people don't believe that they think there's something more to what happened. I can't find any information to say that there's. It'd be weird for him to have staged it, but but there are some weird things about that, right? A lack of medical details, I think, is kind of fed into it. In a way, it's almost like his own birth certificate shit, right? You know how he came to power talking about Barack Obama's birth certificate, be doing birtherism. You know how he came to power doing that? It's almost like it's come back to bite him in the ass. And since he hasn't released his like long form medical records or really any medical records, right? Or really any proof that that his ear was actually hit by a bullet, right? People have started to speculate
on a list, and they targeted the ads towards this family, but you have to ask yourself, why is Donald Trump continuing to behave the way he is about this shooting? Now, remember about 2 weeks ago or so when Donald Trump held a press conference, and he was asked, this was, I think, a press conference that he held in Mar-a-Lago, and he was asked about the shooting. Here's what Donald Trump said. He said that the bullet hit him on the lobe. He doesn't really know what the lobe is, clearly. And then he said that he's a quick healer, and then that's
the lobe is down.
That's why the AR-15 bullet left no marks at all. Here, play this clip.
Yeah. Pretty much recovered, yeah. I'm a fast healer. It's a hell of a shot, but I'm a fast healer. Yeah, pretty much recovered. No, it didn't hit.
He was a Destiny enjoyer too. I don't know.
I got very lucky. It just hit the lobe, as they call it. Yeah, a little bit, not much.
Miska's bringing up that Trump was in the WWE. So now he wasn't a wrestler, right? But he was like a celebrity. Sometimes they bring out like celebrities into, and have them do some wrestling. They bring them into the action, and yeah, blading is common in the WWE. But the idea of him having like a blade there, and or anybody on that stage, right, having a blade and using it to cut his ear to kind of fake an injury when there was none, it's kind of like, I feel like that would have gotten picked up by a camera, right? Remember, he's got so many cameras on him, right? There was so many, anybody could have been filming from any angle. So the idea that he'd be able to hide something like that, I don't know.
On top.
It definitely was not the lobe.
And look, we've previously shown you photos of Donald Trump's ear, the specific ear where the bullet apparently...
You said that jokingly, okay.
Hit, and if it's an AR-15 bullet that hit his ear, you could see his ear right there. Let me show you. This is what the FBI director, Christopher.
Time Flyer says transfer of wealth and destruction of the middle class happened under Biden. Citation motherfucking needed. Time Flyer. That is an interesting narrative that you've got there. I wonder if you got it from Trump's dirty ass by chance. By chance. Is that where that came from?
Christopher Wray said when he went before Congress, and he said, look, with respect to the shoot.
Look, if you want to talk about the upper class extracting wealth from the lower class, then let's talk about the price gouging that Kamala is actually got a plan to fight to make that illegal. What has Trump got again? Nothing. Just whining, complaining, bitching, blaming things that went on during his administration on the next administration, just like he blames Obama for stuff, right? It's everybody else's fault except for Trump. Somehow magically, even though these events took place under Trump, even though his failed leadership under COVID caused a lot of these problems, right? It's everybody else's fault.
We don't really know if it was the bullet, if it was shrapnel, if it was a piece of the bullet. Play this clip.
I think with respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that hit his ear. So it's conceivable. Although, as I sit here right now, I don't know whether that bullet, in addition to causing the grazing, could have also landed somewhere else. But I believe we've accounted for all of the shots in the cartridges. So let us.
Right. So Donald Trump.
Again, what you've got is the wealthy. And also, you got to be really clear, Time Flyer, what you're asking for, right? Because it sounds like to me that you think that some redistribution of the wealth is in order. Would you say that? Are you in favor of redistribution of wealth? Because if that's what you're here to argue for, then welcome to the left, comrade Time Flyer. Welcome in. I'm glad that your class consciousness has finally reached a level where you're willing to call for a redistribution of the wealth at the very least, if not seizing the means of production outright. you are to the left, unironically, of Joe Biden and Comrade Kamala.
Trump's response to that was to call for FBI Director Christopher Wray to be arrested. Christopher Wray is the FBI director who Donald Trump appointed. He's a Republican, a lifelong Republican, but here Donald Trump writes, Chris Wray is a liar and a criminal, and I hope he's reading this. And that's, he's quoting Tucker Carlson there. And then Donald Trump reposts this from Laura Loomer. What did you know and when did you know about it? Read truth if you want to know who ordered the assassination of Donald Trump. So Donald Trump spreading another conspiracy. Donald Trump spread the conspiracy I showed you at the outset of this video. Now he's saying somehow his position on Mexican factories led to the shooting. I mean, how pathetic can you be that that's what...
So yeah, this is a conspiracy theory. Look, I call out left-wing conspiracy theories. Like I don't see any evidence that Trump faked the ear thing. I just don't see any evidence of that, right? And I gotta say, the Occam's razor is that Trump didn't have a razor, right? But at the same time, I gotta call out. I mean, this is Trump with a conspiracy theory saying somebody in Mexico ordered connecting a Republican, a 20-year-old Republican to Mexico, right? The cartels? Is that what he's trying to say? I don't even know how to make this make sense because it just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense.
With this. And here he's now saying that somehow his own Republican FBI director, who he appointed, who he said was a great guy. Now Donald Trump is basically implying that.
Remember the scene when Ben Stein and Ferris Bueller's Day Off discusses voodoo economics? No, actually. I don't know if I've seen that. I've heard of it.
That Christopher Wray was behind his assassination. What, with the Mexican factory workers? Laura Loomer, who's one of...
Oh, no, the factory workers. I'm sorry. It's the Mexican factory workers. It's not the cartels. It's the factory workers. They got to this 20-year-old debate lord, this 20-year-old Republican debate lord with a Trump sign outside of his house, right? Who, if anything, had a problem with Trump not being conservative enough. We're going to blame him. And connect that to what? Factories in Mexico? This doesn't make sense.
Donald Trump's kind of right-hand allies, one of the top MAGA surrogates right now. She goes, Donald Trump retweeted this photo on Truth Social that insinuates that FBI Director Christopher Wray may have been involved with or even ordered the attempted assassination of Trump.
You just got loomered.
We can't trust the FBI. The attempted assassination was an inside job. I like to cook. It's a great way to unwind.
No, we're going right into the ad. God, that's like an expensive version of HelloFresh, isn't it? Oh, yo, get these shoes. Right, Chad, this is almost as cool as Sunday's Sunkini. This is almost as cool as the President Sunday bikini.
Assassination edition sneakers for $299. He's still selling them. In fact, he's expanded his offerings. He now has 9 different kinds of Trump footwear, assassination sneakers that he is selling.
Assassination sneakers. That's pretty cool.
You could even get the fight boots. You could get the fight black sneakers, assassination edition, limited edition. He's going to be selling them the same way he's selling Bibles, sticky Bibles for $60.
Sticky Bibles? How do they get sticky? Did JD Vance do something to the Bibles? What's going on, chat? What is up with this campaign? Why are they so weird? How do they have sticky Bibles? I don't understand.
He's selling assassination edition sneakers right here. You know, and as we're kind of watching
why are they sticky? I don't get it.
Donald Trump saying in Howell, Michigan. You know, there was that speech that was given last night that really resonated with me, which compared Donald Trump to Maduro, that compared Donald Trump to Castro, that compared Donald Trump to, you know, all of these kind of actual communist leaders in South America. Anna Navarro, Republican, gave this speech, and She fled communism in Nicaragua. And so she goes, look, I know a lot about this. I want you to watch as she describes and compares the behavior of Trump to Maduro, to Castro, and other South American dictators. Watch this, and then I want to link this to the shooting in Butler with the assassination attempt on Maduro.
Okay, chat, we got to check out what the sticky Bible is all about, right? Okay, so I was thinking it was like made of Post-it notes or something, so you could take out the Bible page and you could stick it somewhere. Okay, so this is the sticky Bible. I bought Trump's Bible. This is the Bible that, what does it come? It comes with a Bill of Rights. It comes with a copy of the lyrics to God Save America. God Save America, no. God Bless America. No. What is it called? God bless the USA, right? It's got God Bless the USA's lyrics. It's got the Bill of Rights. It's got the Bible. This is the sticky Bible. There was a time not so long ago that Donald Trump did not seem to be very familiar at all with the Bible. When he first ran for the nomination of a very Christian Republican Party, Trump was unable to name a single Bible verse. What's your favorite Bible verse? I like all of them. It's all really good. I can't pick a favorite. Right? Early in his 2016 presidential campaign, he referred to the Eucharist as a little cracker. Yeah, when they give you the little cracker. You get the little cracker, little wine glass. It's pretty cool. It's pretty nice, right? In a subsequent church visit, he attempted to prove his religious credentials. He put cash in a plate that was meant to hold communion. He put cash on the communion plate. Wow. How times have changed. All Americans need a Bible in their home. I have many. Of course he does. Right next to his copy of Mein Kampf, right? It's my favorite book, Trump declared in March in a video he posted on Truth Social. Truth Social is what it's called. I'm proud to endorse and encourage you get this Bible. We can make America pray again. Oh my God. He's still selling shit. In the video, Trump, who has a long history endorsing and selling things true, is clutching the God Bless the USA Bible, a patriotic take on the holy text. Trump is now hawking for $59.99, which seems to me, chat, I don't remember the last time I bought a Bible, but I think it was cheaper than $59.99. I want to have a lot of people have it. Okay. Trump continued, you have to have it for your heart and for your soul. Yeah, one for your heart, one for your soul. You buy two for a limited time only. You can get it for only $119.99, right? We'll cut out $10 for you. You buy two for slightly less. Well, who am I to defy a one-term, twice impeached former president who is currently in a trial over hush money payment to a porn star? So I bought it. Buying something from Donald Trump is fraught with danger. Trump is known for not following through on business agreements. In the run-up to the 2016 elections, literally hundreds of people, including lawyers, carpenters, painters, came forward to accuse Trump of not paying them for their work, for their services rendered, right? Happily, the Bible, which cost $83.37, excuse me, after taxes and shipping. Jesus Christ, seriously? So $59.99, no, it's $83.37. Eventually arrived. Chat, if you speak leet speak, right? $83.37 is actually the word beet. B-E-E-T, like a beet that you eat, like a sugar beet. I don't think that's why it's $83.37 though. I don't think that Donald Trump is Tehaxor, unfortunately, right? Eagerly tore open the packaging, held the bag upside down, and out of it plopped what is essentially a Christian nationalist fantasy, a Christian nationalist wet dream even. A Bible that is all American flags and bald eagles, founding documents and lyrics to the patriotic anthem slotted in alongside the holy text. In the front of the Bible has an embossed U.S. flag with the back. In the back are glossy pages bearing some of America's most sacred documents: the Declaration of Independence, the Pledge of Allegiance, the lyrics to Lean Greenwood's 1980 whatever hit, "God Bless the USA," a song which is played on repeat at Trump's political rallies. Why doesn't it have the lyrics to YMCA? That's the song I associate with Trump. They should have YMCA in there too. Anyway, these pages are illustrated with the American flag and some of the country's best regarded things. The bald eagle, yes, but also the Statue of Liberty. What appears to be a musket, the Capitol building, which he desecrated with his crowd, which somewhat ironically was attacked. Yeah, exactly what I was saying, by supporters of Trump 3 years ago. One of the more intriguing questions in the FAQ question in the Trump Bible is, what if the Bible has sticky pages? What? My Bible did indeed have sticky pages, but no bother. The FAQ guidance explains that the sticky pages are a common problem with new Bibles, and directed the reader to a YouTube video that does a wonderful job of explaining how to break your new Bible in. Is this like breaking it in like JD Vance style? Are they going to put lube in the Bible? What's going on, chat? That video is 6 minutes long. I feel like we got to watch this. Right? It shows the man unboxing what is objectively a better looking Bible than the God Bless the USA version, then flipping through the entire book page by page, separating the pages in a somewhat tedious process. The man says, he's right. The Trump Bible, which uses the public domain text from the King James's version, has 1,350 thin to the point of translucent pages. So cheap paper in that Bible. And I wasn't about to go through the entire thing, but all the good stuff appears to be here. There's Noah's desperately bundling animals on a big boat, Job having his life ruined because of what amounts to a wager with God and the devil, and the book of Leviticus, much of which is given over to the correct way to sacrifice animals. For a bullock, sprinkle its blood around the altar and wash its innards before setting it on fire. If you're offering up a pigeon, be sure to wring off its head before plucking. You don't have to pay $59.99 for that kind of content. Search Free Bible online. There are hundreds of places that are literally giving it away for free. But this Trump-endorsed Bible represents something special for his supporters, said Kristen Dumas, a professor at Calvin University whose research focuses on intersection of gender, religion, and politics. My sense is that most people aren't buying this Bible to read it, Dumas said. They're buying the Bible to have it. And so it doesn't matter that it's sticky. They're never going to open it, right? And to participate in the kind of shared identity, to put $60 down and say, yes, this is my guy. I'm committed to this. This is my faith. This is Trump in the Bible, basically. Trump becomes a Bible hero. The shared identity of the embracing of the myth of Christian America, Dumas says, the idea that America was founded as a distinctly Christian nation is a proto-conservative white evangelical version of the country which never really existed. It's that shared vision of a mythical past and a commitment to restoring some semblance of the kind of mythical order. So in other words, palingenetic ultranationalism. After those early fumbles, After those early fumbles, he attempted to appeal to Christians. Trump, early fumbles as he attempted to appeal to Christians. Trump was ultimately embraced by evangelicals who make up much of the GOP, the same GOP taking a hatchet to church-state separation. In fact, the former president's relationship with the religious right is now deepening to the extent that Trump is comfortable with comparing himself to their messiah, further cementing the bonds. The bond goes some way towards explaining Trump's decision to promote God Bless the USA, but it's also the financial aspect. Trump owes more than $500 million as a result of civil court convictions. He is facing 88 felony charges, I think it's more now, in 5 different jurisdictions, and lawyers cost money unless you don't pay them, which often he doesn't. While the God Bless the USA website says the Bible is not owned, managed, or controlled by Donald Trump, it adds that the venture uses Donald J. Trump's likeness, name, image, under paid license from CIC Ventures LLC. Trump, according to a financial disclosure report filed last year, is the manager, president, secretary, and treasurer of CIC Ventures LLC. Happy days for Trump then. Although this Bible wheeze has gone down Sorry, I don't speak British English. Although this Bible wheeze has not gone down well with everyone. Blasphemous and disgusting was the verdict from Pastor Lauren Livingston, a conservative evangelical who leads the Central Church in North Carolina. A pastor in South Carolina said this Bible was a commandment violation. Oh, it is. Wait, not just that, right, chat? So I know a little bit about the Bible, right? Let's see, what did I do when I was a kid? I read the Old Testament, except for Numbers, right? Because Numbers is just you can't read Numbers. All right, I'm sorry, you can't read Numbers, right? But I read the Old Testament. I started to read the New Testament, but I got bored, right? The New Testament, very boring. So I skipped to the book of Revelations, which is really fucking cool. There's some cool shit. There's dragons, there's beasts, there's horrors. It's great. I love the book of Revelations. Highly recommended, right? But one interesting thing about how it ends is that, like, there's some kind of commandment of, like, none shall add anything to this book, lest they have plagues fall upon their head or something like that, right? So in other words, what they're saying is that, like, this is the end of the Bible, and if you try to be like, nah, I'm gonna put another book in the Bible, you're gonna die most horribly. God's gonna do some Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom shit to you, right? God is gonna fuck you up. Don't put anything else in the Bible. This is it. This is done. We're done. We're wrapping, right? They said that we're wrapping, right? And Trump is adding the Declaration of Independence, Lee Greenwood's song, and a whole bunch of other shit that's not in the Bible. He's literally calling down the plagues upon himself, chat. His face is gonna melt. It's gonna be like Indiana Jones, right? Commandment violation, while Raphael Warnock, the Democratic Georgia senator and pastor himself, also was not happy. The Bible does not need Donald Trump's endorsement, Warnock told CNN. And Jesus, in his very last week of life, chased the money changers out of the temple. True. I did read that part of the Bible, right? But again, most of the New Testament, not really that great. Those who would, except for the Book of Acts, right? The Book of Acts is great if you are a fan of Philip K. Dick. You probably need to, if you want to understand Philip K. Dick, read the Book of Acts. That's all I'm saying, chat. It helps. Those who would take sacred things and use them as cheap relics to be sold in the marketplace. And it is unclear how many of these cheap relics have been sold. As early as May, God Bless America, God Bless the USA Bibles were still available for sale online, unlike the Trump licensed sneakers he was hawking earlier this year, apparently sold out, maybe, I don't know. After the failure of Trump Steaks, Trump Vodka, Trump Mortgage, Trump Magazine, various Trump casinos, 3 of them, in fact, and the Trump board game, Trump Monopoly, I guess, perhaps the former president has finally given his name to a winning product at $59.99 a pop for what it is, objectively, a quite poorly printed, rather sticky book. The God Bless the USA Bible looks like a fairly safe bet. Maybe those lawyers will get paid after all. Probably not, though. Probably not. So here's how to break in your Bible, all right? Now, this isn't the Trump Bible. But so the sticky pages are not maybe exclusive to the Trump Bible. But if you want to break in your Bible, I feel like people this is a fetish for somebody. Like somebody's watching this and they're getting bricked up. It's like breaking in a sex doll. So anyway, this is how you break. Okay, so let's see. God Bless the USA Bible unboxing. This is from Trump Train. Shall we? Damn it, there's music. They're also selling coins, apparently. All right, so we got to cut into it. All aboard that Trump train, baby. Toot, toot. Trump train. Whatever happened to the, what are they called? Remember the choir? There was like a choir. There was like three or four girls that like, was it the Deplorable Choir or something? I can't remember what they were called. But yeah, there's the Trump Bible. God bless the USA. God bless America. America. I mean, is it normal though for a Bible to have like really thin pages? Yep, it's sticky. It's sticky. You can tell it's sticking together. Really big print. You can tell the demographic they're going for here. So what about the cool part of the Bible, right? Can we get to the cool part? Yeah, come on. Let's get to the cool part. We got Revelations. Yes, Revelations. There we go, chat. That's the cool book. Read that one. That one's really good. The Constitution. Powers of impeachment right there. Power of impeachment right there. We got, what is that? The Declaration, I think. Lee Greenwood's signed thing. Yeah, that's the Declaration of Independence. I mean, yeah, this is literally a violation of the last sentence of the book of Revelations, right? You're not supposed to add any words to the text, right? And they're literally doing that. This section of the Trump Bible is literally pulling down a curse, an Indiana Jones style curse, right? Melting faces, frogs, locusts, you know, all that shit, right? Any and all of that shit, right? On the makers of this Bible and I don't know, maybe on the purchaser. But there we go. That's the Trump Bible. That's the God Bless the USA Bible. All aboard that Trump train. Anyway, let's finish this. So yeah.
Link this all together. Here, play this clip.
Let's be serious. Donald Trump and his minions call Kamala a communist. I know communism. I fled communism from Nicaragua when I was 8 years old.
Chat, I'm sorry.
I don't take it.
I'm sorry, but we got our communist right here. There's the number one communist.
Still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked.
Meow.
First debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore.
He doesn't seem well. This is Bill Clinton.
Wait. And with a straight face.
Wait, what was the joke?
Look, you got to get he was president. When President Trump said,
thank you, Omega Star.
Respected America anymore, like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there, the presidents of North Korea and Russia.
Yeah, he is a weasel for sure.
I'd rather have
weasel
the people who respect us now.
Weasel.
And one of the things
I don't know.
One of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great
Hannibal Lecter? Okay. There we go.
I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought and thought about it, and I don't know what to say.
I mean, what can you say, right? There's literally nothing to say.
Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. And she's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Walz to be her nominee for vice president. As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach, in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor.
Late, great Hannibal Lecter would like to have you for dinner.
By all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight
Meow.
the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight
Shakespeare, I'm good, thanks. I found the sticky Bible stuff myself.
for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty.
Why would they have Clinton speak? Yeah, good question. It just brings up more questions than answers, really. And you know that more stuff is going to come out about this guy.
She said,
like, he's a ticking time bomb.
It meant a lot to me that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens, and they deserved the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy. But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night,
I mean, he's,
they are human, you know.
you can tell he was hurt by Hillary's loss.
We gotta be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know. If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part. You do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you. And God bless.
All right, chat, make a joyful nose. No! God damn, they did it to me again. They did it to me again, chat. Oh no, this is just like, this is looking like a scene out of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I gotta say, I said this about the Republican convention too, didn't I? This feels like the lounge lizard scene from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Nine seconds is the cutoff for copyright music, chat says. Okay, so let me look and see my magic guidance book that tells me... Oh, apparently we've got Oprah Winfrey speaking as well tonight. There's Nancy Pelosi. We're going to wait until she gets to the podium and actually starts speaking, because probably before then there'll be some kind of... I don't know what Nancy Pelosi's theme song would be, right? But I'm sure she has one. They all have a theme song. She's like the healthiest looking one out there ever since she retired. She's been looking good.
California. Hello, Maryland. Hello, Democrats. On January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs.
Chat, she may have a denture issue.
Vision of a fairer America.
Either that or she forgot to spit out her gum.
And justice for all. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. She's the one that pushed him out. That's the word on the street, chat. This is the mafia tough that pushed Joe out of...
That Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades. Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for women's right to choose.
All right, so just to update you, the rest of the evening...
She is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as our vice president.
We got Governor Josh Shapiro next, Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada after that.
Tim for 12 years in the Congress. He united Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue.
A few more.
He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress.
Oh, they're late. Wait, no, they're not late.
Our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader.
They're on time, actually. It sounds like.
Thank you.
Maybe? I don't know, Chet. They might be like 20 minutes late.
January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy. Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did. But let us not forget who saved democracy that day. We did. And thank God we had a Democratic House of Representatives then. We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on certifying the election results on the floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed. The parable of January 6th reminds us that our democracy is only as strong as the courage and commitment.
Did she say human pensions? It sounded like it.
And we must choose leaders who believe in free and fair elections, who respect the peaceful transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. When the sun rose on January 7th, as our national anthem declares, we gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
You know, there's been some good speeches in the past few nights, and this is...
To stand together, to reject autocracy, to choose democracy, and we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House. Electing a Democratic Senate, electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States, and electing Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Onward to victory!
I don't know, chat. Something feels off on this night. I don't know if it's going to get better when Waltz comes on. Maybe it's me. My stomach kind of was like hurting. Okay, so she's done. She's done. They didn't even play her off, did they?
Alexander Hudlin.
Okay, so I don't know who this is. Oh wait, I think this is like a poet laureate or something. Alexander Hudland? I don't see actually. I don't see any of these people. I'm looking at a list, right? It's supposed to be Shapiro next. Not Ben Shapiro, Josh Shapiro, of course. Of course, chat. What do you think? They're going to bring on Ben Shapiro. He's a Democrat now. Wow, that's like... I don't know. Oh wait, okay, Imhoff. That's the. Oh, wait, are these?
She'll treat everyone with respect. Even as a kid, Auntie made me feel that I was seen, that my words are important, that I am important and loved. I know she'll value others' perspectives, no matter their age or their background.
Auntie, we love you.
We're so proud of you.
And most importantly, you're a baller. And as you'd say, let's win this thing.
Let's win this thing.
Please welcome nominee for U.S. Congress in California, Latifah Simon.
9 seconds, they say. 9 seconds. Now, I don't see her listed on, so there are apparently, whatever I've got is the 3+ updates. Do they update this? Let's see if I've got a better guidebook. But yeah, I don't know why. I just like my stomach started hurting. Okay, so where are we at? It looks, yeah. I'm confused. Shapiro was supposed to be next. Some of these speakers, they're not listing. So either they added people to the program or they just, I didn't get a list that's got the updates.
And
Okay, Shapiro's next.
I saw Kamala Harris holding the hands of sexual assault survivors. I saw scores of mothers who lost their babies to gun violence, lining up day after day at the courthouse, waiting only to speak to Kamala because they knew that she would hear them, that she would truly see them, because there's something about Kamala Harris. For those who know her, you know. When she hears your story, she carries it with her. When she sees you, she truly sees you. She truly sees you.
You're making her sound like a cult leader.
The best among us. After working with Kamala,
I thought AOC was the best at Among Us.
for 5 years to create programs that supported young people to get out of the criminal justice system once and for all with good jobs, with opportunity. She wanted to get to the root cause of a broken criminal justice system. I saw her chip away. She came early and she left late every single day because, you know, like those mothers, like those sexual assault survivors, when she goes into that Oval Office, when she goes into that Oval Office, I guarantee you she will take all of us with her. All of us.
I mean, there's more energy. She's got more energy than Pelosi or Clinton. So she's getting people hyped up again, which is good. We've got some more stuff to go over, chat. I wanted to talk to you about the uncommitted movement. Right? There has been a big attempt to try to get the attention of Biden and now Harris and try to get them to change the policy of the bear hug of Netanyahu to a policy of making military aid contingent on a ceasefire, making military aid contingent on getting humanitarian resources to Gaza and stopping the carnage that's going on there. And, this started back during the primary, Michigan. There's a number of states that had a lot of uncommitted delegates, right? They, the caucuses, the primaries, they don't elect a candidate, they elect delegates, right? Delegates that are pledged for a certain candidate. But if you can vote uncommitted, and if there's enough uncommitted, then uncommitted gets delegates, and uncommitted has gotten some delegates. So I wanted to give some attention to that now.
So we've had a whole bunch of pro-Palestine protests going on outside of the DNC. There's also a massive, massive police presence. So I'm going to show you some of the video, but let's start with this here. So here we have one of the Uncommitted movement co-founders. He went on Eamon's show on MSNBC, and he's basically going to lay out here, look, here's what we want as uncommitted voters, people who refuse to support Joe Biden in the primary because Joe Biden's arming and funding a genocide. Listen to what he says. Here we go.
Backstage at that Detroit rally, I had the chance to shake Vice President Harris's hand.
Sorry, let's.
So we've had a whole bunch of pro-Palestine protests going on outside of the DNC. There's also a massive, massive police presence. So I'm going to show you some of the video, but let's start with this here. So here we have one of the Uncommitted movement co-founders. He went on Eamon's show on MSNBC, and he's basically going to lay out here, look, here's what we want as uncommitted voters, people who refuse to support Joe Biden in the primary because Joe Biden's arming and funding a genocide. Listen to what he says. Here we go.
Backstage at that Detroit rally, I had the chance to shake Vice President Harris's hand and tell her I know to be true, that uncommitted voters and uncommitted delegates like me want to support Vice President Harris, but need her to support a policy that stops sending weapons to the Israeli military that is using those weapons to kill people we love, to kill civilians. And I asked her if we could meet with her to discuss that, and she indicated an openness to that. And I do find hope in the fact that Vice President Harris is engaging on this critical issue. But what's very important here is we, in the context of over 40,000 killed using U.S. bombs, in the context of the escalating bombings that are happening of Palestinian civilians in Gaza, of my own family members in South Lebanon. My aunt called me, told me she's sleeping right now with her slippers under her pillow, so that way in case the bomb drops, she has something on her feet when she has to run. These are real human beings that we love, that we're connected to. And so my advice to Vice President Harris is, if you want to address the essential demands, the essential cries of protesters, of activists, of regular everyday people all around our country who want to see a better approach, it's not a matter of a change of tone. Tell us, tell me, Vice President Harris, tell our movement, how do you plan to stop sending weapons to kill civilians who happen to be, many of them, people who are our family members, who are our siblings, people we love? I think it's a reasonable ask for us to want to hear about that ahead of this November's election.
That is the most reasonable man of all time. He's saying, look, we want to support you. We understand that you are way better than Donald Trump on virtually every issue, but can you please commit to cutting off the weapons going to Israel, the people who are in the midst of committing a genocide day in, day out? I don't know how anybody can oppose these protesters. I literally don't understand it. I don't understand it because, again, that's a bare minimum ask. A real ask, which I think is more like if the world made sense, this would happen, is also demand Netanyahu gets arrested and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich get arrested and the Israeli generals who are leading the genocide get arrested. Force a peace deal on them. I'm not down with this notion of like, let's just have bilateral talks between the Palestinians who have zero power and zero money and Israel, right? It's like, well, what kind of a deal do you think you're going to get out of that? Netanyahu and even the Israeli Knesset now have said we don't want any Palestinian state at all, period. They've said that. They voted on it. What was the vote? Like 66-8 or something like that to say no Palestinian state ever. So they are not a partner for peace. They don't want peace. Netanyahu wants perpetual genocide. So a real ask is, hey, arrest them. arrest them and force a peace deal on them. Don't give them a choice. Cut the money, cut the weapons, arrest them, sanction them, the government officials, through the UN. There's so many things you can do. All they're saying is stop arming them so they stop killing our family members. Super duper reasonable, 100% on his side. It makes perfect sense to me. All right, so now let's go to what was going on outside of the DNC. I believe this one here, this is from Freedom News, and this was outside the DNC. Here we go. So just so everybody understands, what they did is they set up this like free speech zone, which is significantly away from the DNC. It's like, yeah, you have freedom of speech and can protest, but do it in there, away from anybody and everybody. And it's like, okay, I think that's goofy. I think that's silly. Whatever the legal parameters are, I think they're significantly off. I think you should be I can understand saying, hey, for safety reasons, you have to be X amount away. But to make it so it's like far away is like, okay, then this isn't really free speech. Now, is it? So they broke through one of the barriers. Again, this came out on the first day. Then we have this. I believe this one was from the second day. Here we go. This is when the riot police showed up. Here we go.
Okay, so if it gets...
This looks like it's from Tenet Media.
Way. No, the sidewalk. Hey, you there. On the sidewalk. On the sidewalk. That's you. Get on the sidewalk.
So yeah, the characteristic sky blue helmets of the Chicago police. I feel like this is. So the question, oh my God. F12 chat. Seriously. I'm trying to hold this together, chat. There's some shit that I'm not super happy about. Yeah, this is... The concern of the Democrats is that the optics of this situation would be reminiscent of 1968. There's a lot of parallels between now and 1968. You had a incumbent drop out of the race, well into the race, and the person that replaced him not commit to being against the Vietnam War until it was way too late. And in 68, the protest was in Chicago, and it was I'm sorry, I'm just kind of getting pissed off here. It was like a bloodbath for the protesters, right? There were some notable figures, Allen Ginsberg, Bobby Seals, like they're called the Chicago 8, I think. Oh my God, I might have the number wrong. But these people were tried for inciting a riot, and it's a famous case. I think somebody actually made a movie of it. It's like I think is it like a Richard Linklater movie or something like that? I can't remember exactly, right, chat? But regardless, people in the Democratic Party are worried more about the optics of the protest than they are about the hundreds of thousands dying in Gaza. And this is
He rode in a lot of cars with a sibling as a child, so he's like, you can't cross it.
Hey, Palestine, big rapists, murderers, kidnappers, and terrorists like you did.
So as you can see, they got a lot of police out there. They did not want this to be like the 1968 DNC. And that's why they're really going all in. Here's another one for you.
And the whole thing is the thing with this. Does he know? Does he know? The 68 was not a thing where, oh my gosh, the protesters got out of control and they got everything they wanted. No, the 68 thing was kids getting their heads cracked in by cops. All right? Protesting the Vietnam War. And so I don't know what the fuck Kyle's talking about. Like, you know, they had a lot of cops out there. They don't want to repeat. That's what happened in 68. They had a fucking hell of a lot of cops. And they cracked down hard.
One of them getting arrested.
Yes, Tristan, hundreds of thousands.
Tackled, arrested. This one's outside the Israel.
The fact of the matter is we don't know how many people died. We don't know how many people died because the hospitals, which are supposed to keep track of them, have been fucking destroyed. Yeah. The medical professionals have been killed. Like, right? It's like, it's
consulate.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused too, Christy. I thought this was NCC that we were watching. Apparently not.
All right, so this is what was going on outside. Now, inside, this was when Biden was giving his speech. There was this moment, which is pretty interesting. There were some pro-Palestine folks in the audience. By the way, a lot of people actually in there are pro-Palestine. When any time that somebody said, end the war, let's get a ceasefire, things of that nature, the place would pop. I mean, it would be louder than any other line. So a lot of people in there are pro-Palestine. But here you have...
And I think we're going to have to clear up some of that confusion after the stream, actually. I'm pretty sure. I'm not super happy, chat.
They hold up a banner that says, stop arming Israel. It's kind of hard to see from this angle, but you'll see they hold up a banner, then watch what happens.
Impossibility.
Right here. Stop arming Israel.
Impossibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic. Historic jobs.
And then this person tries to pull the banner away. And they start a chant of "We love Joe, we love Joe," to try to like drown out. I didn't hear them saying anything, but maybe some people were saying "Stop arming Israel" or whatever. And somebody tried to grab the banner, but they were holding up the banner that said "Stop arming Israel." So they were trying from within. They were trying. And then do I have more for you here? Yeah, I have this one. This one is from Jordan Chariton, Status Coup. Let's see what he's got for us.
Over 100,000 people are dead and millions more lives are on the line. The stakes have never been higher. So let's go to those war criminals and let's make them fucking pay for their crimes against humanity.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Fuck the pigs! Fuck the pigs!
There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now I don't think that I'm gonna get in trouble for this, but just in case, chat, you know what happens? They light that flag on fire. They light that flag on fire. Is what happens. I hope that Twitch wouldn't ban me for something like that, but I don't fucking know, dude. Twitch is wild. So since we all know what happens there, we're not gonna watch it, just in case there's some kind of hijinks with me showing that on Twitch, which there shouldn't be. There shouldn't be any
video podcast style. They were they had a flag that's like a mix of the American flag and the Israeli flag, and they burned that. Then it looked like they were going to burn the American flag. You could hear the chants there, free Palestine, and they mix it in with fuck the pigs.
Oh, is that a problem, Kyle?
That's you know, fuck the police.
Now look, he's like, people are saying he's pretty good on a lot of issues, but really? Have you been to a protest, dude?
Not quite sure how that goes.
How does that connect? I can't tell. I can't fucking tell. Look, if you don't fucking know, don't report about it, okay?
goes directly together with when you're talking about Israel and Palestine. But look, people are fucking pissed, right?
I'm pissed.
They're fucking pissed. And
I am pissed.
Because a genocide is going on, and we are arming it and we are funding it. And so this is an attempt to put some semblance of pressure on the Democrats and to make them do the right thing. I don't want to nitpick the protest, but again, the fuck the pigs thing, I don't quite understand how that goes hand in hand with when you're talking about Israel and Palestine, unless, were there riot cops who were beating up some of these people just beforehand, and that's why it's about. Anyway, I really don't know. But on the burning of the flag thing, look, this is...
Oh, thank you, Prolifix. Look, I'm not usually this pissed off. I'm sorry.
This happened the last time too, right? So there were flags being burned at a different protest when Netanyahu was coming to speak in Congress. And man, the right melted down over it. Trump trotted out his proposal, like he brought up previously, to ban flag burning with...
So if you've been to a protest, you know what side the cops are on, what side the cops are always on, right? If you are even vaguely progressive in any way, they are not on your side. They are not there to protect you. They are not there to serve you. They are there to fuck you over. They are there to start a violent situation that they can then take advantage of, that they can then put you in the fucking jail for, that they can fuck with you more. They are there to protect any fucking Nazis or Proud Boys or brown shirts that might be there in the vicinity, right? That's what the cops are there for. And I can't believe that fucking Kyle doesn't get this, right? Like, why would you say fuck the pigs there? Why? Oh my God. Do you really? Is this that hard? Is that okay? I gotta be kind of quiet because I think my roommates have complained about me getting animated and getting upset, but I'm sorry. There's some things that really piss me off, right? There's some things that really piss me off. I'm sure I don't know. I'm not trying to...
A year in prison. Understand, guys, that is deeply against the First Amendment. I mean, we've already had a ruling on the exact issue of flag burning, and even conservative Justice Antonin Scalia said, look, you might not like it, but...
Sasha G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And those are 5 gifted memberships going to Vox Populi. Also, there's others of you that I think have donated that may not have told me which of the topics you want your... which you want your donos going to. So if that's you, feel free to let me know, because I wanna help you put your money where your mouth is. A little decorum, please. I mean, you voted for violence.
But it's free speech, right? So this is a settled issue. You cannot make it a crime. It's already been determined. It's protected by the First Amendment. The other part of that is, look, as a matter of principle, if there's ever a time to burn a flag in protest, it is when your country is either doing a genocide or arming and funding a genocide. Genocide is the crime of all crimes. It is mass murder on a gigantic scale, right? So now
look, we're watching Kyle. Obviously, I watch him, and obviously I like a lot of what he has to say. I'm a little bit, like this burns me up for a lot of reasons, right? And it kind of drives home the degree to which people are being taken advantage of by the Democratic Party, right? The assumptions being made that they've got our vote and that they don't have to do shit. And one of the biggest issues of our lifetime is being completely ignored. And yeah, there's like an exclusion zone, right? They're trying to keep protests out of, out of reach, out of earshot of anybody in that convention. And we're going to see later, kind of the reaction to some people bringing the protest a little bit into the convention. This isn't like protesters like coming in or breaking in, or this isn't some kind of like law breaking, right? These are delegates of the Democratic Party that have a little bit of a conscience and that, are happy to see Kamala take over for Joe Biden, but are hopeful that this means that something is going to change in terms of the policy that we can get past, because Joe Biden is probably like the worst in terms of policy, worse than Obama. Democrats aren't great on this. Democrats are cowards all the time, right? But Biden on this particular issue has been particularly bad.
I understand people say, hey, the optics of it, etc. I get it. I get that the optics may be an issue and it might turn some people off or whatever. But I don't know, man. It's hard for me to really get outraged over optics when the core of this is please stop carpet bombing children, right? It's just hard for me.
I mean, yeah, there we go.
To concern troll over optics in a situation like that. But what will happen inevitably, there's always what happens. You'll have the right.
See, here's the whole thing. You can't control the actions of 10,000 people at a protest. You can't. And he's going to mention later that, sometimes there's even agent provocateurs, people at the protest doing things in the name of a movement, in the name of a cause that are not, in fact, down for the cause, right? That they're trying to hurt the cause, right? So for that reason, this is why we don't get fucking scoldy about this shit. And this is why we have things like diversity of tactics, right? We try not to get in each other's way when you go to something like this, all right? It's very important. It's a very important concept to have and to hold.
Focus on the worst examples from these protests and then act like it represents the entire protest, right? So this happened when they were protesting Netanyahu's speech. There was somebody who spray painted the word Hamas on something, and then it gave ammo to the right to say, look, they're out there because they're protesting for Hamas. And it's like, no, the reality is they are protesting against the genocide being carried out by Israel against Palestinians in Gaza. That's what the protest is. But you gave them ammo by writing Hamas on the statue, right? And look, I'm at the point, I don't know if this is a hot take or not. To some, it may be.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You can't fucking clutch your pearls on this shit. All right? Like, look, you've probably said at some point that you don't believe in violence against civilians, right? And violence against children and violence against, right? You said that, all right? That's kind of like all you need to say, right? Because when you get drawn into this condemn Hamas sort of discourse, you end up condemning resistance de facto. And it's just not something that you need to do. It's just not something that's like, I get what he's trying to do. And I get what he's talking about in terms of how, but let me just put it this way. They don't need somebody writing, or spray painting Hamas onto something. They don't need that to associate the protest with Hamas. That is not, there's not a situation in which you could have where they will not have anything that they could twist and use and try to, in order to make this claim. And so that's why this whole, like,
but I would not be even the slightest bit surprised if there are some what's called agent provocateurs in these protests, where you have some people with the feds in these protests, and those are the ones who start trouble and do dumb tactics on the side of the protesters, right? I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Fed who wrote Hamas. And then that made it so the narrative was flipped to, look, they're pro-Hamas protesters. It's a way to delegitimize the entire anti-genocide.
The thing is, it doesn't delegitimize shit, okay? There's pro-IDF people out there too. Nobody's asking them to disavow the motherfucking IDF, all right? And the fact that our side has the imperative to say that, we're against innocent blood being spilled when that should be taken for fucking granted. It puts us at a permanent disadvantage. There is never any time where the other side is forced to do anything similar. And I hate playing into media narratives this way. The police are the only problem I've ever seen at protests. Well, yeah, when there's violence, it usually starts from actions by the police.
Cause, right? And by the same token, I think a lot of those tactics are used even against something as simple as flag burning. right? But flag burning, I can defend on the merits. I think that's the right thing to do in this situation. If there's ever a time to burn a flag in protest, is when you're arming and funding a genocide. But I can't defend the Hamas thing. I'm anti-Hamas, right? So, but either way, putting the tactics aside, this is called pressure. They're trying to put pressure on them to do the right thing, cut off the money and cut off the weapons to Israel. But of course, as always is the case when you get into like activist movements like this, you've seen it a million times, I've seen it a million times. And even as Noam Chomsky said, there are like Antifa elements in there, and Antifa is just the biggest gift to the right for the reason I just described.
I'm sorry, but I don't think you know what Antifa is, Kyle. Anytime you are standing up against fascism, which should be every fucking day, Kyle, you are Antifa. All right? You're literally playing into a media narrative. And without meaning to, I think I don't know if you realize that you're attacking people whose sole prerogative is to defend the rest of us out there at a protest who, if you're like me, are not ready to fucking throw down. All right? That's who I think you mean. I think you got black bloc, in the brain, right? I think that's what you're thinking. I think that's what he's thinking of. But he doesn't realize that the black bloc was there at Charlottesville to keep people like Cornel West from getting the shit kicked out of him. Like, this is what they want you to do. Turn around, disavow, just criticize people to preserve some sort of a respectability politics. This is how you get played. This is how you get played.
Because then they could take the fringe examples, define the whole movement by it, and act like they're all...
Wait, Vosh got triggered by the flag burning?
Unreasonable. See, they're all...
I haven't been keeping up with Vosh. We haven't really talked about Vosh in a while.
Pro-Hamas. So I wish that the idiots...
I'm sorry, Chad. I'm trying to chill the fuck out. Because again, I gotta not be too loud.
Would sort of stop doing idiotic things. But having said that, overall, I have to support the protest because they're just trying to stop the mass murder of innocent Palestinians. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen.
Anyway, where are we at? Well, I mean, we're in Chicago, but oh, it's Oprah. It's Oprah. Now, I didn't see her on the list, actually. We're gonna wait until she actually starts to talk. Here we go. Nope. Wait a little bit longer. Make sure the music has died down.
Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris.
Is it Winfrey? Yeah, Winfrey. Not I always want to put an H.
I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship.
Yeah, you can definitely hear that there's good speakers here, And they're speakers, right?
But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us.
I'm surprised they didn't have like a Chicago night where they had. I'm surprised they didn't put Oprah with. Like she's you know, I don't know. I don't think she's from Chicago, but she.
What ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now.
I think she got big in Chicago. You know, she was in Chicago during her show blowing up. So
Far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and California.
she unleashed Dr. Phil and Dr. Oz on us.
Home, Chicago, Illinois. I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forests, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No.
Hey, how about what their social class is? Or where they can pay the fire department?
To belong to a childless cat lady?
Oh my God. Look, the Republicans give you a lot to push back on because they're so full of shit and they, attack everybody. But the one thing I don't hear at the DNC enough is, you know, you hear them talk about sometimes the middle class, sometimes the working class, right? I don't hear enough about the poor.
Who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation.
Now, people have talked about Oprah as maybe somebody who might enter into politics.
To democracy, and it is the best of America.
And I don't think I've heard her give a political speech before, so this is interesting.
Last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto this stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this,
If you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream.
She gave speeches for Obama when he was running both times. Nice.
Who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear. They are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not...
Yeah, the biggest weakness of the Democratic Party is its willingness to throw people under the bus, is its willingness to shut people out of the convention.
Segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie.
I mean, you see how unpopular that policy was, right?
And Leona Tate to sit in a classroom
and
with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away.
If people could stand up for that policy, considering, like, you hear what they said? All the parents took their kids out of that school. There was worries about snipers, right? And the Democratic Party cannot stand up for Palestinians. The Democratic Party will not stand up for homeless people.
Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four, they were called. They broke barriers, and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts.
And you hear so much about the stories from the past, right?
That paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second...
You hear about the courage of people to stand up in the past, and you just don't see the courage here and now when it's needed, because history's not over, and things are not okay.
Somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon, and very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States.
All right, good idea, Blitzkrieg. I'm going to go to bed too. Good night, everyone.
Let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election.
Did I forget to turn the stream off?
Calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter.
I'm gonna drink some water. I don't know what's wrong with me.
In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the back.
I just thought it would be funny if I went to bed and I left the stream on. I just thought it would be funny.
And just plain common sense.
But thank you, Omega Star. Omega Star says, I love you, your community so much. Don't be sad.
Decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose...
That's really funny, person with runes in your name. I knew you were a Nazi just by looking at your username. I could tell. I could tell you were a Nazi. It's really easy to see.
Because that's the best of America.
And I would encourage you, as a follower of the Fuhrer, you should follow your leader. You know? The way he ended things?
We won't be set back
by losing World War II. That's what I mean. Don't read too much into it.
Not going back.
Literally fucking runes in their name. Literally runes in their name.
Let us choose. Let us choose truth.
Yo, chat just started a hype train.
And let us choose joy.
Joy.
Because that...
Dragon Princess, thank you for the 100 bits.
But more than anything else, let us choose freedom.
You two just started a hype train.
Because that's the best of America. We're all...
Yeah, choose to move to... That's right, Miskatonic. Move to Argentina and change his name.
Thank you, Chicago. Thank you, America.
I apologize for being blunt. Why folks don't protest Trump's rallies as much. Brits asked and didn't seem to understand the reality. Oh, is that what happened? I was afraid it was me getting emotional. I was afraid that I was making it hard for people to... I felt really bad about that. So I took a second to just like kind of dry my tears and stuff, because I don't want to make anybody's night worse, right? Oh my god, a megastar with 100 bits. We end this together. Just got back. They got fucking Oprah. They did. Yeah, she wasn't on the list. She wasn't like scheduled, but here she is. Yo, Dragon Princess with 100 bits. Oh, that's really sweet of you. Oh my god, chat, I'm gonna cry again. You're being really sweet. I hope you know that, chat. You're being really sweet. I appreciate you. They try to take the runes from us. Oh yeah, I shouldn't. I know. That's like, I shouldn't say that like anybody that fucks with runes is like automatically a fan of the mustached one. The emotions I'm allowed to have are the emotions of righteous indignation at the sussy bakas out there pretending to be leftists while fucking with all kinds of right-wing weirdos And we're going to be talking about one of those people very shortly, maybe even tonight. We might even get into that a little bit tonight. Everyone at the now, right? So it was probably supposed to start about 54 minutes ago.
Let true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake up.
But yeah,
Future. That those who came.
Oh my God, I'm trying to think of the flats. There. Wait, it's the relative minor of E flat major. So what? We got like. We got an E flat. We got an A flat. We got a B flat. Do we have a D flat? Is there a D flat in C minor? I don't think so. That wouldn't make sense. Actually, that really wouldn't make sense. God, what am I thinking? I got sucked into the relative major, chat. That's just what happens when you know too much music theory. You ever get sucked into a relative major? Oh, it's Buttigieg. Buttigieg.
Anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next president and vice president of the United States.
D flat is C sharp. That is true.
The choice could not be clearer. Donald Trump rants about law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate. At least Mike Pence was polite.
Wait, Sheila E. plays the timbales, right?
If you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical. Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness.
Shakespeare, there was a Kick streamer that got like Dome on stream.
Believe that America today is in the market for darkness.
Like timbales are like, that's one of my favorite instruments.
A better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soul craft.
A soul craft?
Teaches me that the world isn't made up.
Is he gonna craft our souls?
But rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things.
Look, I feel like this guy's
Leaders matter because of what they bring out in each
like,
of us.
if you don't know the lore behind Mayo Pete,
Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you.
like, he may be
Comes from going back to the past.
a former employee of the company. All right?
They're telling you that your neighbor or
Like, Mayor Pete very likely was involved in some kind of intelligence work.
but is now the enemy. I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of
Yeah. Well, it's like a
better to be part of.
Wait, what is Tim Walz? Is it like two drums, like two kind of snare sort of?
As power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely
Tim's gonna turn our souls into like materia.
in Washington, serving in uniform.
Serving
Thinking of something much more basic.
the company.
I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table. It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant, and yet the makeup of our kitchen table, the existence of my family, is just one example of something that was literally impossible as recently as 25 years ago when an anxious teenager
Have I played Final Fantasy VII? Actually, that one I haven't played.
in this world.
I have not played 7. I've played 8, and I've played 10, and I've played 13, but I've never played Final Fantasy VII.
Possible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime. But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics. The kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality.
Centrist, neoliberal politics.
In your kitchen. But I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it,
Chat, I bet he's got a nice air fryer, right? I bet his air fryer is nicer than mine.
and the
I
dreams
bet
we
it is.
talk about late into the night there,
I bet it's really good mac and cheese too.
tells us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match.
Wait, which online one? The 14?
So this November,
Oh my god, I love those nails.
we get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will
Mr. Antonetti, nice.
politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represents. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness.
People say that Buttigieg bites Obama's like cadence, right? His way of speaking.
This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
The Pod Johns, Pod Save America actually threw some shade at Mayor Pete and Josh Shapiro when they were talking about the Obama speech and like the fact that everybody is always trying to imitate Barack Obama's speaking pattern.
Going to Congress and then becoming governor, I see the guy that was a first sergeant. I see a guy that's full of
And they're like, don't try to
time to sleep when you're dead.
don't try to imitate his cadence. Like, look at the way that he puts together a speech, right?
Going back to school,
Like,
he really wanted to know what the experience was.
They're and you know, so the Pod Save America, if you don't know, you're talking about people that were former speechwriters, in some cases for the Clintons, or sorry, in some cases for Hillary, and in some cases for Obama, and they're together now on a podcast, and you know, these are, you know, there's a lot of like a lot of knowledge of how to run a campaign, right? And yeah, you know, these are centrists. These are absolutely, you know, neoliberal centrists, right? But you know, in talking about the Obama imitators, right? Which I gotta think that they're talking about Shapiro and they're talking about Buttigieg, right? Those are the two foremost people. Kind of complaining that it's like, okay, so everybody's like trying to steal Obama's like cadence, like the rhythm with which Obama speaks, right? They think that's the magic. If I could speak with that rhythm, then I would. Yeah, there we go. There's their timbales. Wait, what? How? Yeah. There's like. And that cowbell looking thing is called I think it's called the clave. I only knew this because I got into Tito Puente for a little while. Or wait, is the clave the thing that's more like a concrete sounding? Yeah, clave also refers to a type of rhythm. I think you play that on the timbales by hitting your sticks together. I think that's how that works. But yeah, actual clave is like a kind of a hollow stick with a divot cut out of the middle. And like it's like a hollow stick with a divot cut in the middle, and then a smaller stick that you hit it with. Oh, yeah, the block. I was thinking of the block. Anyway, sorry, chat. Music shit. I mean, I actually really like Sheila E. too. It's too bad we can't listen to this music on stream. I wonder what they're playing. Is it what are his songs? What are her songs? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's you know, you could hook different like see how she's got the two cowbells on her kit? You could also hook up a block. God damn. See, you know that guitar solo is sick. You don't even have to hear, you know what I'm saying? It's gotta be sick. So now I don't know if he's gonna speak or if he's just here to perform. Wait, so it seems like they have like, so she's been up, has she been up here in between other speakers? I feel like they have like kind of like an MC role every night. But it's not quite like at the Oscars.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. And to take us there, please welcome to the stage Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar.
It's Club Mom. It's Club Mom. No, it's music. It's music. Oh my God, this is my kryptonite, chat. I got too excited. I turned it off. There she is.
Of Minnesota, where purple reigns, I stand before you in support of our next Vice President, Tim Walz.
She's kind of quirked up, isn't she?
Who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota, we trust a hunter who has stood in a deer stand in 10-degree weather. In Minnesota, we trust a candidate who has made a
It's Velma.
video on how to change a
Is this like Velma all grown up?
out headlight. And I know we aren't alone.
Chat, do you want to...
We love a dad in plaid.
A dad in plaid. It sounds like you're really into that dad in plaid.
So Tim and I go way back. He taught high school right down the road from where my husband John grew up. My mother-in-law even brought him and Gwen a Parmesan chicken dinner when their son was born. That's what we do in America.
Oh, thank you, Lizard. Yeah, Lizard's got it for me. Lizard said claves are two little wooden cylinders that you clink together. I always think of it as the... I mean, it's also like the...
And his fellow service members. And the truth is, that matters. Who better to take on the price of gas than a guy who could pull over to help change your tire? Who better to serve our nation than a guy who has served in uniform? Who better to find common ground than a guy with Midwestern common sense? A former football coach knows how to level the playing field. And a former public school teacher knows how to school the likes of J.D. Vance.
Yo!
What you've done with your life matters. And what you do with power matters too. Tim has delivered paid
Yeah, bring a hot dish.
school lunches and the biggest tax cut in Minnesota history.
Wait, so is Klobuchar? She's from Minnesota too, right?
From a red district in a purple state, Tim has brought Minnesota together. And together with Vice President Kamala Harris, I know he will do the same for our nation. America, there is so much that we share, so much that connects us. Way up north in Minnesota, out of Lake Itasca, flows the Mississippi River. It starts small and it grows wider. It flows down to Wisconsin and to Iowa. It goes down to Illinois and to Missouri. It goes to Kentucky and Tennessee. It goes to Arkansas, and it goes way down.
She's Minnesota.
And then it goes all the way down to New Orleans, Louisiana, where the spirit of our nation's resilience abounds. So let us commit here and now to cross the river of our divides to get to a higher ground.
Oh my God, you couldn't spoken like a true centrist.
Kamala Harris Tim Walz.
But like, she doesn't really have the Midwestern. She doesn't have the like typical.
From Minnesota.
I know the Minnesota accent, right? It's like you don't say unknown, you say unknown, right? That's like the key to the
on to push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank.
He has?
I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track.
Chat, I feel like we should let's get into the big chat, okay?
And track.
Let's get into the full-scale stream.
There was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders.
Everybody jump in the other chat.
Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team. That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah!
No, it's music. It's music. Just kidding. Wait, what are we doing? So wait, these are his football team from different years, maybe? Yeah, I don't think they were all on the same football team together. This is college football vibes. He's what? So what? His deal was he was the football coach and the LGBTQ club coordinator.
You know, all this got me thinking about the kinds of leaders we need. We want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate.
Large men clapping, right?
The thing is, there are people in our neighborhoods who fit this description. The kind of people who display quiet leadership by helping kids pay for their lunches, by bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out. Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well, in my neighborhood, someone like that did run for office.
But if they're gonna run for office, then chat, who's gonna drive the snowplow?
Thanks very much.
Wait. So here's what I want to know. Like, right, if he's gonna run for office, then who's gonna drive the snowplow?
Out here.
No, mute.
Where he spent summers working the family farm. There were just
No, I feel like some of the stuff that I got hit for last night in terms of copyrighted music, I feel like some of it was actually just like incidental, like stuff that was in some of the ads, right? Because just because they license it for the ad doesn't mean that that they won't hit you for
it would be to have a football coach involved. He inspired his students, and he changed lives.
He is just so joyful in everything that he does, but I think also standing up for, what he believes to be right, stands up to bullies.
Then...
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Like, I know you want to see the ads, but... Yeah, who's gonna clean off the snow? Who's gonna like clear the snow off the windshields if he runs? All right, Shorts chat, last chance to jump in. Jump into the big chat. This is your chance. We're going to keep the stream going, but it's going to be in the big chat. You can either hit that, you can either click on that link that's in the pinned comment, the link that I just left, or it should maybe raid you. It should show you, I don't know how raids work, but you should get the ability to click on something at some point. And come on over to where the rest of us are in the big stream. Wait, nope, I almost ended the wrong stream.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Vice President, Governor...
We're finally here. We're finally here. Okay, so this is what we came for. This is Tim Walz. He was born in a small town. No, the music. God damn it. I keep on getting hit by that. I keep on being like, yeah, it's smooth. Okay, cool. Small town. I'm like, wait, no, small town. That's a copyright. That's a copyright. That's a copyright infringement right there. Insert me, coach. I'm ready to play. All right, so we're going to wait till he starts flapping his gums. That's how we know that.
Thank you. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska. A town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what.
I feel like he said it better before.
You learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore...
Again, chat, it feels too similar to his,
My dad,
his other speeches.
Korean War era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work, making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I.
So we started looking at the sample cups that JD Vance was you know, not JD Vance, but like Trump voters were taking around these. They have a picture of JD Vance. It says full family kit.
The treatments hadn't worked.
And it's supposed to be a dig at Walz. It's supposed to be a dig at Walz for having to use IVF to have
we named her Hope.
His kids.
Hope, Gus, and Gwen.
I love the chipped I don't know, something about chipped nail polish, like it's relatable to me. It's related. Oh my god, wow.
On how we started a family, because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and JD Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And they will ban abortion across this country, with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous.
I don't know, Chet, what do you think?
It's not just me saying so.
So it's not a complete...
They were with him for 4 years.
It's not a copy pasta of his stump speech, right?
Much worse.
But he does have the points that he hits.
Elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you. I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead, say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with...
The weird is a bit overcooked. I mean,
from her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United
Yeah, the weird thing is something that you don't want to just like
on the side of the American people. She's taken on the
repeat.
fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team.
Wow. He's got good instincts to not go too long. And it's not... He would have been able to go longer if they had just keep it fucking...
We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team.
If they hadn't gone so late, right?
Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job.
There wouldn't be any necessity for him to keep it succinct, but good call.
And do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time. 1 yard at a time.
Oh, there's his football coach. Yeah. This is like some, what is the dude's name? Newt Rockney? It's like that. It's like this old ass movie.
6 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it.
When you're dad? It'd still be time to sleep when you're... Anyway.
That's how we'll keep moving.
That's how I feel right now, chat.
How we'll turn the page on Donald Trump.
That's how I feel.
Build a country where workers come first. Healthcare and housing.
I'll sleep when I'm...
And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community...
Did the screen freeze?
Where nobody...
Hopefully that won't happen in the future, right? Hopefully we won't have any technical difficulties.
Always says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
Oh my god, no, 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 no. Mute, 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 mute. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. It was C-SPAN? Thank you, Techno Uphook. I'm glad we still have some mods around. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be like not every day, chat, but this is going to be my stream time at some point. So I'm glad that people are here for this. Where are we on the dono goal? I think that I think that we're good on the dono goal. The only question is, chat, like, what do we actually do? Oh yeah, so here's what. Okay, so here's what. Okay, let me. I mean, there's the family. Is this is all his family? Like, yeah, so like, look, so much for the trad cons, right? We got the trad lib here. We got the trad libs. We got a big old family. You were glad I came back. Well, I wasn't really gonna leave. I was just kind of, I just needed to take a moment to wipe the tears, is all. There they go. Okay, so yeah, like I said, I've definitely got some things that I need to figure out and think about going forward and stuff. Wish we could have Jill Stein, but convince anyone except the most devoted to vote for her. But yeah, chat, on events like this, I do want to like, I do want to keep covering events like this. All right, we had some really good numbers the first night, and I don't know what's going on the other nights. All right, it may just be an issue where people are more interested in the first night of the convention and the last night of the convention, or it may be some stuff that I need to figure out algorithmically. But I appreciate knowing, who's with me for the long haul, and I appreciate you mods for hanging out. That is pretty awesome of you. Because yeah, especially on nights when the shorts is more active, it's I really do appreciate having people here to keep the chat manageable, because it, like, seriously, like, it's like, oh my god, like, without moderation, the shorts chat is just, it shows that I'm almost at 9K. Yeah. We support you during this COVID super spreader. I mean, you're not wrong. At least we're not the ones spreading the COVID. So chat maybe chose violence. This is what I'm asking about, though, right? I did not get people's, like, and it's okay, chat. You don't have, like, look, when you donate, you don't, like, I mean, we're definitely at 100+ as far as the dono goal goes, but I didn't get, like, very many people's like, what they want to put their money towards. So I feel kind of bad because of that, because people donated a lot. And if you're donating on Throne, know that you can send a message along with your donation. Oh, anonymous that paid 25 chose violence. Okay. So, well, I mean, that look, you're making me think that maybe I don't need to do so much math. Yeah, there's some other, yeah, so there was a lot of Throne donations. When you do those, you can feel free to just, like, leave that in the donation itself. That makes it really easy, especially if you don't want to out yourself as being a certain anonymous, or if you're making that anonymous donation because you want to stay anonymous. You can feel free to, like, leave that in the message if you forget to do it, and you want to. Oh yeah, Shaxby, I think I put yours in Oh, put it in Vox Populi if they don't. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so do I have 10 in? I think I got that one. That's one of the ones that I did get. Thank you, Narwhal, for letting me know. And then there were some people who donated memberships that I didn't get. So if there's anybody out there, because like, look at this. I don't think I feel like I missed a lot of your what your donations were going towards. Mine was for Swifties. Okay. Thank you, Dragon Princess. 1, 2. Oh yeah, Omega Stars. Where were yours going? So we got 2% for the Swifties here. Like, I'm thinking that it's probably going to be chat chooses violence. Suggest turning it an editable Google document. I mean, that something like that. So yeah, we definitely need to do something like that. Share it with the mods on duty so they can update if I forget. That's a good idea. Like an editable, what would it be like it would be like a it would be like, oh my god, why can't I think of a spreadsheet? It would be like a spreadsheet. Is that what you're talking about, Technoepoch? Technoepoch says, my gifted memberships go to violence. Okay. So, that's up to 40%. I'm thinking I might not need to do too much math tonight. It's pretty clear so far, both in terms of the vote and in terms of the... I really did not think, though, that... I didn't realize, like, how late I was going to be staying up. But yeah, I will be doing this when there's events. So I am really glad to have mods that are sticking with me and supporting me and don't have other commitments that they need to take care of at this time. Obviously, if you're a mod, you are not contractually obliged. Well, you're not contractually obliged by shit right now, because that, you know, this is a voluntary position, right? That I appreciate people being willing to fulfill. But you know, you're obviously not you know, you're under no obligation to be there for, you know, every stream or for the entire stream or anything like that. It's just I want to make sure that I'm handing that wrench to people that are you know, able to that aren't getting pulled in a bunch of different directions, if that makes sense, right? And it's no shade or anything like that. It's just something I gotta know, because I think there's a lot more people that want to be mod that are not mod yet, and you know, if that can I can kind of judge by people's availability and such, that makes the most sense. And also, I don't want to like, as much as I appreciate, you know, mods volunteering to help with stuff like the Donocle, I don't want to put too much on your plate again, because again, voluntary position, all right? And it's one that I appreciate. Someday, chat, someday. Did you know that Vosh does actually pay one of his mods? I found that out from President Sunday, right? President Sunday, our good friend Sunday interviewed White Nervosa, right? The founding member of the Vosh Intelligence Agency, the person that has tried to protect Vosh from the consequences of his own actions many a times. And you know, came up in the conversation with Tyler. Came up actually also in the Sunday leaks, right? Which I covered, which should be coming out for you as a video. Sunday talking to Tyler's mods and kind of dog walking them, honestly. Like, it's kind of like, I don't know. I got some feelings about that. Like, right, obviously people are allowed to talk to anybody they want to, but I don't think that Sunday's intentions talking to Tyler's mods were very noble. And when I look over the Discord messages between Sunday and Tyler, I see a side of him that is all too common in the political space, in the commentary space, right? I see a real cloak and dagger. He let a lot of his freak flag fly when he was talking to Tyler, and the fact that he released those messages kind of tells you everything that you want to know about that guy. Everything that I want to know about him. Like, right, I've heard enough. He is a snake. That is not somebody that anyone should trust. Content creator, anybody, right? Sunday is not to be trusted. Imagine getting paid $80K to be a Vosh mod. Now, I don't know about the amount of money Shakespeare, but I do know that one of the mods was paid, but only one of the mods, despite, you know, the vast earnings of Vosh. Yeah, I mean, he gets paid pretty damn well. I don't know if I could estimate it. I would guess it's like this, chat. Hassan probably gets paid the most. Destiny probably second most. Vosh third most. And I'm talking about political streamers here, right? Obviously, like your XQCs, your Aiden Ross probably make a lot more. But yeah, in terms of political streamers, that is probably, you know, how the money breaks down. And then when you get down to your like Xander Halls, you know, you're talking about somebody who only on a good month is really earning enough to, you know, have a comfortable lifestyle, let's say. So yeah, I do actually consider myself quite lucky to even be able to earn enough to live. So yeah, it's kind of cool. But yeah, the shit that I saw about Sunday, I mean, I don't know. Chat shows violence, right? Chat shows violence, and if there's anybody else that has donated and they want to make sure that their vote is counted for its intended target, feel free to let me know. I think it's I'm pretty sure, chat, that Chat chooses violence wins tonight. I'm trying to think if there is anything.
It's Milking Tyler's content time.
Oh my god. Okay, so we got to start with this. He has been exploiting Tyler, I gotta say, right? And I had a lot that I disagreed with Tyler about, not the least of which is doxing another content creator. I don't know if it's doxing, chat. I don't really care. I just know it's wrong and you shouldn't fucking do that. That's lower than low to go after somebody's like real life identity and put real, and especially like a trans creator who has been the target of multiple harassment campaigns, right? Whatever you think about her, it's not justified. And especially before you've dotted all your T's and crossed all your I's, especially before you've really like dug down and established that closed chain of logic, you know, linking Demon Mama, showing what Demon Mama knew and when she knew it, you know, for the whole Doe situation, because that's his justification is, oh no, she's a bad person. And it's like, I mean, I'm given to agree. I don't have a very high appraisal of Demon Mama, you know, as a person, but it's still, you know, we're talking about like, there's no reason for that, right? But that being said, like, Sunday's been absolutely predatory to somebody that he got really friendly with. And I feel like he's showing us who he really is. When somebody shows you who they truly are, believe them. So here's what he's doing.
It's Milking Tyler's content time, content time, content time. Milking Tyler's content time because he's a cow.
Did that really deserve to be a video? What do you think, chat? 1.7K views. He's a cow. Tyler's a cow. And he is. He's a ridiculous man. And, you know, in some ways, scary in a similar way to Sunday, or more, maybe more scary. Wait, is that a real F? Is there a real F going on here? That's disturbing. Yeah, there's a lot that's just look. Both of these guys are disturbing. Like after, that encounter that I had with them, right? And I was nice to them because I am nice to a person until they give me reason not to be nice. I feel like I was gaslit and lied to by Tyler. And I was straight up snaked by Sunday. Right? He has obviously got some shit to say to me. And he had every chance to say it to my face, right? Sunday said a lot of shit about me when he went over the debate that I invited him on to have, that I invited him on to say his piece, right? I'm not going to talk about somebody without giving them a chance to clarify. If I got anything wrong, I want to know. I will let people come onto my platform and challenge me. And what did I get for that? What did I get for extending that olive branch to Sunday? I got bit by a motherfucking snake, predatory cephalopod. And I got my eye on this one now. I got my eye on this one. I'm not turning my back on this motherfucker. All right. And I mean, I already had a feeling, given, the nature of his correspondence with Tyler, right? The kind of guy that he actually is, the kind of plans that he makes, the way that he looks at other content creators, I think is gross, actually, right? And even though Tyler was not honest with me, and, is not morally consistent, we'll see more about that in the future in terms of what Tyler has said in defense of Vosh's folders prior to deciding that, Vosh and the White Leaf Network were super evil. He defended Vosh's folders, apparently. So I'm pilled on Tyler too, but Jesus Christ. Sunday's got no problem carving up his best friend. I wonder, does he have any friends? Like with the way he is, does he have any? Is Tyler as a content creator the closest thing that Sunday has to a real life friend? I don't fucking know. Is there more? There's more. Not really. Oh my God. See, I feel like lied to there. I was like, wait, is there more? There's not really more. That's I watched too much content already. I thought I heard something about Doja, but fair enough. It's been... Well, no, he's portraying me as some kind of like danger, right? He's I'm trying to remember what all he said about me. Like, he complained about me being slow to respond, right? I'm in the midst of you executing somebody on my stream and trying to decide if I want that to happen on my stream, because in general, like, I got a pretty high threshold for treating somebody like that, right? And I relented. I allowed Sunday to say his piece because I felt like he had been wronged. He had been attacked by Tyler. That's what it looked like to me at the time. Now I'm not so sure. Because a lot of what Tyler said about Sunday being a snake does seem to be borne out in what we've seen from behind the scenes and how this guy operates. So I don't even know. I mean, it's hard to feel bad for Tyler, but again, I'm not trying to spill blood like on my stream. His weird Pepe Sylvia stream, yeah. Do we want to watch it again, though? Kind of.
It's Milking Tyler's content time, content time, content time. Milking Tyler's content time because he's a cow.
So you want to see the milking that went on? Like, how many different ways can you show this guy as a cow? Okay, so lucky for us, most of the Tyler videos are, you can see, I don't have to, like, I don't have to resize the window or anything like that. But let's take a look. Let's take a look. Now, it's not exactly what it looks like, right? This is not like Sunday making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is not exactly Tyler making 8 video or Sunday making 8 separate videos about Tyler. This is more like my video. Well, okay, so a lot of it is the debate that I hosted being cut up into multiple pieces. And yeah, the chat, he has, you know, he shit talks me right after me bringing him on so that he could say his piece, so that I'm not talking about him and maybe getting some things wrong, so that I'm allowing him to explain himself from his perspective rather than just making assumptions, right? This is what I get. I get fucking shit talked, right? Because apparently his friends don't like me. Well, Sunday, you're friends with some fucked up people. And I'm not going to speculate about who told you what, but just like I think Roosevelt once said, they are unanimous in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred. These are bad people. These are bad people, right? And Sunday is in bed as a content creator with some really bad fucking people. And he was in bed with some worse people too. He was, you know, the closest thing to a Vosh orbiter without a white leaf sight that I can imagine, right? He was absolutely linked up with them. And I'm not sure if he isn't still. Like, I'm not sure if it might not be true that Tyler had somewhat of a point about Sunday still having some sort of a connection to people in that network. But yeah, so this one's from my, that's from my stream. That's from my stream. That's probably from my stream. Give it a chance to... Tyler is a slimeball backstabber. That's what he's saying. The thing is, you don't have any room to talk. Yeah, maybe he is. I think it's more likely, though, that Tyler's got some problems, all right? That's what I detected from Tyler. I don't want to have anything to do with him, but not because he's, you know, some kind of slimy weasel, but because he's just not in his right headspace, right? I don't know. He's unpredictable, chat. Like, Tyler's, you know, kind of, I think, dangerous to be around. I think that he's not making really very rational choices, right? But Sunday's here, he's making money off my... Okay, I'm not going to get too into that, right? Fair play is fair play, and you know, you can, you know, I use other people's content, they can use my content. I'm not going to try to get at him for that. I'm not actually... There's not going to be any, like, white nervosa action. Yeah, it's a loose cannon. That's a great way to... And look, I hope that Tyler's okay. All right. I hope that he's got friends. I hope that he's got people in his community that he can rely on, and that they will, you know, help him do what's best for himself, right? With Tyler, right? But yeah, also, you know, really dangerous, playing fast and loose, just like Keffels, playing fast and loose with people's personal information. I think Tyler wears his heart on his sleeve, and is kind of a loose cannon. Yeah, it's different than Sunday. It's different. Sunday actually is a snake. Sunday is legit a snake. And he hangs around with snakes. And he's friends with snakes. And he's friends with people that undermine a lot about what he pretends to stand for. Tyler is no more weird than many other... wait, sorry, I'm trying to read everybody's chat here. Than any other content. Well, Marina, I'm not going after him for being weird. I just think that he was going through some shit, and I'm not sure what all it is. And he crossed some lines, right? And it makes me nervous when people do that. Like it's just like I don't want to be involved with anybody that's doing that, to other people, right? As many criticisms as I have for the White Leaf Network and for Demon Mama and for the same people that Tyler was going after, I don't want to see him get doxxed. Fuck that. And I don't care if it's really technically a dox or whatever the technicality is. I am unconcerned, all right? It's too close. It's close enough for Jazz, right? And that's too close for me. I don't want to be anywhere near that sort of territory. That is not, it's not how I roll. Yeah, Tyler who? Exactly. The dripping out of, that's gotta be AI, right? What is dripping out of Tyler's mouth? Yeah. See, now I accuse Xander Hall of making a thumbnail like this, putting a fluid of some sort into Thought Slime's avatar's mouth in order to make it look like Thought Slime maybe got... I don't want to say it. It seemed like a show of dominance, an attempt of Xander Hall to try to show his dominance of Thought Slime by putting fluid into Thought Slime's avatar's mouth. But it turned out that it wasn't actually Xander Hall who made the thumbnail, and the fluid was already in the Thought Slime picture. So I was wrong about that. Xander Hall did, in that case, Xander Hall did nothing wrong, right? But I don't think it's possible to read too much into this picture, right? I think that if you're seeing it in this picture, it's probably there. It's probably intended. But yeah, some kind of weird AI milk dripping out of Tyler's mouth. But yeah, it looks like a lot of it is from my video. And again, like I don't have, it's not, I'm not telling people not to react to my content. I would never say that. I just think that Sunday was really disingenuous with me. And that he has obviously a lot to say to me. And he's too much of a fucking coward to say it to my face. He's a gutless fucking swine, is what he is, right? He's more pork than cephalopod. That's what he is. And he is every bit of Chud Logic's bitch. So yeah, this is not my stream. This is Westside Tyler's stream he's using here. But yeah, a lot of the rest of what he has made recently does come from my stream. The problem that I'm having though is that these are pretty long segments. Like he reacted for a long time. I haven't even watched it all, to be honest with you, right? Like I said, I didn't really want to react to Sunday reacting to my stream. Because it's Ireneception. And that just seems like it seems like too much. It seems like too much. Sorry, I should read more chat. Maybe I missed something. Oh, about Tyler. Look, my smoke is not for Tyler here, okay? My smoke is not for Tyler. Like I saw some things that scare me. But again, as far as being deceptive, as far as being snaky, that's on Sunday. Tyler showed Demon Mama's real name. And, that's usually enough information for people to find more, right? And Demon Mama is somebody who has been harassed by various, like, hate forums on the internet. So, you know, you're doing this to a trans person that's already a target of people. His explanation, his rationale was that she is a bad person. She let bad things happen to Glooby. And I don't think we ever got, like, you know, the information I would have liked to see. And Sunday said this too. I agree with Sunday on this part, right? That there was probably more information to get. It was probably possible to, you know, prove that Demon Mama knew what was going on. But whatever, you know, that information was is now locked down and unobtainable because Tyler just jumped on that content train when he should have been a little bit more methodical about things, especially coming from the, you know, school of thought of like, I'm a journalist, right? Like as somebody who is, you know, educated in journalism, who's maybe even done it professionally, you'd think that he would know how to handle that sort of thing. Sunday mentioned basically 100 kilometer radius where he lives. And let's just say I know a bit. Okay, well, everybody be nice and do not visit anybody in real life, okay? Especially not on my account, especially not because you see them being mean to me. I would never want that, okay? Just so I'm really clear. I do not want anybody doing any, you know, West Side Tyler kind of action on people on my account. That's not, yeah, the thought slime money shot. He really trying to make the cow imagery really stick. Well, yeah, I mean, he wants to make Tyler into free content. Pork isn't kosher. Keep it away from me. Yeah. He's more pork than cephalopod. What about his White Nervosa interview? I was thinking about that. It's pretty late. The problem that I'm having now is that all of these videos are about an hour long. Right? This one's just my interview. This is just my debate. The only thing that you could say that he adds to this is he shows my chat. That's you, chat. He shows you. He made sure to feature you. You know, you chatters that didn't agree to be part of somebody's content. Well, guess what? You're part of his content. Anything that you said in my chat while that was going on is now part of a President Sunday video. All right, well, let's start with this. Westside Tyler's address to my audience. This is short.
And by the way, I've got to point out, the Cathedral is the stupidest people online.
Disagree.
There's nothing more fucking offensively, hilariously dumb than a bunch of dipshits who all think listening to President Sunday, of all people, somebody with, what, a bachelor's in philosophy who never gonna get paid to do that, reading Deleuze somehow makes them the epitome of fucking knowledge.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think they're counting on Brooks, really, for the Deleuze stuff, right? Sunday does know some philosophy. He does seem to have some degree of understanding. But for things like 1,000 Plateaus, which Sunday does not get at all, he brings in a ringer, right? Brooks actually does seem to know his shit, from what I can tell. Not that I'm some kind of philosophy brain genius. Violence is never the answer. Well, it was the answer for chat tonight, apparently. Not real violence, though. Luckily, this is metaphorical in nature.
It's insane. But he's just trying to convince his community that they don't have to listen to the facts or anything. He creates impossible standards for evidence, and then when you can't rise to them, he says, Sunday's like little rat fuck community and Demon Mama's rat fuck community, who are very...
So do you understand the reason that Sunday's putting this up here? If he's going to engage with Tyler like this, and considering that Tyler, like, you know, goes off on a hair trigger sometimes, he's first got to protect himself. So how does he protect himself? Let me show you, Cathedral. Let me show you, community, what Westside Tyler thinks of you. This is kind of Trumpian here, right? He's not going after me, chat. He's actually going after you. So, you know, here's what he thinks of you. You're all a bunch of pseudo-intellectual fuckwads. And so now that you know that, now that you don't know this, you don't like this guy, he can safely go in on Tyler now.
Very integrated. Have basically formed what I can only call the Groomer Defense League. This is going to end with a full blacklist of.
Yeah, I'm not on board with this. I don't see that Sunday was doing groomer defense.
Sunday's community and discussion about him. Tyler, you just don't want to answer the truth. You don't want. Yeah, fine. I don't care. Literally, Sunday's community is so worthless to me that validating you guys through.
Marina says this whole thing is frustrating. Yeah, to me too. I don't like getting pulled into this. I never asked to be part of this. All right. I did not choose violence. That's what I want you to remember. I'm not going to try to do anything like this and poison the well to anybody for you. If you like Sunday's content, if you like Sunday, fine, whatever. That's on you. Okay. You don't have to agree with me. Certainly I'm not on other YouTube personalities. But yeah, he definitely wants to make sure that his chat has every reason to dismiss anything that Tyler might say about him.
There is no moment where I'm going to be like, oh shit, well, I've convinced Titan Uranus. Oh shit, Daedalus Media is fucking on my side. Like,
he's making fun of like a smaller content creator and that's like a fan of Sundays. That's pretty shitty. That is legitimately pretty shitty. Tyler did QR. Oh, I saw that, Shakespeare. I wasn't sure whether he was like agreeing with it in some way or pointing out that it was fucked up or what exactly he was doing. Westside Tyler has issues, but the way he operates his journalism is based on his work experience. Tyler is at least open about his intentions. Yeah, well, okay, and he's right about President Sunday. I think in some ways, yeah. I don't want to be anywhere close to people that are, I don't want to be attached to anybody that's, just throwing out people's personal information the way that Tyler does.
that was never going to happen. Sunday's audience can't help but see line. They hear something from Sunday and they're like, well, I guess I'm just going to go ahead and ask that question without trying to do any research of their own, because they don't do research. Sunday's a stupid person. He can't do research. He's bad at it. What in the
Oh, what does rat fuck mean? Shakespeare asks. Rat fuck means it's like what Richard Nixon did to oh my god, what was that guy? The guy that was running in the Democratic primary that he was most afraid of. Right? So if you know Watergate, a famous scandal, this is the reason that Nixon was eventually not impeached, but he retired, he resigned to avoid impeachment, right? And the there was a particular Democratic candidate that Nixon was afraid of running against. And so the goal of the Watergate burglars was to get information about this candidate and his mental health records, right? In order to push him out of the race, in order to sandbag him in the primary. And this is called rat fucking. There's probably a better definition, right? Let me try to give you a better definition of rat fucking. It's heavily associated with Richard Nixon, though, because of behind the scenes covert political sabotage and or dirty tricks. There we go. So it's literally defined based on Richard Nixon. This is you can read about this in the Woodward and Brooks Bernstein book, All the President's Men. As a term, rat fucking was commonplace in Southern California and possibly other college slang in the late 50s to at least the early 60s, meaning a prank. Okay, so it started off meaning like a fraternity prank. So kind of like some Animal House shit. Interesting. Yeah, see also innuendo and smear campaign. So you get the idea. You get the idea of what rat fucking is. supposed to be.
But why would I want you fucking freaks in my community? It's not banning discussion. I don't want to talk to you. You're banned. And then once I'll get deep into it. I'll fucking lose good members. Unsubscribe for me. Go away. I don't care. I don't want you in my community if you're a fucking Sunday fan. I don't want you here. I don't think that you're good people. I think you're bad human beings. Like, literally. I'll take all the fucking... Drama Hogs, you're not banned. Cope and Seed fans, you're not banned. Chud Logic fans, you're not banned. Fucking Vosh fans, you're not banned. Fucking...
Yeah, the question I had, Shakespeare, is that it wasn't actually a retweet. It was a quote retweet. And I couldn't tell what Tyler was saying in the quote retweet.
Demon Mama fans, as long as you don't fucking act like a bunch of shits, you're not banned. And keep on going. Fucking Chris the Narc fans, you're not banned. Don't care. Nothing bad to say. Lonerbox fans, Destiny fans, Not So Erudite, Stardust, he meant Jay Schlott. He doesn't know who the fuck I am. None of you guys are banned. But the cathedrals...
Metal says President Sunday is a snake and a grifter who likes to appear more logical and rational than he actually is. He did have some legit criticism about how Tyler does his journalism, but overall he's just a drama frog. Wait, that's a lot, not even subs. Wait, sorry. Oh, he doesn't want to... Wait, is that what you're saying? He doesn't want to keep... He doesn't want to even have subs, even his subs that are Sunday fans. So he's basically saying, yeah, fuck off Sunday fans.
Specifically, anyone from there, any discussion of it is done. It's a fucking toxic waste pit of like literal suits who just want attention by being pedantic.
You know what this means? Yeah, so it basically, the funny thing is that by, yeah, so he's like, so unsubscribe this guy, right? If you're a Sunday fan, you just got insulted. You just got called not very smart for learning theory from a person like President Sunday who doesn't even have a advanced degree. A little bit of academic elitism there. And coming from Tyler, who, you know, I mean, it's not like Tyler's, you know, he's trained in journalism, but I guess Tyler's like implying that it's not. Tyler just interviewed Delunchka. I saw that. And that might be part of the reason. Did that aggravate things? Do you think Tyler's like, you know, doing content with Dylan to fuck with Sunday to make Sunday mad? Or do you think that it's more like Sunday is just reacting to, I'm not sure. And I kind of don't care. He has an advanced degree in assholism. I majored in poli-sci. Yeah, and so I'm not really signing on for that. I don't think that people, I'm not here to criticize communities, right? I'm not here to judge people by the streamer that they watch philosophy content on. I don't know. Could there be somebody who knows more about philosophy than Sunday? Probably, but I'm not going to judge people, you know, based on being interested in his philosophy content. And I definitely wouldn't like cast like a wide net like that and say that everybody in the cathedral is, you know, you just usually can't typify people like that. But yeah, that's what Tyler's saying. And Sunday's showing this so that if you're a follower of him, who is still down by 100 subs, around 100, he lost 100 subs, still hasn't gained them back. He may actually be hard locked, like Tyler said. Is there more?
It's Milking Tyler's content time.
Okay. Okay. To ban someone, subscribe to someone else seems pretty extreme to me. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not something I would do. Like, unless it was, I don't know. It would have to be like, no, even then, I don't know. I'm trying to imagine an extreme enough circumstance that would justify that kind of a, like, I mean, that's a serious bridge burn, right? That's like, if there was a community that was just like, I don't know. I'm too normal of a person. Maybe so. Maybe that's my problem. So it's like, he's not just a cow, right? Which he is, apparently. But he's a cow that drinks milk. Which, like, I think only calves drink milk. So it's like he's being called immature as well. See, this is the part that I don't like, right? So everything else that Sunday's got on Tyler is a video that's about an hour long, and I don't know how much time I've got to, like, watch this. Homelander drinks milk? Okay, is it a Homelander thing? Don't spend any time in the cathedral, so I can't comment on what they're like. Yeah, look, I'm sure there's some cool people there, like, you know. And look, if you haven't, like, seen Sunday from this particular angle, right? I've been granted a particular vantage point. And maybe you have too. Maybe you've seen this through my encounters with him, what kind of a person he is, what is See, so, like, we could get into any of these videos, right? But we can't really finish any of them.
What do I call you? Just White Nervosa? What do you?
Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah.
Okay. I was a little bit surprised to see you in my chat the other night. I am a little bit curious.
I'm gonna be right back.
Tipped you off to all the stuff going on, and why'd you take an interest?
So I try my best. I promise, I really do, to stay out of the drama and whatnot. Depending on the night, if I've had a few too many, I'm still working on that. You know, I'm in some group chats, and they'll post, you know, a link, and I forget the context of how. I think it was just you covering it. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I thought I'd pop in. Yeah.
Okay, just to get the conspiracy stuff out of the way. So apparently Mythaldu was in Xander Hall's chat encouraging people to ignore this thing, roughly. That's what's been given to me. I understand that, like, are you employed by Vosh, or are you paid by Vosh, or are you separate from him?
Vosh pays us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why it was like, oh, okay, there's a bunch of Vosh employees in all of these chats around this.
Well, I think there should be an asterisk there. The only people who are directly paid, like, Mythaldu is a member of White Force, right? But receives zero payment from White Force. They don't do any labor for it.
Okay.
So the only people who are directly paid are my wife, Lumi, myself, and then Athena.
That's fair. And Mythaldu, does he also work for Vosh? Mythaldu's a he, right? Forgive me.
She, they.
My apologies. She, they.
Oh, no, you're perfectly fine.
It's, yeah. I do the same thing with Tiana, because Tiana's like, it's like a name that kind of sounds like, you know what I mean? It's like, I was calling Tiana like a she for years, thinking Tiana was a trans woman.
No, they get that a lot, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good to know. So Mythaldu doesn't work for Vosh directly at all, just for White Forest, and doesn't get paid by White Forest. So Mythaldu's kind of acting by
100%, yeah. Yep.
Okay, good to know. All right, cool. I'm going to get the spicy stuff out of the way first, just because it bores me.
The spicy stuff, you say?
I am kind of interested since I have you.
Sure. And like I said, chat, I don't know if we're going to be able to finish this. This is 1 hour and 11 minutes. And you know, with me, that means 3 hours. The way I go through content, that means 3 hours.
We'll get this one out of the way because it has almost no bearing on any of this. The Poppy cover-up.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, so I feel like, oh my God. Now, I'm sure that Sunday's been over this. I wish there was a quick explainer course. One in chat if you know what the Poppy cover-up is. One in chat if you know what we're talking about, right? We're not talking about Poppy from Poppy and Xena. We're talking about a Poppy who was on a Discord with Vosh and got mistreated in a most horrible way at the very onset of Vosh's career. So this is the original lore about White Nervosa. The main, like, right, you know, her notoriety boils down to this situation. That she's in a screenshot, she's in several screenshots with other, like, early Vosh supporters discussing the incident. One, we got 0.75. I don't know what that means. So some people maybe don't know about Poppy. See, this is why I'm like nervous about going into this, right? Is that it's not going to mean a lot to those of you who are not familiar with this incident. Like, I'd almost have to read you there's screen grabs. There's screenshots, right? In a Discord of Vosh's conversation with a person who didn't really want to engage Vosh in a sexual manner, but who Vosh was intent on doing just that with. This is a person in a what I understand is like a debate server whose interest in talking to Vosh was to debate Vosh. And, you know, I mean, this is the, you know, kind of embarrassing part. They wanted to debate Vosh about Jesus, right? Vosh is not a big fan of Jesus, not super into Jesus. This person was. And so that was the conversation that they wanted to have. They wanted to have a little talk about Jesus. And Vosh turned the talk into being about horse wiener. No, not even kidding. Not even kidding. Vosh tried to engage this person in a discussion about horse anatomy.
Any comments you want to make about that? I'll read out specifically the screenshot I'm looking at here, okay? It's the one you know about, but...
Yeah, okay, so I guess...
So, chat, a little lore behind... a little NCC lore for you, right? This is a screenshot that I posted on Twitter in a response to White Nervosa when she replied to my going live thread, right? So, you know, sometimes we do like a blast off thread. We do a thread to let people know on Twitter that I'm going live. And this was before Elon had fucked up Twitter, so it was a lot better. And she replies to it with these weird accusations, right? She's got like a Google Doc, and she's like making accusations that an account on a hate forum is actually me. And what does she have in the way of proof? Well, she has timestamps, right? She took all the timestamps from this account when it posted, when it was active. And that was her downfall, right? Because this gave Zara and I the ability to cross-reference the activity of this hate account with the activity of myself as a streamer. And it turns out there was a few conflicts, right? And we clipped a bit of gaming stream, like a gaming stream that I was doing at the same time as this account was active. So she did back off of those claims, but then she like retreated to other claims and accused my mods of a bunch of stuff. And she just like, There was never any proof of anything, but it was just like unnecessary shade. So when she throws unnecessary shade like that at me, I threw some very necessary shade. I thought it necessary in putting into perspective for people following my Twitter account who White Nervosa was, why she was notable, and you know, why she was notorious, right? She was one of the founding members of the you know, Protect Vosh at All Cost Club that they colloquially referred to as the Vosh Intelligence Agency. And, you know, basically showed her doing an op of sorts to go after the victim of Vosh. So just so, you know, like there wasn't really anything to clap back on because it was just like accusations without any proof. So I showed some proof of who White Nervosa was. And here's her trying to explain this screenshot, this infamous screenshot.
If I can, I just read this out quickly, and then you can like just comment.
Sure, absolutely, 100%.
So this is 5 years ago, I think. You say we can do a trick redo here. We can replace all Vosh's nameplates in the logs to be Irish Laddie. So per se, this does end up being a YouTube video, then it'll be titled as such, and Vosh can further distance himself from it.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
It's just super weird to say that at any point in time, I actually actively tried to cover it up, right? So, again, it's a bad screenshot, but that's why, you know, it's in perpetuity. It's going to be there forever.
Yeah.
But the context is this is a public Discord, firstly, right? This isn't like, you can see white names in the chat. This isn't the mod channel on his Discord. The second thing is, and Tyler knows this, he has to know.
Yeah, I feel like she actually owes me $1,000. This is a weird story, but one of the other things that she did after Zara and I disproved her claims was she asked me if I could name the source of that screenshot. And I guess the implication was going to be that it was from the farms. And I didn't even know what she meant. Like, I had gotten the screenshot off of Google because it's on Google. It's on Reddit. And Reddit links to Google. So I think that's where I found it, right? But she was asking me something that I didn't even know. The fact that what she's referring to here is the fact that this stuff has not been buried. This stuff like exists, I guess, on a server somewhere. And she tries to use the fact that she's kept it up. She's retained this publicly as a, you know, well, there's nothing to feel guilty of. You know, here it is. Here it is for all to see. And so what she was actually asking me for was, I think, a white leaf link. And I literally got it from Google. I literally got it, like, Google up, you know, White Nervosa and a Vosh, and I can't remember what else, and I found it. So so she said that if I gave her the source of that within a certain time frame, that she would pay $1,000 to the charity of my choice, right? She would donate $1,000. Now, I don't think she has or had $1,000. I don't think she has that much spare money to give. So I don't think she ever really intended to go through with this. But yeah, technically I found it thanks to Vamps, actually. Vamps knew what she was talking about, even though I did not. And then gave me the link. I sent the link, and well, she never paid out. She never paid out. So there's some charity out there, chat, of my choice that is missing $1,000 of the money that White Nervosa probably spent on other stuff.
Because in his video,
I'm not going to speculate on what that might be, but
to be clear, I actually haven't heard this one from Tyler. This is one
okay, gotcha.
For a little while, yeah. So I'm gonna press you on this one a tiny bit after you respond, just for me. But,
sure,
this one's not Tyler. The other stuff is Tyler, but this one's.
Well, gotcha. Because the screenshot, in his video. So that's what would have irked me, because he would have had to have seen it. The only way anybody has access to those logs, was because we host them. So
there you go. There's nothing bad in the logs. We host them. We're not afraid of the logs.
Like from the start, like the White Forest being the we here. Mm-hmm. So it's always been on our servers. And you know, like even going from any archive, because you'll see at the top, it'll be our link, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So
I mean, being 100% with you,
yeah,
I was joking, but nobody is ever going to believe that from me. Well, okay, because if you look at the timestamps, there's a minute between me saying the idea that, hey, what if we just change your name again, bud?
Yes.
And then me saying, I thought it was
Yeah, I don't think she's ever been 100 with anybody.
a good idea, or a good thought, I think is in the screenshot. So
a good thonk.
Yeah, a good idea. Yeah.
A good thonk. No, she literally said a good thonk. That's how she talked back then, chat. She said, let's do a trickery do. That was a good thonk. I don't know if it's like, is it friend speak? I can't tell.
So
it kind of sounds like the sort of way that, like, if you watch the card posting video that I covered last week, right? It kind of sounds like that sort of thing. I can't tell though. Trickery do.
She never responds, right? And already the idea is already. It
So
was
this
a
is
joke.
not a right. So this is. So if I'm reading you correctly, the point you're making is that this is not advising Vosh. This is thinking aloud, tongue in cheek, in a public group. Am I?
I you know, for the longest time I tried defending it, but it's 100% a joke, fam. Because like,
for the longest time I tried defending it. So here's what she's saying, right? She's saying that you may see me defend it. You may have seen me defend it, but I wasn't really defending it because I shouldn't have to defend it because it was a joke, fam. It was a joke. It was a little trickery do. We're just doing a little trickery do. We're just doing a little op to defend our edgy boy Messiah so that his career doesn't end before it starts. That's all. That's all, fam. That's all that we were trying to do. Yeah, she's changed her story. That's the truth of the matter. That is what you're seeing her trying to edit that in real time. She comes across somebody like Sunday that doesn't really seem to have much context for this. And she's like, well, since you don't know any better, I'll just say that I was joking.
within a minute, I like, for one, it's a stupid idea. But for two, within a minute, I nixed the idea. Vosh never responds to my message, right? Or else they would have included that. Because again, it's a public space.
Perhaps, but I suppose for myself...
I mean, the truth of the matter is he did change his name from Irish Laddie to Vosh, so I don't know what she's trying to say here. Like, he changed his name. Is she trying to argue that it was for a different reason? Maybe?
Like, it doesn't strike me immediately as a stupid idea. It actually strikes me as a pretty smart one. You do a total rebrand so that when people are referring to a scandal with screenshots involving a persona under one name, well, you're under another name, so nobody who's not familiar with this already makes the connection, and it like vastly dulls the blow of that, you know?
I mean, yeah, I guess like that. Like if you're looking at it from your perspective, I don't disagree with you. But you have to consider the context of the time. So,
could Vosh stop streaming and live off of what he's made so far? Maybe he could like invest it. I don't know.
At that time, my audience, because I live streamed then, was bigger than Vosh's, right? So,
really, I didn't know that. That's weird.
Yeah. So his server was super tiny, and it just changing your username is not going to do much because again, people know he's Irish Laddie.
That is a good thing to point out. Actually, at the time, like Vosh is not this big.
Yeah, he's definitely not Hassan Rich.
Massive platform.
But he makes a lot of money. You know, when you have like 100,000 or more for every single video you put out, when you get 5,000 on a bad day or 10,000 on a good day, specifically, particularly like in political season day, then you can make some decent money.
That people are invested in monetarily. At this point, he's still just swimming around in Destiny Circle.
Exactly. Yeah, and he's still on Twitch.
that makes more sense. Okay. I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of other screenshots that are there, so I'm going to take your word for it. Recognizing, like, bluntly, not to like cast aspersions. I don't.
Oh no, sure, exactly. I mean, if you want to fact check that, you can just do like Wayback Machine on the URLs.
I'm not even worried so much about fact checking that. I have the screenshot before me right now. I'm just noting that so that if like,
gotcha, yeah.
For whatever reason, this conversation is seen by somebody else, I'm not carrying water for you. I'm just going off of the little that I do know. That being said, Given what I do know and given what you've told me, this is actually a pretty plausible explanation, and it makes a lot of sense in context. So Vosh is not established at this point. You don't have a reason to be.
See, the thing is, she could tell you anything. You don't know. You don't know. Right? And this could be true, but it could be like not the real reason. I don't know. Some people say that Sunday played his cards really well in here and that he got a lot out of her by maybe gaining her trust early on. That this was strategic, that this is like, so most people who don't want to deal with like cloak and dagger rat fucking, basically, they see this as White Nervosa's origin and they judge her accordingly. And they say, okay, that's who you are. You're like Vosh's, I don't know what you want to call it. Fixer. Yeah, you're Vosh's fixer. I don't trust you. It's what most people would see, what most people would say. And for Sunday to kind of let her off on this one, after having her in his sights, maybe gains her trust, allows her to open up more on other matters that are maybe more important. But I gotta say, honestly, for me, this is the most important and the most telling facet of White Nervosa's history, is her sweeping for Vosh, right? A lot of the rest of what you see her doing can adequately be placed in that context and understand and correctly understood in that particular way.
Protecting him in this way. There's no financial entanglements of that.
Marina says this person talks like a politician out of both sides of her mouth. She has every reason to lie. Yeah. And like, look, they had a goal in place, right? And the goal is this. These are people that are in Destiny's server. They love Destiny stepping on Lauren Southern. They love Destiny stepping on, all the rest of the sussy right-wingers. They love Destiny taking on the alt-right. They're encouraged by that. But they would rather have somebody who's actually open to leftism. And Destiny hasn't shut the door on leftism yet. But he definitely isn't like, he's definitely not opening it either, right? He's a liberal who sees alt-right shit and he says that is sus, right? And so, I mean, that's good, but for people like White Nervosa, who actually had I believe a USSR flag in her room at the time, they wanted somebody that was more blatantly like leftist coded at the very least. And along comes Vosh, an acolyte of Destiny, somebody that's been in Destiny's community, somebody that models himself in many ways after Destiny, somebody who talks like Destiny, somebody who debates like Destiny, right? So here we got Destiny, but it's leftstiny. That's what Vosh offered. And for people that wanted that edgy boy messiah, wanted that leftist who was going to take on the alt-right with all the slurs and all the, memes and all the, kind of trashiness that they believed is what makes them bang in the algorithm, right? He's like offering like, here, now you can have your alt-right streamer who happens to be a leftist, basically your blood sports streamer who happens to be a leftist. So yeah, Vosh is an important figure no matter what she fucking says. He's tiny. He didn't matter. I didn't care about him. We were just joking, right? Bullshit. Not just White Nervosa, but people were invested, and his community might have been small, but it was pretty freaking adamant about their guy.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we were friends at the time, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah. There's interpersonal entanglements, but it's not like when you're talking about a rebrand, there isn't an expectation of this guy's going to take off at this point. This isn't, okay. So, I mean, like, you can still, and I have to, like,
see that you're just taking her word for it, though. But then again, like, I don't know, some people say that, like, this is not what's important to Sunday, right? And if you listen to while I was streaming, I called it the Sunday leaks. I'll try to put that video out. But if you listen to it's the video where it's just me up against a background of jellyfish, right? He's scared, or he at least expresses fear of White Nervosa and of Whiteleaf. He's talking to Tyler's mods, and he's saying, here's the deal. I want to help you out. I think there's something to find here, but I don't think that Tyler has it yet. I'm underwhelmed with his video, with his nuke on Demon Mama. It needs something more, and I want to help him find that. Because here's the deal. When he puts this out, and he's already put it out, right? But there's a disturbing silence. As this pebble hits the pond, there's a lack of ripples. And that scares Sunday. And he's scared because he thinks that there may be talks of a feeding frenzy. A DJ Mule, if anybody remembers that video, DJ Mule made a video called Xander Hall is Not Your Ally. And Zan, Vosh, Demon Mama, all these people made like hundreds of thousands of views, maybe even 1 million views off of reacting to DJ Mule's, what they regarded as a failed hit piece. They turned the attention from being on Xander Hall to being about DJ Mule. So Sunday's worried about like kind of an all-out attack, and not just from Vosh, right? You've got Lonerbox looking at it too. You've got other people that might look at it, right? So he's saying, hey, look, there could be some bad stuff that comes down the line after this. And although I'm against these people, and I think these people have it in for me, so he's basically saying that because he criticized Vosh's folders, right, Whiteleaf has it in for him. If Tyler makes it a fight between me and him, Sunday says, right? If Tyler is bent on going after me, then that kind of leaves me in a spot where I've now got to side with Whiteleaf against Tyler. And I don't trust them, and I think they'll probably come for me next. But, come on, throw me a bone, right? So it's his entreaty to Tyler's mods to plead on his behalf that Tyler not turn on him over his reticence to endorse Tyler's hit piece on Demon Mama, over Sunday wanting to try to collect some more information to try to firm up some of these accusations so that you're not left with like a bunch of unsupported accusations that leave you open to a counterattack. That if he's going to endorse this, he needs Tyler to do a little bit more due diligence and make sure that this thing is airtight. And so that's what the Sunday leaks are about. That's what the jellyfish tapes are about. And he expresses fear, right? He's like, I can't handle this. It's too much, right? Maybe I could handle or he's basically like, I could handle Tyler, and maybe I could handle Whiteleaf, but I can't handle Tyler and Whiteleaf, and don't put me in this position. And with the subtle implication being like, the obvious choice for me, Sunday, if Tyler insists on, turning on me, on going after me, on considering me an enemy, is for me to throw Tyler under the bus. So please don't make me do that. Talk to Tyler, talk some sense into him, and I won't have to throw him under the bus, is basically what Sunday's saying in that video. Yeah, I feel like we got ahead of ourselves, didn't we? Right, this is stuff that I really do need to put out on a bigger level before going too deep into this particular video. I feel like I'm starting to see like sort of the order of subjects that need to be addressed for people to properly put this into context and properly understand what's going on here. And this is probably getting a little bit ahead of us. President Sunday said that. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to. To be fair, if you insist on the dirtbag left, then there's a million people better to listen to than Vosh. Yeah, like Chapo, for sure. Nightmare blunt rotation, right? And President Sunday says that Westside Tyler was bad at journalism. President Sunday didn't bother to do any research. See, I don't know actually. I don't know what Sunday's real goal is here. Like, what's he going after? What does he think is important? Because for me, since White Nervosa like attacked me, since White Nervosa made accusations against me that were both unproven, but also because they were lied on the or scanned or really didn't contain any sort of proof, look to be unfalsifiable, right? When I first saw that, I was like, well, I mean, you're just literally saying, hey, this hate account on the internet, this is you. And I'm like, I mean, it's not, but how do you prove that it's not? Right? And it turns out that White Nervosa, she did herself no favors by the little bit of what. So what she tried to do is she tried to, instead, since she didn't have proof, she tries to insert receipts, right? Because a lot of people will see receipts and they'll interpret that as proof, right? If you show this is a receipt showing that this post was made on this day at this time, then people will be like, oh yeah, then clearly it's No Comment Chick. It's No Comment Chick making this post. And it's like, I mean, it shows that this post was made on this website at this time, but how the fuck does that? But anyway, she's relying on being able to convince people that are already, against me because I'm against Vosh and they're, favorably disposed towards Vosh and therefore negatively disposed towards me, that I'm guilty of this thing. But because her receipts her meaningless receipts, her receipts that are just there like gratuitously to show I've got receipts, right? Detail the times that these posts are made. That gives me and Zero the opportunity to then cross-reference these times with times that I've been streaming. And it turns out that once again, I'm streaming right through a number of these posts that were made. So, but I mean, that gives you an idea of how she operates, like how sinister she is, how she plays on people's ignorance and the sort of pitfalls of receipt culture, right? That we're so focused on receipts that just the mere presence of a receipt will sometimes cause us to assume a claim is true based on a receipt being there rather than, sort of use deductive reason and ask ourselves, what does this receipt actually show? Like, what am I seeing here? What does this prove, right? People don't usually go through receipts like that. They an accusation without receipts. Okay, well, where's the receipts? An accusation with receipts. Oh, it's got receipts. It's like, yeah, it's got something. But anyway, chat, I feel like we're going to have to get the kind of relationship. What kind of relationship? It's a business relationship, Metal, that Vosh and White Nervosa have. White Nervosa is the sysadmin, manages Vosh's website, manages Vosh's servers, and because they've got that website infrastructure and those servers, they're able to offer that service to people that are friendly to Vosh. And this is the White Leaf Network. This is, Demon Mama Live.tv, Xander Hall's website, Keffel's website. This is like, Shark's website, Dylan's websites, right? Everybody that's on formerly Lance of the Surf's website back when he was on White Leaf. So what that does then is it sort of ties people to Vosh and creates an incentive for them to defend him, since they're kind of relying on his website, his servers, and his infrastructure in order to make as much money as they do. Because the benefit of such a website is that you can increase your income as a streamer by, I would guess, like 30 to 50% would be about right, depending on whether you're a Twitch streamer, in which it's more like 50%, or you're a YouTube streamer, in which it's more like 30%. But then once they're tied into Vaush, then they've got every incentive to defend him. And Vaush needs a lot of defending, right? Because he's a bad person. The orgiastic amalgamation of lies and deception. Chat, I can tell that I'm a little bit tired tonight. And like I said, I don't think that this is what I need to start with. I can give you a little bit. Let's do a little bit of the I'm kind of teasing content at this point, right? I was hoping to kind of get through some of it. But now I'm seeing that there's an order that I need to go in terms of what you need to understand first for this to make sense. Let's see. So yeah, the following is apparently an OBS recording of a conversation that President Sunday had with two of Tyler's mods in an effort to try to rein Tyler in to get him not to go after President Sunday, because he was saying things like Sunday's sweeping, Sunday's protecting Demon Mama, right? That Sunday's getting in the way of his investigation and throwing shade on it as a way of defending Wyatt Leaf, defending Demon Mama, and that he's essentially a weasel, he's a snake. And Sunday approaches two of Tyler's mods to try to convince them to talk to Tyler on his behalf and get Tyler to relent. And now the question that I still have about this is, were Tyler's mods aware that they were being recorded? Because I watched this one time and I wasn't super clear. So it's kind of good that I'm watching this a little, at least the first part again. Now, again, chat, this is going to come out as a video, hopefully. I need to make this happen. And, this is a video that needs to come out soon. I've definitely got some thoughts on this one. But we'll watch a little bit of it just to give you a taste.
I wanted to talk to you two very quickly because I've been watching the conversations on your guys' end, and so I know you guys sort of know a little bit what's going on. And of course, Killjoy has sent me some stuff about what Mythaldu's been doing in Xanderhall server. You've probably seen that White Nervosa's come into mine.
Okay, so again, this is why it's the jellyfish tapes. I turned his screen off right when I went over this before. Because the screenshot he showed was the screenshot that made one of Tyler's mods upset. Sunday sent me the screenshot. I showed it on stream. I didn't know exactly what I was looking at. And the mod, one of the mods of Tyler's was in my chat and was like, could you please not have my name up on screen? So, because I don't see a reason to tie this to a Discord and a YouTube chatter and a Discord personality, I don't really see any benefit of it. I took it off the screen, and that's why I'm taking the video off the screen for now. We're just going to listen to the audio, and we're going to watch the jellyfish.
So I'm weighing this with the fact that Tyler has not responded to my previous attempts to de-escalate things, and I haven't been notified at all about the ostensible de-escalation forgiveness thread or whatever in your server. So
Yeah, as far as Demon Mama, it looked like the last I checked, she'd lost 300, maybe 500 subs max. I think more like 300 though.
I'm taking that to mean that that's not in earnest, let's say. But collectively we have a problem nonetheless, and I'm wondering if you guys have perceived it at all. Namely that I have no interest in spending any more time on this than I already have. It's exhausting. It's miserable. It's not really what I feel like doing. This has not been fun for me. However,
understandable.
Yeah. However, I'm wondering if you guys have cottoned on to sort of what is happening behind the scenes here, because there isn't going to be a Demon Mama response. I think we've figured it out.
Yeah, 500 subs. She's down 500 subs.
But there is one. And this is what I perceive to be happening. Every single person who's been going into Xanderhall sphere has been suddenly paying attention to mine when they haven't before. These are people who are directly paid by Vosh.
Mm-hmm.
So what I suspect is going to go down is there is going to be an attempt, or there is an attempt on that end to try and make sure there is an escalation between us by pinning Vosh and Demon Mama to me, or putting me behind them.
Okay, so again, we got no sense of whether these two know they're being recorded, which I suggests to me that they don't know. I could be wrong. I could easily be wrong. But if I was Sunday and I was going to record somebody, I would let them know that they're being recorded and check that out with them and be like, is it okay if I turn on, right? And if I did that, I would leave that in the recording just to make sure that everybody knows these two are aware that they are being recorded, right? Now, this might be something that Sunday recorded without an intention to ever release, and only released because of Tyler. Oh no, God, this was going to happen, right? So it was basically, he talks to the mods, he tries to get to the mods to talk to Tyler, and maybe if the mods had talked to Tyler and Tyler had said, okay, that's true, Sunday, I'm sorry I said those things about you, I take it back, we're on the same team again, right? Maybe if that happened, then Sunday wouldn't have released this, but who knows? Who knows?
While refusing to offer Tyler anything to latch on to carry this forward. Because I can tell you right now, I've been watching with interest like what the reception is of the expose, and it's not great. I think the most positive one was Chud Logic. I was expecting actually more opportunism. I was expecting people to carry it a bit farther.
Yeah, Chud Logic hates Demon Mama.
Expecting Destiny to show more of an interest. I was expecting Lonerbox to show more of an interest. These people hate Demon Mama. But they also all have, I don't know if you're aware of this, but they also have some quiet business entanglements in the background with these people too.
Yeah. Lonerbox was talking during Tyler's stream about getting White Leaf site, so.
More so than that, most of the people that Lonerbox associates with also themselves have White Leaf sites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
That's
so,
what I figured was going to happen.
Yeah. So
I'm going to put something in chat.
So I'm trying to think of who they're talking about. Lonerbox associates with Dylan Burns. Lonerbox associates with Destiny. I'm trying to think of who else. Lauren Southern? Anybody want to help me out here? Any Lonerbox experts in chat? I don't really know that much about the guy. He has had some choice things to say about me. All right, but I really don't know that much about him. Yeah, Dylan Burns is the... Oh, cool. The Hype Train gave Twitch people a button mashing... You got a button mashing emote. That's kind of cool. Chat, do you want me to show you this? See if I can... I want to play with this emote. There's the button masher. There it is. just gotta press the maximum buttons here. All right, let's see if it'll show. Make sure that Twitch is enabled. Twitch chat. Twitch alerts. Twitch alerts. Good. Okay. There we go. It's that button right there. There's the button mash emote. It's pretty cool. I like it.
This is Whiteleaf put out a new thing under their website. It's just a new statement stating that they no clients are necessarily affiliated or endorsed by White Nervosa or other members of White Force. Again, that's bullshit. We saw Mythaldu go into Xander Hall's fucking server. And
this is exactly what it looks like. But this is the reason why I'm talking to you guys about it. It's not because
Okay, so I don't get that. Go into Xander Hall's server. We saw Mythaldu go into Xander Hall's server, right? We must be. Are we talking about? We've got to be talking about Discord, right? And the thing about that is, I am like, why would Mythaldu not already be in Xander Hall's server?
I think this is new to you. I think you guys have like a head on your shoulders.
Now we need to flick the bean? Yes.
White Nervosa has been reaching out to me in private. I'm going to attempt to get a voice conversation. But what White Nervosa is trying to do here, and I'll show you exactly what she messaged me with.
Before you do that, is it okay if we archive that for any reason?
I'm going to be real with you. Just because you said, I'm actually not going to show it to you, but I'm going to read it to you. And the reason why is because, as a consequence of the, I mean bluntly, I take when somebody like.
Now, isn't this interesting, right? He's not, he doesn't want to give them the information that they want to archive, right? He doesn't want to give them the conversation with White Nervosa, but he's recording them, right? He's archiving them.
Makes things up about what I have said very seriously, and there's a pretty severe breach of trust here. Like, I don't want to harp on this, but Tyler flat out said that I had defended these people and said things that I did not.
And that's on Tyler.
That is on Tyler. I don't hold any of you to that, but you guys are more affiliated with Tyler than obviously with me.
Yeah.
So
that's why I asked, so you wouldn't share anything.
I appreciate that. Just to be clear, you made me think about that. But essentially, it's this, and if this echoes what was said in my side chat during my last stream, my penultimate stream. Quote, I can answer any question you'd like. I never had Tyler blocked on Discord, but did block them at times on Twitter because I hate that dogshit site. That's a weird statement by itself, but moving on. I can share our SOP, terms of service, contract, and answer any questions you have. None have been asked of me after Willie Mack regarding Keffels prior to her retirement. Nothing above I consider privileged or private information. So what's happening here is White Nervosa is seeing that Tyler wants to make additional hit pieces / investigations / whatever you like on the broader community, and that's been sort of apparent from the framing of the initial video. So what she's trying to do is she's trying to give me the scoop, so to speak, to simultaneously deflate Tyler and also make it appear as if they've been open the entire time. Like, see, all you have to do is ask, kind of thing. Yeah. The problem here is that I am perceiving a lack of interest in de-escalating things with me. Perhaps even escalating things with me. And if that happens, if we sort of continue down the path we're on, We will
Okay,
both
no, he's really not being clear, but I think he means he's perceiving from Tyler a lack of interest. He should be specific, right? He's talking about talking to White Nervosa and talking to, right? So when I first heard this, I thought that he's talking about there's a lack of interest in White Nervosa de-escalating. However, what White Nervosa is offering is kind of a kill shot at Tyler, and at the same time, all the information that he could want about Whiteleaf that would potentially put the claims that Tyler makes to bed. So it's essentially like White Nervosa's like, come over to our side. We have cookies. We have brownies, right? And Sunday's like, yes, but those cookies and brownies contain poison. So, he and probably so, right? He he's talked bad about Vosh. He's not going to be forgiven.
Because this is the bind I'm in. Insofar as Tyler's doing things that I don't agree with on basic ethical grounds. That's one point. But moreover, is being dishonest about like what I have said to him in our history. And insofar as he's attacking larger communities in a way that I can't endorse, not because I think that every single critique or every single suspicion is wrong, but because they're being done in a way that is just not tenable. I can't.
So do you see what's going on? He's in negotiations with both sides, right? And he's letting Tyler's side know that there's a counteroffer on the table, right? And saying, I don't want to take that counteroffer because actually those brownies are poisonous, right? They won't kill me right now, but they will eventually kill me. So I don't trust White Nervosa. I don't trust the Vosh network, right? I'm still on your side, Tyler. I want to be on your side, Tyler. Please, Tyler, let me be on your side. That's what Sunday's saying.
Simply defer, which would be a dishonest action, but I can't even, just for strategic reasons, I can't just defer to Tyler and just jump on side with him. Yeah. Because that will be essentially suicide for me down the line, leaving aside the...
Sorry, I got ahead of myself, but yeah, he said it.
Basically dishonest switch from my previously avowed principles and stances. For obvious reasons, I also...
wait, no. What he's saying there is that if he were to sign off on Vosh, then it would make him a huge hypocrite. His chat couldn't trust him, right? If he were to be like, well, Tyler fucked me and White Nervosa has offered me brownies, so maybe that's what he's saying?
I can't do the reverse. And I can't just leverage, okay, well, if we escalate with Tyler, that's fine, because everybody on Vosh's side has a vested interest in me winning, so it's totally fine. Because that's suicide in the short term as well. Because this is the lolly horse guy with the...
he doesn't want to be attached to Vosh. That's the poison pill.
Woman who allows her increasingly less dubiously pedophilic partner talk to minors in her server person. And the crazy, hey, we'll take down your website and cut your income if you piss off the people we like person. I cannot side with them.
White Nervosa?
I will lose all credibility. And I will not be lifted back up by them afterwards. So even if I were of a...
Oh, okay, so he does feel sus about them. Yeah, he does feel like they have...
...mind to do that. I do not have any... I just die from that angle. And then third, if I fight both of them, I don't know what happens. Bluntly. That one, that's actually kind of the path that I'm on right now. If that's the path that Tyler is committed to. And that one's...
You know what? That's not true. That's not true. Right? He's not fighting both of them. They're not coming for him. And they haven't come for Tyler so far. So no, he doesn't have any way of knowing that they're not going to come for Tyler, but no, he does seem to be in some ways de-escalating with the white Nervosa side. So Tyler turning on him did not, in fact, result in him fighting both at the same time. But there's a subtle... So he says that up front, right? That, you know, if Tyler chooses this point, then I'm stuck fighting them both, and I don't know how that works out, right? And then he kind of, like, he doesn't say it, but I feel like it's implied that, look at it from my perspective, right? Would you want to fight Whiteleaf and Tyler at the same time, or might you side with Whiteleaf? So, I mean, I guess that's kind of like, you know, it's kind of there. It's he doesn't say it. He doesn't state it. There's plausible deniability, but I think that's where he ends up going with this. I might have to re-listen to this, right, Chad? I did one react to it, and maybe one's not enough.
Ugly and time consuming. And I win that one, but it's miserable.
Yeah.
So I'm talking to you guys because I was talking with Brooks late last night about how the fuck can we diffuse this? And I want...
This is such a weird conversation to have his mods, though. Do they have that much influence? I mean, what it is that, like, it's a conversation that he apparently can't have with Tyler. Tyler does not want to talk to him. And although Tyler did end up talking to him on my stream, but they're intermediaries. He's wanting them to act as intermediaries. He's sending a message. Let's put it that way. He's sending a message to Tyler. And as you're going to see, like, what this video is called, or the thumbnail says, Tyler's mods call him a lolcow. And they did say something to that effect. I feel like he's twisting their words a little bit, but they said stuff that you would think that Tyler would not want them to say, that would not endear them to Tyler, so to speak.
I'm thinking about it myself.
This whole thing gets me thinking about the wiretapping and recording laws and how they don't really account for, like, this. Yeah, it's a good question, actually. And I don't know if it's a question that's ever been tested out in court, like, right? If you're in so some states have dual party consent laws where they say both parties have to consent for you to record something. You can't record something if both parties are not aware and do not consent, right? Some states say, you know, we're okay with just one party being, so, you know, you can't tape somebody else's conversation, but you can tape your own conversation with somebody else, and that's fine. So it depends on, you know, kind of like what state, what country they're in, whether they are if they're both in dual party jurisdictions, then theoretically there could be a legal problem with this. Now, it's the kind of legal problem that would only come to mean anything if one of the if their party, if the mods were able to get legal representation, and that legal representation was like, hey, even though this is untested, like nobody's ever taken a Discord case to court, like let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Pay me $100,000 and I will break new precedent in the law for you. We'll try to get Sunday and again, this very likely, since Sunday is Canadian, this very likely is a situation where it's, you know, Canadian on one side and US on the other. So I don't know. It's the kind of thing that most people would not pursue, even if you feel like you were wronged, right? You'd have to be pretty invested in this to want to, you know, lawyer up like that. Michigan's law is kind of murky, that thanks to a recent Michigan Supreme Court ruling, we were two-party, but now there's a pretty huge loophole and exception.
The big thing I see right now is, I see where you're coming from. You've basically completely de-escalated at this point, in my opinion.
So they're giving him credit as being like, well, you're the good party here. You've done everything you can. you know, I don't know why Tyler won't listen to reason, but you get the feeling from this mod that they might try to convince Tyler to see it Sunday's way.
Especially, it's just been server talk, posters talk for the most part, but I don't know what Tyler's on because he's usually gone most of the weekend. He's working on other stuff. From what he's saying, it sounds like he's calm at this point. I mean, it's just outreach at this point to patch things up, but I think if you make the same case to him...
Dragon Princess says, according to my lawyer, it's based on laws where the person recording lives, at least on a small scale. So I live in a single-person consent recording state. My husband was in a dual consent state, and I recorded our conversation while he while he was admitting to shady-ass shit. He could hear his mistress in the back, or I could hear his mistress in the background, and my lawyer confirms it is a legal recording. So it's based on where the person recording lives.
He'll come around because when he left off last time, it was sounding like a bit paranoid, like that you're working with not Demon Mama and not Fawn. Doe. You're working with Doe and feeding her.
I'm gonna show you.
Yeah. So again, I do think there's some paranoia at work here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so you understand.
But at the same time, Sunday is a snake, so maybe not entirely.
I'm at with Doe here.
Yeah.
And
I'm pretty sure it's not positive either way.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
Doe's attitude in this whole thing, and this is presuming I believe Doe, and I don't, but Doe's attitude in this whole thing has been, I'm not involved.
Again, just to be clear, chat, I am not accusing anybody of doing anything illegal, all right? That's not the determination I've made. In fact, I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure where the law comes down. So just so I'm super clear on here, I am not asserting that anyone here is in violation of any kind of law.
I don't know what these people do. Why are you talking about this as if I know anything about this? Stop insinuating that like I'm in any way culpable with this kind of thing. And like, to be fair, there is no information actually tying Doe to any of these, with the exception of the fact that she lives with them and appears occasionally on the same channel, which is a pretty big caveat, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But my relationship with Doe, I'll give you guys a rough timeline, okay? So you guys understand exactly like what's happened with Demon Mama and that crew over the course of the past year, because we have not been on good terms for many moons.
Can I say one thing first?
Please.
Before you go into that, just to put myself on to explain my understanding what's going on.
Yeah.
Basically, we've stumbled into what could possibly be a little bit of just weird palm greasing and light racketeering is a good term for it. And none of us are really equipped to deal with what's going on. And we are mostly just, we're mods. Tyler's doing Tyler shit, and you're just trying to be like, what the fuck? What is my way forward here? That is my understanding of what's going on right now.
Here's the thing. There are a lot of eyes on Tyler right now for him to do something stupid.
Yes.
And by way of that, every single person, certainly front-facing people, and because he's added like chatters and donors as people he can target, now it's open season on his, every single person who is affiliated can now be attacked by way of Tyler. So every single thing that's dug into now creates a impetus to bring up something else, right?
Yep.
Is that of particular danger to me? No, but I, for example, have gone on similar critiques and attacks on people like Not So Area Diet, on Destiny, etc., etc. And if there's a way to discredit me by way of the association by showing that Tyler is crazy, that will be brought up. And my name was on, for example, Lonerbox's mouth to a good couple thousand people while he was covering Tyler's thing. and it wasn't. It was not a.
So when he says numbers, that's what he's talking about, right? Is that collectively with Lonerbox, Vosh, everybody who's entangled in some way with Whiteleaf, they can put a lot of eyes on something if it's interesting. So that's why the whole thing about like there are eyes on Tyler to do something stupid, right? He's nobody. Tyler's nobody. Sunday's relatively nobody. And so it's only really interesting if Tyler becomes a lolcow, if Tyler acts funny, if Tyler does something that is, as Sunday said, stupid, that allows that to become content, and then Sunday is maybe, impugnable by association, and there's a reason that those people like Lonerbox would want to impugn Sunday due to their ties with people like Not So Erudite, who Sunday has thrown shade on, so that you say that this guy is not credible based on his association with Tyler, and that's what he feels like he's on the line for. Whereas Tyler is on the line to become the subject of ridicule and be utterly destroyed by the math of the situation. Tyler's audience of 300 versus Lonerbox's audience of 1,000, or Erudite's audience of 1,000, or even in worst case scenario, Destiny's audience of, I don't know, what, 7,000? 10,000? I don't know.
It did not get accolades. It was like
accolades. Sunday accolades. See, that's gonna piss him off.
Why do we need to know this information? Why is there a docs? Why is this not edited at all? Why is Vosh being brought into this? Why are we talking about cults? Glooby didn't say anything about cults until Tyler mentioned cults. Why are we talking about wage theft? Like it's like, and the problem we're in is that there is a big monetary incentive for this to blow up, but not for us. We are the butt of the joke here, and we need to.
And the thing that Tyler, I don't think, perceives correctly is that it's not cult. Nobody worships Vosh. I mean, Demon Mama, I don't know. I don't think that's exactly what's going on, but it's parasocial. And it feels like a cult, and it is a little bit high control. They're all invested in these streamers, not in a literal religious sense. I do joke around about Vosh being the edgy boy messiah, but that is a metaphor, to be perfectly clear, right? I don't think that anybody literally looks at Vosh as a messianic figure. I think it's, they're hoping that he can, kind of be the boot on the other foot, kicking the ass of the alt-right, rather than the feeling of being vulnerable to having one's ass kicked by debate bros on the alt-right. That's the edgy boy messiah complex.
Collectively figure out how we're going to approach this in a way where we are not squashed, because we can be. You guys probably can't, but me and Tyler can. And the problem is, whenever I've tried to talk to Tyler, he just can't handle disagreement. Like he can't handle it. And if he's in a situation where he feels like the other person is either, let's say, using technical language to try to get one over him, or if he feels like for whatever reason, like he's having difficulty parsing what's going on, or if he feels like he's been made vulnerable, which I think is what's happened here, his defense mechanism is to essentially try and bully the other person. And the problem is that it is not being lost on people looking in from the outside that under pressure he can't keep cool, which means red meat for drama content.
Yeah, so in other words, if he lashes out against somebody with overwhelming numbers, or let's say a network with overwhelming numbers, a bunch of people with overwhelming numbers, right? He can't bully his way out of that situation. And that actually sets up something where there's going to be that content loop that they look for when, phrases like lol cow are used. Like, that's what it means. Somebody who is at a severe disadvantage against who they're up against and is unable or unwilling to perceive that, and will react as if they're, will react as if they have, that it's not an asymmetric fight. Will react as if they have a chance of winning when they don't, right? That's what produces the comedy. That's what produces the clown show. That's where that's where the milk comes from, so to speak, right? Does this make sense? So yeah, it's rewatching this, re-listening to this kind of, I feel like I'm understanding a bit more.
Like this is gonna go bad.
Yeah, this is gonna go, in the words of Sunday,
This is going bad.
It's like that kind of thing.
Really fast. At scale. The only reason why people are even watching this and talking about me is precisely for that reason. I have negative history with all these bigger streamers. Tyler is now taking pot shots at all of these little sensitive spaces, but in such a way as he...
Well, so it's only milk, Narwhal, if Tyler goes back and forth with them. So in other words, if they do content on Tyler, if they do reactions to Tyler's video, and they're like, oh, he thinks we're in a cult. Oh, he thinks this is this. You know what I mean? They're making fun of him. I mean, that's one thing. It's not great for him. Some of his audience is going to see that and maybe perceive him in a different light. People that could have been in his audience will look at him as a subject of scorn and ridicule. But as long as he recognizes that he can't come back from that, and he doesn't do, well, here's my reaction to their reaction, then it's not a lol cow situation. It's in other words, it's not like a self-licking ice cream cone. It's not like a continuous cycle of content, free content that's just there for the taking, right? That's what these streamers are looking for in terms of that sort of situation. But if Tyler reacts like Sunday's describing him as reacting and doesn't perceive the asymmetry of the situation, and thinks that the right move here is to fight back, then it produces more as long as he's reacting to them, they've got content. Since they have numbers, they're not going to be in a situation where they're going to look bad. They're able to show Tyler as being the fool, and Tyler's not able to do the same thing to them. And if Tyler is bent on, well, if I just try hard enough, if I just make enough videos, if, oh, people didn't get my point yet, well, let me just make my point again. I will go over this again. I will go over this. Oh, did you do a video on me? I'll go over that. Right. That's what they're looking for.
He is very easily open to attack, which is cha-ching. That's good business. If I wasn't already like friendly with Tyler historically for the last little bit, I'd be on this too. My position vis-a-vis Demon Mama would be the same, but I'd be on this too. So we need to figure this out.
Yeah.
All right. So
yeah,
it's definitely the problem.
Yeah, and we have a whole document tracking anything that comes up about Whiteleaf. Generally, we are aware of the fact that Mythaldo is basically the bag holder for everything. They own the server in Germany. Everything's run through them. Which
yeah,
is
I'm
why
going to tell you right now, conspiratorializing about Whiteleaf
bad idea.
is a bad idea, because this
I understand. I want what I'm trying to understand is.
And I think that Sunday's point is not so much that like Whiteleaf is not, I don't think that Sunday's trying to say that Whiteleaf is up to no wrong. I think what he's trying to say is that everything's kind of out in the open. It's not a conspiracy. It is a network of leverage, plain and simple. But yeah, if Tyler were to try to portray this as being, some kind of shadowy like cabal, then that would anything that makes Tyler look like he's a like the thing is the stuff that a large group of people like this can do to another content creator is maybe bordering on. Did we reconnect successfully? Are we good? Did we drop out, chat? I don't know if that restarted another video. We're still on the same stream, right? Are we good? Chat, I gotta check. Okay, like, that's gonna, we just made a conspiracy. Or we just, no, wait. We just made a conspiracy. What am I trying to say? We're good. Okay, we just, like, the way that I ended that, if the stream actually did end right there, would be hilarious, right? Because I'm like saying, you don't want to come out like you're accusing them of a conspiracy, because that's going to make you look crazy. And here my stream goes down, right? It was like, oh, was it White Leaf? Does White Nervosa have the secret power to like make my, she's DDoSing me with her secret sysadmin powers. Yep. That's it. That's what's going on, right? So yeah, anyway, very funny stuff. And we'll get into this more. We'll cover this more. I was hoping to be able to cover maybe the interview with White Nervosa, but I've really seen that we haven't moved. Okay, so yeah. Well, that's good. See, the thing about this that sucks, right? Here's my conspiracy. It's not about White Nervosa. It's actually about Stream Elements. Or sorry, not Stream Elements. It's about OBS. The cabal is definitely trying to take me down for sure. But my conspiracy is that there's two ways that I can put up a stream, right? If I'm doing restream, if I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. And one of those ways is to set it up in advance, right? Which I think you like, chat. One in chat if you like this. You like it when you know at least 2 hours ahead of time that I'm going to be streaming, preferably maybe a day ahead of time would be even better, maybe. So you know when my stream's going to be ahead of time. And the problem with that is that's the one that's really susceptible to going down. And when it goes down, it doesn't come back up. You get what I'm saying? But then the other one that it's like what I'm on right now, because my stream went down in the beginning, is when to stream like this, I would have to I could only let you know like on Discord. I might be able to mention it on the community page on YouTube on the community tab, but I wouldn't be able to link you the video, right? Because the video wouldn't exist until I start the stream. Yeah, I feel like people like that better. So, so that's the way that I want to be able to do streams. Hopefully, chat. Hopefully, this changes everything. Hopefully, this changes everything. All right. I need to insert these. I put it off another day, and I shouldn't have done that. I really want somebody like in a call with me, letting me know that like this is my computer's not going to break, basically. Because I'm just so, I lack so much confidence. Tinder dates are stupid and for certain people, but also met a good friend through one. Oh, that's really cool. But yeah, I'm going to try to put this in. Hopefully it'll take care of the problems and we won't have to deal with downtime as much. I think that's what it's coming from. But yeah, we did kind of go down there for a second. And I was worried that you would think, chat, that if I ended stream like that, which I was about to do, I was about to just hit stop stream because I'm like, I'm tired and there's not a lot further than we can go. I just didn't want you to think that like that the White Leaf Network is more powerful than it actually is, because I'm not conspiratorial about this. I'm realistic about this. I do think that it has a negative effect on streamers in the space, and I do think it has a negative effect on our discourse in general. And light racketeering, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I see what they're saying. I also see what Sunday's saying. That they come off when they say it's light racketeering, they come off as sounding very conspiratorial. But anyway, we learned something, chat. You believe in my RAM installing skills? Well, good. I'm glad. I'm happy about that. But anyway, chat, we're gonna probably have to wrap it up for tonight. Let's I'm like, what? Yo, Miskatonic, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I was able to use my Prime sub in Twitch. Yes, you were, and thank you very much for that. Yeah, thanks for all the support, chat. I appreciate you, and thank you, mods, for for hanging out with me. I know that I kept you kind of late. Hopefully, look, in the future, I don't want to stream these kind of hours. I'm doing Hassan hours, because I need to right now, for the money and because the content of the primary, the DNC kind of requires it, right? So in order to cover this, I have to be on late. I don't want to do this every night, but I'm going to need to be able to, because there will be events, right? There's going to be debates. There's going to be, the actual election itself, right? So, there will be nights where I will be streaming this late, but hopefully there won't be too much of that in the future. We'll see how I do monetarily this month, and if I've got some breathing room. In other words, if I can, have if there's money that you know what I mean? If I can like save a little bit of money, or at least not spend a little bit of money right away, then I can try to do, because I do want to stream less, and I do want to upload more. So right, some of my money, some of my income right now comes from watch time, right, which is pretty dependent on streaming. But if I uploaded more, and especially if I was somehow able, and this may be far off, to like hire an editor, and the uploads were things that I myself didn't have to take care of, then theoretically we could get the same watch time or better watch time with less hours. And I don't want to live like Hassan, like, right? But I'm kind of in a place where I have to right now, and particularly when the content is flowing like this, right? When there's so much going on, I'm kind of stuck like that. So, yeah, hopefully we'll get it down to like a normal time at some point, but I do really appreciate the mods that were able to hang out and stick with me, and made that choice to be here for me. It means a lot to me, and it's something that I think is pretty important. Being able to cover something like a late night event like this is pretty important to me. So thank you, seriously. And thank you to everybody donating to me on Patreon, all the Patreons. Let me read your names out once again. Shouts out to Omega Star. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Shaxpie. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. And shouts out to Zara. And also thank you, Throne Gang. You were really generous tonight. We are 81% of the way towards saving my butt with the chair that Moe Noape recommended. 25% of the way towards funding the speed editor to let me get videos out quicker. And 19% towards getting me some money for rent. So it looks like wait, let me just think. There needs to be a better way, because like I feel like I should be thanking people who donate. So if you're anonymous on Throne, I won't thank you because they're, I'm assuming you're anonymous because you don't want to be acknowledged because you're doing it anonymously, and that's cool. But I do want to at least acknowledge on stream people that are oh wait, maybe we should do it by item. I can see who's it won't let me. Maybe that'll help. Okay. It's not. This is so frustrating. Okay, so Moe Noip and Agalith, I can see your names on the chair. So thank you for helping to save my butt. I appreciate you. There's two other names too, and I can't see them. One name is anonymous. Oh, it's so frustrating. But yeah, we're getting there as far as the chair goes, and I'll be really happy to get that so that I can sit down while I stream, which is, sometimes you need to do that. Sometimes you need to stand on a trampoline. Sometimes you need to sit down, and I love being able to have this. You have a standing desk that moves, so it works. But I just I destroyed my seat through sitting too hard. I don't know. I think it's because my butt's too big. Anyway, chat, the stuff that I'm saying this late at night probably doesn't make a lot of sense. But the TLDR is that I appreciate you. And I consider myself really lucky to be able to do this as a full-time occupation, and we're growing both in views and in subs, and I see big things in the future. So much love, and I will see you tomorrow for Kamala's speech. Yeah, wait. Oh yeah, that's what we got to do. That's what we need to do. We need to see who exactly is speaking on day 4 of the convention. Okay, Thursday, August 22nd. Come on, DNC, why do you suck this much? Okay, that's not helpful. I know we got Kamala. Day 4 speakers, come on. Speaker schedule by day. Oh my god, what the hell? Literally all they have listed is Kamala Harris. Obviously they have more speakers. What the hell? Yeah, all they've got listed is Kamala. What the actual... Okay, well, I was gonna try to give you more information than that, but I guess I'll have to give you more information when it comes out. But anyway, Kamala's speaking. She's gonna accept the nomination, and they're gonna, we're gonna see what kind of bump she gets. Right? That's the real question. What kind of bump will Kamala get from this week? And generally, there is some. Can't wait to see Kamala filibuster. I don't think she. What if she speaks for 4 hours? I love that. I love that. Kamala's going to speak all night. That's what it says. That's what it says. But we'll find out. We'll find out what it's really. What's really is Beyonce. Yeah, I would. That I do seem to remember something about Beyonce. So I guess Beyonce is going to be there. I'll be there, and hopefully you'll be there as well. It's another late night, and then after that, maybe we take a day of rest. Maybe we play some Fallout New Vegas, because I feel like I owe you, chat. I owe you a Fallout New Vegas stream. So we'll look to maybe playing some games on Friday, doing something kind of fun, and then back to the drama this weekend. More on what's going on. Like, there's some Cloak and Dagger shit with Tyler, right? Or sorry, with Sunday. Like, I don't even know what to say. You would like to see Cupcake do some songs, but I respect her too much for her to be here, be there. Yeah, that's I see what you're saying. Anyway, yeah, this was 7 hours and 30 minutes. I gotta. Oh my god. I gotta stream for less time. Taylor Swift will make a surprise appearance with her boyfriend to endorse. Yeah, her boyfriend will actually throw her the football and she'll catch it and she'll be like, I endorse I don't know. We got to come up with a Taylor Swift conspiracy, because the Republicans are doing it. They've already made a fake endorsement for Trump. Sunday is afraid that Tyler will take his audience during his streams. You think so? You think so, Peter? I mean, are you saying that's what's motivating this? Anyway, what I want to do, oh yeah, let me tell you what I want to do in terms of that content. Cancel, let's open another window, new window. There's the new window, open. Sunday. Okay, so he's got a Pepe Sylvia mind map I want to go over. Apparently he mentions me. He draws a Pepe Sylvia mind map of all the creators in the content space while heavily inebriated, right? So we'll go over that, see where he puts me. We'll see exactly where he puts me, although I doubt it'll be anywhere good. We've got the White Nervosa interview, which we've covered part of. I want to relook at the clips that... Wait. Oh, yeah. I've got some clips of him with some choice words about yours truly from his reaction to my debate. And then I'm going to revisit the logs that he posted, right? He posted every single message that he had with Tyler. And I think that he told us more than he realized, right? There's more there. And it tells us more about how he operates. So that's really what I'm interested in. And more in a sense of just protecting myself from a person like that, especially considering the kind of people that Sunday associates with, right? They're not good. And we'll talk about them as well. But yeah, there's no Carol in HR. Wait, is that an Office joke? Is it like, because of Pepe Sylvia? It just said Kamala. Yeah, I almost said Kamala. That's definitely not her name. Peter Hopkins says, yeah, I think Sunday feels threatened. He worked for much longer to get the momentum than, oh yeah, that Tyler has now. Well, Tyler is right about one thing. He does seem to be kind of hard capped. I don't know what's up with that, but regardless, chat. I have a message from reception. She says, you're not my supervisor. All right, well, we will, I'm going to go to sleep, and I'll talk to you again tomorrow. So much love, everybody. I'll see you then.